There we go. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today, the Merit Commission is convened for a case on August 23rd, 2023. We take roll call. Scott Neal's present.
Cheryl Smith, present.
So we have a quorum, you can proceed.
Okay. With that, we will go over some housekeeping issues before we get into the beginning of the hearing. First of all, we will be taking breaks about every 2 hours throughout the day or as needed. So if anybody needs a break for any reason, please either get up and leave, or we will call a break for the entire group. At 12 o'clock, we will see how this commission meeting has progressed, and if we need to take a lunch break, we will for 1 hour. We'll reconvene at 1. So at that time, we'll make that determination. The process today will essentially be in 3 stages. We'll have an opening statement by the respondent and the appellant. Then we'll have a presentation of evidence by the appellant and the respondent, which will include calling witnesses, any cross-examination, any follow-up, which would be redirect and recross, and of course each witness will be sworn in as they are called up. Each side, the respondent and appellant, will then have a closing statement. Following all commission discussion, a vote whether to uphold or overturn the decision will be made, and that will be the final conclusion of the meeting. With that, do we have all parties from both sides present, either in person or via Zoom?
Respondent is present.
Okay.
Is it on?
I'm not in the room, so I can't see or verify. Can anybody advise if my client, Ms. Ernestine, is in the hearing?
Okay, respondents present. We have the appellant in person, and appellant's counsel is via Zoom. Is that something we'll be able to see, or is it just something we'll hear?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
There we go. Yes, we see you now. Okay, so obviously when you're speaking, we will see that come up on our screens. Okay, with that, we're ready to entertain the opening statement by the respondent.
Before we begin with the opening, Mr. Chair, one preliminary issue I would like to address, if I may.
Sure.
I made a mistake. I did not fully redact 3 pages in this document, and I was wondering if we could just remove them from the record. I wasn't planning on admitting them or using them as evidence.
Okay, that's a interesting case here. I would say yes, we want them removed if they're not redacted, unless we can get redacted copies of them reinserted. So without knowing which ones they are, maybe they should be removed by people other than the commissioners. That way we don't read them.
That would be fantastic.
Specifically. I mean, we may have looked at them already, but not knowing that was not redacted in that manner.
Yes, I could.
So the support staff here, if they could take those out. Obviously, give appellate counsel notification of these document page tabs and things.
80, 81, and 85. Oh, tab, I'm sorry. It would be tab 11.
You said page 80, 81, and 85.
That's correct.
if you just point me to the line where the name is or where the information is that you intend to redact, not the information you want redacted necessarily, but just the where it is.
Well, I don't know if it's helpful or not, but I wasn't going to plan on calling them, or admitting them as exhibits.
I was just asking what information, where the information is that you intend to redact.
So the information on page 80 is at the very top. There's a name. In the center of the page, there's a greeting to the email. That's a name. And the 81, there's a closing that has a name at the top. And then finally, 85, there's a name in the greeting of the email.
Well, I can tell you some of those exhibits we intend to use or may intend to use, so.
Oh,
Well, just have those copies redacted and we'll reinsert them. You could probably do that, but pretty quickly, I would think.
I apologize. Yeah. Are we ready for, or, sorry.
Yes, if that bit of housekeeping can be done while we're continuing the meeting, then we can go ahead and begin opening statements.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing I'd like to, before she starts her opening statement, is I would, and this is pretty customary, but I would like to admit all of the exhibits as evidence into the hearing so we don't have to continually do it throughout. I think it's a time-saving measure. The commission can then decide whether or not to use those exhibits or what exhibits they should or shouldn't use. But just so that we don't have to keep, referencing numbers and say, move to admit any objection and then just keep going. So I would ask that they all be admitted. It's pretty customary in administrative hearings to do that.
Council, that's appropriate. That's generally how these have gone in the past, so we can just have that admitted in its entirety right now.
Thank you.
Okay, respondent, you can start with an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we are here to determine whether Mohave County rightly terminated Miss Ernestine Johnston. What we intend to prove here today is that Ms. Johnson consistently violated HR policies and procedures repeatedly, beginning back in 2020. My client has given her repeated chances to improve, and she failed to do so. The mistakes she made in 2020 were still mistakes in 2022 and 2023. Even with extra help, Ms. Johnson was unable to perform in her job as an HR technician senior, despite having worked in HR for approximately 20 years. The evidence will show that she has made some major mistakes in regard to processing other people's FMLA, which included giving out wrong information to people applying for FMLA, causing delays, confusion, and frustration. She made employees produce documentation that wasn't needed. She included wrong names in emails. She failed to notify employees and their supervisors that FMLA was approved. And she violated longstanding office policy and sent out letters denying FMLA when in fact people had just chosen not to obtain FMLA. The evidence will also show that she did not pay attention to details by messing up employees' termination processing, messing up employees' benefit actions outside pay periods, messed up job postings, which included posting the wrong pay rates and job postings, giving the applications to the wrong reviewers. And the evidence will show that she further failed to communicate with her supervisor and follow her chain of command. She would report breaks to an individual who is not her supervisor. She would not include her supervisor on all emails. And she engaged in tasks with other management without first advising her supervisor. The evidence will show that she had poor customer service skills and failed to cooperate with the team. As you will see from the record of her performance, there was no reason other than bad performance that she was terminated from her employment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll also go to the appellant for an opening statement.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is James Green. I represent the appellant, Ms. Ernestine Johnson, who's present and seated before you. I apologize that I couldn't be there, but thank you all for being here. We certainly appreciate your time. Our version of events is very different from the respondents. Our position is that Ernestine, and she'll testify to this, that she wasn't necessarily the best employee that the county ever had. However, she was a good employee. She did her job. She worked hard. And the mistakes that she made were relatively minor in the course of her duties. And also, a lot of the things that they listed throughout the course of their disciplinary actions were false or overly exaggerated and misleading. Ms. Johnson, just to give you all kind of a history of what's going on here, she was involved in a tragic situation involving the death of her son. She'd received a phone call from her son. Her son had indicated or made some comments that were alarming to Ms. Johnson. So Ms. Johnson called the police because she wanted the police to show up and make sure that her son was safe. Ernestine herself went to her son's house, and she was there when the police arrived. She was there when her son came outside of the house, and when her son was ultimately shot and killed by law enforcement officers. As a result of that tragic event, Ernestine, as I'm sure we could all imagine, suffered from some mental health issues. As a result of those mental health issues, she required FMLA and time off to recover and for medical treatment. At one point, she goes to her supervisor, Mr. Cunningham, who I believe is seated in the room, and makes a complaint about a statement that Ms. Blana Huber made. After making this complaint, the way that she was treated drastically changed. She made a complaint, and then all of a sudden, Ms. Huber was on this mission to write her up for anything and everything that she could come up with. A lot of the things that she claimed that Ms. Ernestine did wrong weren't in fact even wrong. A lot of things in the letter of intent to terminate are inaccurate, and we'll point out those issues. And at the end of the day, our position is that her termination was not justified. It's the result of retaliatory conduct, in part by Ms. Blana Huber, and was not warranted. And our position is that the Merit Commission has options here. First off, just kind of backing up a little bit, she's worked for this organization for quite some time, dating back to 2019. She did get written up for an issue in 2020. She corrected that, and that issue never repeated itself. She had relatively good performance evaluations. However, after making this complaint, they want the commission to believe that her performance suddenly and rapidly deteriorated, and now she's this horrible employee, when the records show that prior to her complaint, she was a good employee. And so we feel like her termination was not justified. The Merit Commission, in our view, has three options here at the conclusion of this hearing. Option one is they could find that the termination wasn't warranted. Option two is they could uphold the termination. And a third option is the Merit Commission could modify the disciplinary action that was made. And so we would ask that based on everything that Ms. Johnson has gone through, that she not also have to suffer from losing her job. There's nothing that she's been through thus far that would prohibit her from going back to work for the county. She would go back and perform to the best of her abilities. She is a good employee, and I think that this hearing, during the course of this hearing, you will recognize that she knows this stuff. She knows it very well. And so we would ask that the commission find that the termination was not warranted, reinstate her with back pay. However, to the extent that the commission believes it's necessary, the commission could perhaps consider other options, suspension without pay, and then reinstate her to employment. But what we really want to see is that she not be left unemployed after all she's been through and after all she's contributed. She didn't deserve to be fired. So, and that's all I have. So again, thank you all for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Opening statements are now concluded, and we will move to present evidence. And appellant, you can begin presenting evidence. Well, there are several ways to
I'm sorry,
do
go
this.
ahead.
And I'm open to either side starting. So in this case, if we want to keep continuity, we'll go with respondent first.
Yes, and I would submit, I don't see it in the rules, and maybe somebody can point me to it if it is in the rules, but typically these rules require or state who has the burden of proof in the case, and the entity with the burden of proof would be the entity that goes first, and we would submit that Mohave County has the burden of proof in this case.
Also, with your statement there, we will start with the respondent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to call Felina Huber.
Good morning.
Oh, I've got one more thing because I'm not there and I can't see, so I apologize for kind of jumping in here again. But I just want to make sure that all the witnesses have been are not in the room at this time. We would ask that all the witnesses not be present during the testimony of other witnesses.
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite catch everything you said.
Yeah, we would like to make sure that all of the witnesses are not present. I can't see, I'm not there. So I don't know who's sitting in the room, but I just want to make sure that, all of the witnesses aren't sitting in there listening so that they can repeat statements made by the witnesses and that their testimony is not based on the statement of others.
I would like to request that the director be permitted to stay, the HR director.
I do believe it's customary to allow an agency representative to be present. So I would have no objection with that.
So let me ask this, is the pool of witnesses generally not here right now? Are they coming in individually, or all the witnesses in the room that are going to be called today?
My witnesses are.
So council is requesting that they leave during the witness testimony, other than Ken? Is that what's being requested?
That was his request. I would prefer that they stay in the room, but it's up to the commission to decide, of course.
Commissioners, do you have any opinion?
I think they should leave the room.
I think they should leave the room as well.
Okay, I agree. So the witnesses will be called in one at a time. As they're called, someone will go get you and swear you in.
Chairman, just as a note, ladies, if you'd like to sit in the lobby out there, we can come get you from right there.
Okay, we can proceed with the first witness.
Please state your name for the record.
Felina Huber.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do. May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can begin.
Okay,
for
thank
First
you.
witness.
Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Felena Huber. I'm an HR or Human Resources Analyst
And how long have you been an HR analyst?
since August of 2021.
And how long have you worked in HR at Mohave County?
6 years.
Okay. And what are your duties as an HR analyst?
We support, of course, the Human Resources Office. My current duties specifically at this time are recruiting and training.
Okay. As an analyst, have you supervised anyone?
Yes, I have.
Do you recognize Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
From prior working together.
Could you just point her out in the room?
Yes, she's sitting at the appellant table.
Thank you. Do you recall when Ms. Johnson started in HR?
I do.
What year was that? Or when was that?
I don't recall exactly the date. I believe it was May. Hold on just a moment. May of 2019.
Okay, thank you. And so were you peers at one point in the same job?
Yes, we were both human resources technicians at the same time.
Okay. And when did you become a supervisor?
August of 2021.
And can you recall when you became Ms. Johnson's supervisor?
It would have been the same time when I took over the position.
Okay.
That'd be August of 21.
Okay. And did you supervise her from August of 21 until her termination?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how was her performance when you first started supervising her?
It was fair. There were times of good performance, and there were times, of course, of lacking, just kind of ups and downs sometimes.
Okay. So before you supervised her as a peer, did you notice any errors or inconsistencies in her performance?
I did. There was a time that we approved each other's actions as technicians. So yes, there were
Okay.
times.
And when you were her supervisor, did you talk to her about her performance prior to giving her any kind of counseling, disciplines, or other performance evaluations?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to her when the event occurred?
Yes, I did. When there was action of correction that was needed, we would discuss the things that needed to be corrected.
Okay. So why did you decide to give her the intent to dismiss letter?
There were continuous errors that needed continuous correction.
Okay. Let's move over to tab 1. So just tell us what this is.
Are we looking under the respondent tab?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, respondent tab 1, thank you.
Thank you. Sure. This is the intent to dismiss letter dated March 16th of 23.
And who wrote this letter?
I did.
Okay. And did you give it to Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Did you take time to go over the letter with her?
Yes, we did. We attempted to.
You attempted to, can you elaborate?
As we gave this to her, she quickly grabbed it, did not read through it as we were going through each item, and she pushed it away.
Okay. Can you flip to page 5? Is that her signature on page 5?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you recall when you went over this letter with her?
Yes, I do.
Was it the same date as the letter itself?
Yes, March 16th.
Okay. And was anyone else with you?
Yes, the Human Resources Manager, Leanne Lewis.
Okay. And was there subsequently another meeting? I think, let me call your attention to the first page. We have some handwritten notes in there. Did another meeting occur on Wednesday, March 22nd?
That was the additional meeting, the pre-disciplinary meeting.
Okay. Was that a meeting you were present at?
I'm sorry?
Were you present at that meeting?
I was not.
Okay, thank you. So let's go look at page 1. Down near the bottom, we have a sentence starting on July 24th, 2020. Were you her manager in 2020?
No, I was not.
Were you a supervisor in any respect in 2020?
No, I was not.
Okay. So why are we including disciplines from another supervisor during the period of 2020?
This shows a continued pattern.
Okay. So let's flip over to page 2. Let's talk about the paragraph at the bottom of page 2, starting with June 17th, 2022. You were her supervisor at that point, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great. Could you summarize what this paragraph was?
Sure, just a moment. Let me read through the statement here to give you a summary. This statement states that on an annual performance evaluation, areas of improvement that were required.
Okay. And why are we using the performance evaluation in the intent to dismiss?
The performance evaluation highlighted areas that were of great impact, I believe. So those were brought up as, again, continued performance that needed to be improved upon.
Okay. And was this the first performance evaluation you gave to her?
Yes, that is.
Okay. So we're gonna flip through this first, and then we'll jump over to the performance evaluation itself. Can you summarize the first bullet on page 3?
First bullet, page 3.
Yes, please.
This example explains the supervisor's academy and the lack of participation.
Okay. And we'll get into that further in a minute. The policies and procedures section that she violated?
These are listed 4.51 of the personnel policies and procedures, item 23, insubordination and willful disobedience.
Okay. And now there's a second bullet below that on page 3. Can you also summarize that one?
Sure. This also highlights areas that we needed participation in the office, and that was lacking.
Okay. And now can you turn to tab 6, please? Of the respondents' exhibits. Could you tell me what this document is?
This is the performance evaluation that was completed and reviewed with Ms. Johnson on June 17th of 22.
And is that the date you gave it to her?
June 17th is, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And explain the performance evaluation to us. What period of time does the performance evaluation cover?
The evaluation period is 1 year.
Okay. So it's not just reduced to a month or a week or?
That's correct. It evaluates the entire performance period of 1 year.
Okay. And can you tell us what the purpose of the performance evaluation is?
This highlights areas that of improvement that may be needed, or of course, it also commends good performance.
Okay, and just go ahead and flip to, let's see. Can you tell us how the performance evaluation is scored?
Sure. As listed on the performance evaluation, and let me get to the page so that I can refer to that.
Right, I'm looking for it too, I'm sorry.
Can you please repeat the tab on that?
Oh, tab 6, respondents. Would that be page 20?
It is.
Okay,
Page 20 shows the rating system, which is a scoring system starting at 1 through numbers 5. Unsatisfactory is number 1, superior being 5.
okay, thank you. So let's now flip over to page 21. Let's look at paragraph 1, quality of work. Can you read the comment, please?
Of course. The statement says under item number 1, quality of work, several emails, letters were sent to the employees with incorrect information. See attached. It is important not to rush through work as our employees rely on our correct dissemination of details. One letter regarding FMLA, the second was related to benefit coverage.
Okay, and paragraph 2, quantity of work, could you, oh, wait, let's go back to paragraph 1. Why did you give her 2s on, could you tell her what you gave her 2s on?
Of course, those items are work product is consistent and accurate and complete in content. That item is number 2. Pays extreme attention in detail and efficiency, that's number 2. Consistently practices quality control on work product, that's a 2. Written correspondence is concise and accurate using proper English, language, and written skills, and that's also a 2.
Okay, and why did you give her 2s on all of those?
There are areas that were highlighted that errors left our office and were sent to individuals, employees that were in error.
Okay. And now let's go to paragraph 2, quantity of work. Could you read the first and, could you read the comments under paragraph 2?
Of course. Your drive to be part of our team is lacking. You have not participated as a team member in answering the front desk phone or greeting incoming front counter traffic.
Okay, I think that's where I wanted you to stop. Can you explain what your expectation was of her?
The expectation is to continue to perform as a team member in the entire office, as the expectation is the same as all of our team members. Regardless of title, everybody needs to participate, answering the phones and answering the front door traffic.
Okay. And when is it the department's practice to give performance evaluation to employees?
I'm sorry, can you state that?
Sorry. When do you normally give performance evaluations? Like at what point in their employment? Could you explain that?
Sure. It's 1 year from the time of their date in that position. So it's on an annual basis. Aside from the first end of probationary periods, it is at the annual review.
Okay. And go back to page 19, up at the top. It says review date due.
Yes.
Can you tell me what date that says?
Review date is 5/6 of 22.
And you gave it to her on 6/17 of 22?
That's correct.
Could you tell us why you didn't give it to her on 5/6 of 22?
We needed to make sure that she had a full year's time. There were some times, of course, that she was not in the office, so we gave a full year evaluation period.
Okay. Can you flip over to tab 1, page 3? Can you summarize what the first paragraph without a bullet says?
I'm sorry, which one?
The one that starts on July 11th?
Oh, of course. On July 11th, you received a written reprimand regarding your lack of dependability and incompetence, and were advised of the performance standards that were expected of you to be immediately and consistently corrected.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Could you, so this is regarding the written reprimand, and it was given to her on July 11th?
Correct.
Okay. Can you summarize what the bullet starting 7/8/22 says?
Yes, this bullet highlights an area of a verbal interaction with an elected official / department head. This caused an incident, of course, and the conduct, of course, is not becoming of HR.
Okay. And in this document, what section of the policies and procedures did Ms. Johnson violate?
The personal policies and procedures listed are 4.51, item 10, discourteous treatment of the public, as well as personal policies and procedures 4.51, item 36, engaging in conduct that causes discredit to the county.
Okay. And can you summarize bullet point 2 that starts with 6/30/22?
Yes. On 6/30 of 22, there was a situation that the chain of command in the office was not followed. This caused, of course, confusion in the office. After much direction, of course, that we reviewed at our office huddles, the chain of command was clearly stated on several occasions.
Okay. And what did you consider this a violation of?
The policies and procedures that are listed are 4.51, item 19, inciting coworkers or members of the public with the intent to impair legitimate or legal county operations, as well as personal policies and procedures, 4.51, item 23, insubordination and willful disobedience.
Thank you. And can you summarize bullet points starting with 6/30/22, the second one?
Yes. This instance highlights an area where an email was sent to an administrator of the Parks Department with a greeting of another employee's name that was not in that department.
Okay. And what's this a violation of?
This is policy and procedure 4.51, item 16, violating the county confidentiality policy.
And can you read, or not read, summarize bullet point 20, bullet point starting with on 6/29/22?
Of course. This item explains that a munis benefit action was processed outside of a payroll deadline.
Okay. And which section of the policies and procedures is it violative of?
This is personal policies and procedures 4.51, item 13, neglect of duty or failure to take reasonably required action, and as well as personal policies and procedures 4.51, item 29, incompetence.
And bullet point starting with 6/24?
This item highlights a activity that happened in the office that caused confusion among the management team. A project was started on an I-9 audit, and there was much confusion in the office as to who directed this project.
Okay. And on 6/20/22, could you summarize that?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
Oh, could you summarize 6/20/22?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. This information is regarding a job posting that was requested from a department, and an improper range was improperly posted.
And if you can flip to page 4, the top bullet on that page.
This incident highlights an item that was dated 6/20 of 22. There was a confusion about the starting time for the benefits presentation. The benefits presenter did not know that the class was convened back in the Sonita room to start the benefit presentation earlier than anticipated.
And what policy and procedure does this violate?
This is Personnel Policies and Procedures 4.51, Item 36, engaging in conduct that causes discredit to the county, as well as Personnel Policies and Procedures 4.51, Item 37, improper conduct, undermining the proper and efficient operation of county functions.
Okay, and I think I forgot to ask you, if you go back to page 3, the last bullet on the page, what were the policies and procedures violated for the job posting mistake?
The policies and procedures that are listed are 4.51, Item 29, incompetence, as well as policies and procedures 4.51, Item 13, neglect of duty.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could turn to tab 3. Could you tell me what this document is?
This is a written reprimand to Ms. Johnson dated July 11th of 22.
And did you also give it to her on July 11th?
Yes, we did.
And can you turn to page 14? Is that her signature on the document?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Johnson prior to giving her this document in July of 22?
Regarding performance?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you gave this to her after you gave her the performance evaluation, correct?
Just a moment, let me take a look at the dates. Yes, that is correct. One is June and one is July.
Okay. And did you expect improvement in her performance after the performance evaluation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you addressed some issues in the performance evaluation. Are these issues contained within this document somewhat similar to the counseling she received during the performance evaluation?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so we just went through a number of issues here on the intent to terminate letter. So if we're looking at page 10, do you see you spoke about an interaction between the elected official and Ms. Johnson? Do you see that on page 12?
Yes, I do. It's the first item listed on the written reprimand, page 12.
And in this document, if you go to the bottom of page 13 and the top of page 14, which group of policies and procedures did you say at that time she violated? And which ones apply specifically, I guess?
I would include the Code of Ethics, Section D, the violation of safety rules, regulations, policies, and procedures, Section A1, Section A10, discourteous treatment of the public. I would also include Section A13, neglect of duty or failure to take reasonably required action.
Okay, and so we went through some violations on the intent to terminate. Can you just briefly explain why there's a difference in the policies and procedures between that document and this one?
There are cases where there may be more than one policy that it applies to.
Okay. And let's see, we talked about failure to communicate with you, her supervisor. Do you see that on here? On maybe page 13?
Yes, I do. That's the item that's listed as 6/30/22.
Okay, and what was oh, you already said the date. At the bottom of page 13, top of page 14, when you listed out the policies and procedures that she violated, which ones apply to this instance?
I believe that would be closely to Section A13, neglect of duty, failure to take reasonably required action.
Okay.
Again, violation of safety rules, regulations, policies, and our office procedure. Section A29, employee job performance does not meet expectations or incompetence.
Okay, now we're going to jump over to tab 11, page 86. Could you explain what this is?
This is an instant message that another member of our office, Jordan Halfley, sent to me to advise me that Ernie was going on a break.
Okay, and if you go to tab 11, page 68.
Okay.
Could you tell me what this is?
This document is a page or a copy of a page from Ernie's desk notes
Okay, and where did you find this?
in her cubicle that she worked in
Did you find it before or after she left?
after she left.
Okay. Does this appear to be Miss Johnson's handwriting?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell me at the top of the page what the date on the notes are?
These notes refer to a meeting that was taking place on February 9th of 2022.
Okay, now flip to page 69. Is 69 the backside of page 68?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is at the top of the page?
This is, as directed at that meeting in February of 22, the chain of command for the office that lists each position.
Okay, can you just go ahead and read that really quick?
Sure, of course. The chain of command starts with our director, Ken, next our manager, Leanne, the analyst, myself, Lena, and the generalist, Jordan.
Okay, and so she was aware of this chain of command back in February of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. But she still violated the chain of command when she reported to a different supervisor?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to tab 3. We have the email to the Parks Administrator. Is this the same instance that was talked about in the letter of intent to dismiss?
Yes, it is dated 6/30 of 22.
Okay, and that's the bottom of page 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to this instance other than what you've already indicated?
This also, of course, states a prior date of July 2020, as well as a verbal reprimand from 2020. And this is included in the July document to show, again, a pattern.
Okay. And could you tell me on page 13 what you considered this a violation of at that time for this document?
For the incident in July of 22, yes. This is, again, section A1, violation of safety rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. Section A13, neglect of duty or failure to take reasonably required action, as well as section A29, employee job performance does not meet expectations and incompetence.
Okay, and then you also spoke about an event that occurred that caused some confusion among the management team. Could you give us a little bit more specifics on that and tell us where we find it in this document?
Of course, just a moment. Page 12 states an incident that happened June 24th of 22. We received an email from Ernie that she was working in a project with other technicians on an I-9 audit. After further questioning of the HR manager, I was under the assumption that she had directed this project to be done. She thought that I was under the direction for the project. So the confusion was there was no direction from a manager or supervisor for the technicians to work on this project.
Okay, and is there anything else that you wanted to add about the undertaking of this project?
Sure. The information, of course, as stated in this listing, excuse me just a minute, let me review the information, of course, it's listed here. From my experience and training, of course, doing an I-9 audit is a little different than the project that they were working on or were assigned and doing. So the procedures that they were doing was not, in fact, an audit rather than just checking documents. So according
Okay.
to the audit guidelines that are, of course, listed by Homeland Security, it was improper.
Okay, and just to clarify, nobody assigned them to do this?
Yeah, I believe that there's their documentation that states that they, the technicians were looking for busy work to do in a downtime.
Okay, and can you turn to tab 11, page 88, please?
Could you repeat that, please?
Tab 11, page 88. Do I need to speak up or closer? Is that, okay, no problem. Okay, can you tell us what it is that we're looking at?
This is an email from Ernie to myself as well as Ken, the director of HR, copying, of course, herself as well as Leanne, the HR manager, letting us know that they were doing an audit. Also listed are employees who they were not able to find I-9 forms for.
Okay, and who deals with I-9s typically? Is it one supervisor, or does everyone handle I-9s for their own departments?
The procedure is once new hires come into orientation, the documentation is given to our front desk personnel. From there, of course, they run the E-Verify and they file them for retention. The auditing process is usually handled at either the generalist or the analyst level.
Okay. So did she comply with the training that she had taken previously, or the law that she may be aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So go ahead and turn to tab 7, page 27 to 41. Can you tell me what these documents are?
These are training certificates of training courses that Ms. Johnson has completed.
And are these documents kept on file at HR for each employee?
Yes, they are.
So let's flip over to page 30 and 31. Could you describe what these are?
Page 30 indicates that this is a training course that was taken in 2021 for I-9 immigration law and compliance. Page 31 is training that was completed in 2021 on I-9 immigration law and compliance. These are both completed by Ms. Johnson.
Okay. And could you just give us a brief understanding of what I-9 compliance would be? What is I-9?
An I-9 with the documentation from the employees during new hire is their eligibility to work in the U.S.
Okay. And just for clarification purposes, can you look at the month that these certificates were completed? Because both of them were, oh no, I'm sorry. One was, which one was 2022?
22 was page 30,
Uh-huh.
and the year of, the completion date for page 31 was February 22nd of 21.
Okay.
Both different years.
So having taken these trainings, is it your understanding or experience that if someone paid attention, that they would understand what's required in the law?
That would be expected, yes.
And to conduct a full audit, would that be covered in these courses?
I'm not familiar with the exact course content, but I would assume that they would know the laws.
Okay. So let's go back to tab 3, page 13. Also, in the letter of intent to dismiss, we discussed a job posting for the roads department. Can you find that on the page here?
Yes, I can. It's the second item dated 6/20 of 22, page
Okay.
13.
Okay. And can you go ahead and give me a description of what that's about?
Of course. This gives information regarding the request from the roads department to correct a job posting that was sent live at the wrong range.
Okay. Can you now flip to tab 11? Pages 72 to 78. And what is it that we're looking at here?
These are email between the department as well as Ms. Johnson
Okay.
regarding the job postings. I believe that page 77 is where she sent the draft posting for review of the department, asking for approval. And it continues up to page 72 chronologically, where they asked for a correction.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's hop back to tab 3, please. And if you could go to the very last page, which would be 14.
Can you repeat the tab, please?
Oh, sorry, tab 3,
3.
14.
Thank you.
Can you read the last clause in the second to last paragraph?
Starting with in accordance, or just that entire
You could,
paragraph?
yes, you could start reading that there.
In accordance with the provisions of the personnel policies and procedures, if you do not comply, you shall be subject to additional disciplinary action up to and including dismissal from your employment.
Can I ask you, why is that in this document?
It's advising that if corrections were not made to the errors, that per policy and procedures, additional disciplinary action, including termination, could ensue.
Okay, thank you. And let's go back now to the tab 1, page 4. If you could summarize the paragraph at the top of the page that does not have a bullet?
Starting with since your written reprimand notice?
Correct, yes, thank you.
This states again that performance standards have not improved. It also highlights the letter of expectation that was dated January 30th of 23, that during that letter of expectation, direction and correction needed to be done within 30 days on the following 3 very crucial procedures in the office.
Okay, could you summarize the first bullet under that, please?
Sure. The first bullet under that paragraph starts with instructing Ms. Johnson to take a refresher course in the FMLA law, procedures and guidelines.
Okay.
The reason for that is continued inaccurate information to employees.
Okay. And what violation of the policies and procedures was that?
This is Personnel Policies and Procedures 4.51, item 23, insubordination and willful disobedience.
Okay, and the next bullet? Could you summarize that?
Sure. Let me review it really quick. This is directing Ms. Johnson to review her current FMLA cases for accuracy. This states of her 14 cases that needed to be updated and reviewed.
Okay, and the violation?
This states Personnel Policies and Procedures 4.5113, neglect of duty, as well as Personnel Policies and Procedures 4.51, item 23, insubordination, willful disobedience.
Okay, let's go to that actual letter of expectation. Could you turn to, oh, oops, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I apologize. think I'm backwards. Oh. I apologize, I put down the wrong tab in my notes. Could you turn to tab 2? Could you tell us what this document is?
This is the letter of expectation. It was given to Ms. Johnson January 30th of '23.
Okay, and can you go to bottom of page 6, top of page 7, starting on June 21st, 2022?
Of course. The bullet at the bottom of page 6, dated June 21st of '22, states that an employee had reached out regarding short-term disability and paid time off regarding one of their employees. So this was from a department head.
Okay. And at the top of page 7 in this bullet, the very last part of the last sentence in that bullet, could you tell us what she was instructed to do?
Of course, it states that you are instructed to take several refresher courses to assure that you are up to date on the laws, procedures, and guidelines, and that refers to FMLA.
And are you aware whether she took those or not?
We could not find any other additional training certificates showing that FMLA training was completed.
Okay, so let's go back to tab 7, page 27. What is this document?
This is a training certificate that was completed regarding the course Eliminate the Confusion of FMLA, completion date of June 18th of '21.
And were you aware if there were any additional FMLA courses taken?
I was not. I don't know. They're not included.
Okay, thank you. And let's go to tab 6, page 19. And can you tell us the date that this was given to her again?
This was dated and reviewed with Ms. Johnson, June 17th of 2022.
And what was this again?
Again, this is the performance evaluation.
And can you flip to page 25? There's a paragraph in the center of the page. Could you go ahead and explain what that says?
Of course. This refers to Ms. Johnson's IPMA certification, stating that her certification renews February 31st of '22. It also states that the training classes needed to be taken at an appropriate time in the office. Also, if she was up to date on her recertification hours, that she needed to make sure that she was focusing on her technician duties or other office tasks.
And so what was going on during this period of time? Can you explain a little bit about that? Regarding her taking trainings?
There was a time frame where Ms. Johnson was completing numerous trainings rather than, of course, assisting in the office, answering phones, and office traffic at the front door.
And you asked her to slow down on the trainings because?
She was asked to participate in office functions.
And she was not doing so?
Correct.
Okay. But 6 months later, in the document we saw prior to this, you asked her to take a FMLA refresher, is that correct?
I did, and it was very direct. The refresher courses were recommended and directed to improve upon the errors that were being made regarding FMLA.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to tab 2, page 8. The second bullet, October 21st, 2022. Can you explain what is going on here?
Yes, let me review just a moment. It's a long paragraph.
Yep.
The incident that's dated here, October 21st of 22, regards an employee situation and FMLA where Ms. Johnson had given a medical certification to be completed by the healthcare provider. When an instance such as this was not required, it only needed a request for leave to bond with a child.
Okay, were you there on that day?
I was not, so I was on vacation.
Okay, so who handled this again?
This was Jordan Hafley, another analyst in our office.
Okay, did she make you aware of the incident?
She did.
Okay. So let me ask you, does this incident specifically appear in your letter of intent to dismiss?
I believe it does. One moment, just a moment. Let me review.
I think the place we cited was the middle of page 4.
That is correct.
Okay. And do you see the date of October 21st, 2022 in there?
Hold on just a moment.
Can you clarify where you're at?
Yes, so we talked about the paragraph that says, since your written reprimand notice, your performance standards have not improved.
What tab were you under?
Oh, I'm sorry, tab 1,
Yeah.
page 4. So I guess let me ask the question in a different way. Why didn't we specifically include the date of October 21st, 2022?
Well, the cases that are listed in the intent to dismiss have additional new errors that were made regarding FMLA.
Okay, and do the cases that we're talking about in the letter of expectation, do they kind of speak to the errors that she made in FMLA noted at the second bullet point?
Yes,
Or the first and second bullet points?
yes, they do.
Okay. And could you go ahead and go over to tab 2, page 8? I'm sorry. Tab 2, page 10. Regarding the bullet points starting December 30th, 2022. Can you describe this incident?
Sure, just a moment. Let me review this case. This is an instance that an employee had came to the office frustrated because it'd been her third time to the doctor's office for getting certification completed. There were no updates in the folder or tracker. The time the employee came into the office, a designation and determination on the FMLA case could have been made with what the documentation we had.
Okay. And does this also speak to that paragraph, tab 1, page 4, regarding errors in FMLA?
It does. giving inaccurate information, seeking direction, of course, and instruction regarding FMLA. Human resources, as our positions, we need to be the experts because the employees as well as departments seek our direction.
Okay, and why is it important to have, to be able to give out accurate information regarding FMLA?
Well, one, it's a law, it's a federal law, and we need to make sure that the rights of the employees are taken care of.
Okay, and what could happen if we made a serious mistake on someone's FMLA?
Well, it would be a violation of the law. And of course, we could infringe upon an employee's rights.
Okay, and could you go to tab 2, page 11? And at the very bottom of that page, what does the last paragraph state?
Failure to meet the terms of these expectations outlined to you immediately and consistently remedy these performance deficiencies will result in disciplinary action up to and including dismissal from your employment.
Okay, and can you go to tab 1, page 4? Can you tell me what the 3 bullets at the bottom discuss?
These are all pertaining to FMLA cases and errors that were made.
Okay, and
I apologize. Could you repeat what tab and page that was again?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat the tab and page number again for that?
Sure, page 4, tab 1.
Oh, I think I was looking at tab 4, page 1.
Yes. So could you just repeat, Ms. Huber, what the summary of those paragraphs related to?
Of course. These 3 bullets listed on tab 1, page 4 are all highlighted areas of FMLA errors.
Okay, and can you flip to tab 14, page 160? Can you tell us what this is?
Of course, just a moment, let me review it. This is another situation when this is a case of an employee's FMLA again.
Okay, and who wrote this note?
This is from Jordan Halfley, an HR analyst.
Okay, and did she give this document to you?
I was aware of this as well as she gave it to Ken, our Director of Human Resources.
Okay, and could you explain what the incident that occurred actually was? What happened during this interaction?
Of course. Let me review again just to give you a highlight. This is actually from, I believe, a department regarding their employees' FMLA. There was a situation that they were questioning why her absence from the department was continuous. This is a placement order, again, rather than having to complete a certification, which was given. Because of the court order, a designation and approval or decision on the FMLA could have been made immediately.
And what was the result of that?
For the employee?
Yes.
Well, prior to this instance, if this is the department that reached out to our director to start a disciplinary process for that employee because they were unaware, they were reaching out to HR regarding an FMLA situation.
Okay, and can you turn to page 162? Can you explain what this document is?
This is an employee's request for FMLA.
And I know it has a lot of redactions, but judging from the few things that you can see, does it relate to the incident that you just spoke about?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And going over to page 163. Oh, wait, back on 162. What's the date at the bottom?
The date is February 27th of '23.
Okay. And then if you can go to page 163, what is this?
This is an email to myself from Ken to Ernie and myself, excuse me, Ms. Johnson. This is a direction from the Director of HR to advise the department of the case that we were just discussing on FMLA, stating that the procedure and the update had to be done and made by Friday at 5 o'clock. He also stated that this procedure was unacceptable as the employee was about to be disciplined.
For not having an approval,
Correct.
and that approval should have occurred on the day that it was turned in?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I believe I skipped something here. Oh, well, let's address tab 15, page 167 and 168. Can you explain what page 167 is?
This is a page of an FMLA tracker, individuals, employees that have FMLA cases. We keep case notes from an FMLA tracker. That's what this piece is.
Okay, and can you flip over to page 168? Can you tell us what this is?
This is a denial of FMLA that was sent to an individual for non-compliance.
Okay, and could you explain what non-compliance is?
Well, according to this letter, FMLA is being denied because they did not comply with the policies and procedures.
Okay, and what is your understanding of this situation? What happened here?
If I could refer to page 167, the first entry in January of '23, the department advised us that the employee had been out of the office and had exhausted their PTO and may have a qualifying event. So an FMLA packet and invitation was sent to the employee. As stated in the letter on page 168 by Ms. Johnson, 3 attempts to the employee in offering FMLA were sent.
Okay, and are you aware whether Ms. Johnson sent the letter on page 168 to anyone else for not submitting FMLA documentation?
I believe that there have been several denial letters sent to other employees, not regarding this case.
Okay, and what is the practice of the office regarding that specific situation?
A denial for FMLA would be sent from the Human Resources Office based on eligibility. If an employee does not meet the criteria to be eligible for FMLA or does not send in the proper documents, if an employee does not wish to invoke their right to utilize FMLA, that's not a non-compliance.
Is that what occurred in this instance?
Yes.
Is they just didn't invoke their right to use FMLA?
Correct, they returned to work.
And are you aware that the law permits employers to actually send a denial letter for FMLA?
Yes, we are.
Why does the office have a more lenient policy?
We allow more opportunities for the employee rather than the strict, of course, law of FMLA.
And are there situations where anyone would not want to submit paperwork for FMLA?
Absolutely. It's their right to not utilize FMLA as well.
And so, but they risk the being punished for taking time off without pay, is that correct?
Exactly. FMLA provides protection of their position. In the instance, of course, if there was excessive absenteeism.
Okay, and let me just. Okay, can you recall any instances where you had conversations with Ms. Johnson about her performance that were not directly related to a disciplinary action?
Yes.
How often did those happen?
When there were errors that needed to be corrected, or as a direct situation, that perhaps a payroll situation, posting actions that needed correction.
Okay. And could you turn to tab 16? And is Ms. Johnson aware of the errors that she made?
Yes, if there was something that needed to be corrected, of course, we had to address those things.
Okay. So tab 16, what document is this?
This is Ms. Johnson's rebuttal.
Okay, and so she wrote it?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and when did your office receive this?
It appears the date was March 21st.
Okay, of 2023?
Correct, I'm sorry.
And this was a rebuttal letter to?
Terminate, grounds to terminate.
Okay, can you turn to page 188 and 189? I don't know if you can skim through this and point out any specific instances regarding some of the corrections that you made to her?
Sure. The first, second, third, fourth. The first four entries, starting from June 28th of 22, June 29th of 22, August 18th of 22. These are all Ms. Johnson's statements as to when she was either corrected or given direction to make a correction.
Okay. So she was aware that she was making mistakes repeatedly?
Correct.
Okay. So earlier in your testimony, you indicated that you gave the personnel, the performance review to her about a month or so later. And we heard Mr. Green indicate that Ms. Johnson suffered a traumatic event. Were you aware of that traumatic event?
Yes, we were made aware,
Okay, and
but not the details.
can you tell us how you found out about that event?
Upon I'm assuming the situation, Ms. Johnson had contacted me usually on Sundays to let me know that she would not be there. It was very difficult for her to form a conversation as she was very distraught. It was several days, I believe, almost more than, or towards almost the beginning of a second week. I directed her to discuss the situation if she was uncomfortable discussing it with me, to contact the Director of Human Resources. And she did reach out to the Director of Human Resources and explain briefly the event And then he advised me the reason that she would not be there. At work, that is.
Okay. And, what, did you do anything, for her after learning of her, learning of the traumatic incident?
We did. There were several of us in the office of the management team that put together a cash gift because we, of course, felt that we didn't know which way that we could assist or show that we cared. I actually did some grocery shopping. I know that if there's an event, that's probably the least furthest from your mind is your self-care. So I wanted to make sure that she had groceries. So I arranged a time on a Saturday morning to deliver the cash gift from the department as well as groceries to Ms.
Okay.
Johnson.
Okay, and throughout her subsequent employment with the county in your office as her supervisor, throughout the course of that time after the incident, what did you do anything else to assist or?
I did. I reached out several times to make sure, of course, that her well-being was taken care of. We also offered, myself and another management team member, offered to seek counseling, peer counseling, any type of support that she could get. I offered, of course, to attend counseling with her if she felt that that was necessary so that she wouldn't feel alone. Also, when she returned to work, I sent her a text as she was in the parking lot. I offered to walk into the building with her upon her return so that she wouldn't be alone.
Okay, and do you recall how much time off the office gave her?
Initially, after the incident, I believe that she came back after 1 month, or it was approximately a month that she was off.
Okay,
Could be a little bit more.
okay, and was that paid time off, or do you recall?
I don't recall the entire paid portion versus non-paid portion, but it was a combination of both.
Okay, and is there anything else that you'd like to add to that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So just to clarify, what was your basis for dismissing Ms. Johnson?
The continued errors, the severity of the errors, and the need for correction.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Huber. I have no further questions of this witness at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, you wish to cross?
Yeah, I would like to. Is it possible to take a break for maybe 5 minutes just so we can use the restroom facilities? Maybe I'm the only one, but I'd like to take a quick break
We will
quickly.
recess 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So, Council, for your benefit, we're waiting for Ms. Johnson and Mr. Cunningham to return. As soon as they return, we'll resume.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone has returned from recess. We will resume with cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Hoover. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thank
Good.
you.
All right, so in reviewing the paperwork, there was one write-up that was referenced from August of 2020. You recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. And from August of 2020 through June 17th, at any point during that time, did Ms. Ernestine Johnson receive any written disciplinary action?
Can I review the documents?
You're welcome to.
Sure, just a moment, please. It does not appear that there are any documentation listed in the evidence.
Okay, so to be clear, there was no documented disciplinary actions that occurred at all at any point between August 2020 through the date of her evaluation of June 17, 2022, right?
That I recall, that's correct.
That's correct, okay. Are you aware that of the complaint? Did Ms. Ernestine ever come to you about a complaint about a statement that you had said?
Could you be more specific?
Yeah, do you recall her complaining to you about a comment that you made about something to do with shooting? Do you recall that?
Objection, that wasn't covered in the main testimony. I would think that would be more appropriate for the defense case.
I agree with that. Counsel, this was not addressed in the initial, so are we cross-examining current testimony or is this new information?
Well, it's new information, but it's about a complaint that she made, and we can do it on direct if we want to hold her, and I'll call her as a witness in our case in chief if that's what we want to do.
Yes, I think that would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Your in looking at her evaluation, the evaluation that you wrote, the evaluation on June 17th, 2022.
Are you referring to tab 6, page 19?
We can refer to whatever page you like, but I'm just asking a simple question about whether or not you wrote that performance evaluation on that date.
Yes, I did on June 17th, 22.
In that evaluation, which, as you pointed to, is on tab 6, looks like it starts on page 19 and goes through page 24, 25, 19 through 26. Anywhere on that, anywhere in this evaluation, there's not one box checked as unsatisfactory. Is that correct?
If I could have just a moment to review. That is correct.
And this evaluation, is this the lowest rated evaluation? This 2.59, is that the lowest rating she's ever received during her time with Mohave County?
Based on the evaluations, that's correct.
Earlier, we discussed her missing some kind of a payroll deadline that was on, you had indicated that it was due on June 28th. She had submitted the payroll information around June 29th. Do you recall referencing that?
Yes, we did.
Are you aware that the finance department issues a memorandum with early payroll deadlines?
Yes, they do.
Are you aware that a memorandum was issued on December 13th that had the deadlines on there for running early payroll?
I don't recall the date, but yes, we do get notification of early deadlines.
So you're not aware that the due date was actually noon on June 30th of that date?
That's a possibility. I don't have the document to refer to.
Okay, so just to be clear, your claim that it's possible that your claim that she ran payroll late is inaccurate.
It's a possibility. I just don't recall that specific incident.
Okay, and I can have Ms. Johnson testify to the existence of that document, but we'll move on to the next issue here. You had mentioned in your testimony there was reference to a message that she sent out regarding payroll or regarding the pay rates for an employee and how that information was inaccurate. Do you recall mentioning that?
Are you referring to a job posting?
I am referring to job posting, yes.
Yes.
And I believe that is referenced on pages 70, MC 73 and MC 75. Or through 75 or 76. MC 73 through MC 76. And what you indicated was, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you indicated was that the pay rate information, R19 S2 plus, and again, I'm looking at page 73 in the email dated June 9th, 2022 at 11:45 a.m., that information was inaccurate. Is that correct?
Can you clarify that question? Are you referring to just this email page?
On page 73, there's an email from Ernestine Johnson to Ray Howard and among others, dated June 9th, 2022. Time is 11:45 a.m. Do you see that email?
I do.
Okay. And you were stating in this disciplinary action that this pay rate was inaccurate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that she attempted to recall that message?
Yes, I was.
Are you aware that she recalled that message only moments after the original email was sent out?
I don't know when it was recalled, but yes, I was aware that it was attempted to recall.
And if you turn to page 75, at the bottom of page 75, you will see an email, again with the same date and time, June 9th, 2022 at 11:45 a.m. Is the rate of pay contained in that email, which is the recalled email, is that correct?
The document that you're referring to, if that is page 75, the last email dated June 9th, 11:45 a.m.
Is that the recalled email? Is that the email that was sent to replace the recalled email?
I believe so. I don't know if that was the recalled one or not, as it does not indicate that.
Okay, but it's got the same date and time on it. Do you see that?
No.
And is the rate of pay that's in that email accurate?
No, it's not. Fortunately, the amount that they'd requested it to be posted at was at range 10, steps 1 through 4, starting at $17.69.
Okay. Was this issue ultimately corrected?
Yes, it was.
Did it cause any harm to the department at all?
To the department, no. Excuse
Did
me.
it cause any harm to Mohave County at all?
It just shows maybe incompetence of the Human Resources Department.
You had indicated earlier that she was disciplined for, or in her write-up, she was disciplined for notifying Jordan that she was going on break. You recall a reference to that?
That's correct.
And prior to June 20th, are you aware that she frequently advised Jordan when she was going on break, when you were not available?
That's correct.
And at any time prior to that, was she disciplined for advising Jordan that she was going on break?
Not that I recall.
Is it? Explain the situation. So she's going on break. She's taking some kind of a routine break, correct? Is that standard within the department for department employees?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And before you can take a break, is there a written policy that states who you must report to with regard to, before you go on a standard break?
There's not a written policy, but it's our practice. We also have a attendance board in our office for safety reasons in case there was an evacuation, so that we know which employees are present in the office or which ones are away from the office.
And you were notified that she was on break when her break started, is that correct?
In this instance that was referred to Jordan, yes.
Okay. Did it call her going on break without talking to you directly? Did that cause any problems?
Not that I'm aware of, I don't recall.
You mentioned also in the write-up, there's a reference to her not submitting a volunteer background authorization on time. Do you recall referencing that?
I'm sorry, could you restate that first part? I wasn't able to hear that.
Yeah, there was a reference to her being late with regard to submitting a volunteer background authorization. Do you recall referencing that?
I do.
Can you describe for the committee there, the commission, what the issue was?
Sure, just a moment. Do you mind if I review the documents just a moment?
I do not at all.
Thank you.
I have to object because I don't believe this was something that we brought up in direct testimony.
Can you cite a tab and a page so we can double check?
Yeah, it's on page 7, which is tab 2, and it is the letter of expectation, and they went through the letter of expectation in great detail.
Okay.
So I think it would
Thank you.
be appropriate to cover this, since it is the letter of expectation that was ultimately used as the basis for her dismissal, that it's all relevant and related to the direct examination.
Yeah, I withdraw my objection.
The information is referenced on tab 2, page 7, the first bullet that starts dated July 14th of 22.
That's correct.
Yes, I see that.
What to your knowledge, can you explain to the commission what she did wrong?
According to the information that's listed here on page 7, the expected turnaround time for requests to be completed for departments is swift. I'm reading through the
Just,
rest of
can
the
you describe
information.
Swift? Is it within one business day? Is it within two
One
business
day,
days?
two
Within
business
one
days, of
business
course,
day?
depending on if we receive it on a Friday afternoon, no later than the next, or the end of the next business day is expected.
Okay, so as long as she submits the request within 1 to 2 business days, and that would comply with your policy?
That's usually acceptable.
Okay. What day of the week is that? July 14th, 2022? If I told you it was a Thursday, any reason to dispute the accuracy of that?
I don't have a calendar with me. I apologize. I don't know what day of the week that was.
Apologize, I got a little dry cough here. I'm just going to verify real quick for the committee, but do you have any reason to dispute that July 14, 2022 was a Thursday?
I don't have a reason to object to that or to challenge that. I just don't know the day of the week that was.
I do object to it. Is there a way she could reference a calendar to confirm that?
Absolutely. Do you have your phone in front of you or with you? Do you have an iPhone or
We
cell
can
phone?
use an iPhone to verify.
Here, the clerk. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I don't have a phone with me.
You're fine. So 2022, July.
And again, that's July 14, 2022.
Thank you. Yes, that is a Thursday.
Or the Thursday, okay. All right, so when you submit these packages, can you explain how that works?
When we would submit the request for the background report.
Yeah, how does that work? Do you purchase them as packages?
It's a signed document by either the volunteer or employee is signed at the department level. Once the HR department receives it, we run a e-verify, or excuse me, or background check with global HR to make sure, of course, employment is acceptable based on the report.
I'm sorry, I just realized my camera was off. I don't know when I clicked that, but, so with Global HR, you purchase these, like when you do the county criminal, the National Sex Register, or National Sex Offender and Violent Abuse Registry, and the National Criminal Database. You would agree with me that those are purchased as a package at the same time?
That's correct.
Okay, can you turn to MC, page 97?
Did you say
And that's on
9?
tab 11.
Okay,
Tab 11, and it's 97.
thank you.
And what is the date that it shows for the county criminal? The date ordered and date completed. What date is that?
7/18 of 2022, 10:55 a.m. is when it was ordered.
And so your issue was that this took too long. This is too, and just to remind you, this is a Monday, it's 7/18. The 7/14 is a Thursday, 15 is a Friday, 16, 17, 18 is a Monday. So 2 business days after, it shows that this was ordered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that fair? Okay. Now, if you scroll down here just a little bit on the same page, it has a National Sex Offender and Violent Abuse Registry. What is the date ordered on that one?
7/15 of 2022.
And what is the date completed on that one?
7/15 of 22.
Okay. And as we discussed earlier, these are ordered at the exact same time and purchased as a package, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So explain to me how this National Sex Offender and Violent Abuse Registry was ordered on 7/15 and the county criminal was ordered on 7/18. If they're purchased as a package, what date was this ordered?
It appears that it was ordered on 7/15 of 2022.
Okay, so within one business day of the request, she submitted this she did this package and this request. Is that correct?
That's what it appears, correct.
Okay, so would you, based on the fact that you know that now, would you concede that what she did was proper?
Can I refer to the original document, of course, again?
Absolutely, and it's page 7 and it's on tab 2.
Thank you. The statement on page 7 states that the request was actually received by email on July 14th, which of course, based on the evidence on page 97, shows that that would have been 24 hours.
So again, it's within 1 business day, which you testified to earlier is considered swift. You said 1 to 2 business days is what you said, right?
That's
And
correct.
so would you agree with me that she did it on time?
It was within the acceptable amount of time, correct?
Okay, so would you agree with me that it was improper to have this in this memorandum at all?
It probably could have been reviewed to not be included.
Okay.
A question, this line of questioning.
Absolutely.
Was this, as you went over this letter with Ms. Johnson, was she able to provide you any explanations along the way for some of these bullet points as it was being administered? And were things like this discussed? In other words, council's pointing out a possible discrepancy in one of these bullet points. Did Ms. Johnson refute any of this along the way with you so that these clarifications could be made? Or was it just accepted as written at the time?
When we presented the letter of expectation to her, as well as other disciplines that are listed, she did not wish to go through each point as we read them with her, and she did not wish to speak of these instances, nor did she want to discuss any corrections.
Okay, thank you.
And to that point, I appreciate the questions. I just want to make clear that I welcome any questions from the committee at all. So if anybody on the has any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to interrupt. Or in fact, I might ask you at the end if you have any questions for the witness before I excuse her. There was you made reference to giving her time off after her son was killed, correct? Do you remember talking about that? You gave her time off?
Correct.
Do you recall that was FMLA time that she took off?
Not initially, because there was no FMLA documents that were completed and returned to our office.
Are you saying she did not submit an FMLA request?
That is not what I said. At the time when she had initial time off, we had not received any request for FMLA.
Okay. Did she ultimately submit a request for FMLA?
She did.
Do you recall the date that was submitted?
Let me review the documents, as I believe that they are. Do you know the tab and page number for that?
I don't know what page it was.
One moment.
I don't believe that we included it in our exhibits. I believe this is in appellant's exhibits.
And Ms. Johnson, I know you're in the room there. If you happen to know what page number your FMLA request is on, you're welcome to point us in the right direction.
My FMLA was on page 201 of our exhibits, and the date my FMLA was approved is on page 198 under our exhibits, which is tab, my apologies. Tab 14.
What did you say 201 was?
Tab 14 under our exhibits, page 198 and page 201, 201.
I show them under tab
Tab
15. Exhibits EJ 00199 and the letter inviting to utilize FMLA as EJ 00201.
Okay, so just looking at EJ 00198, which is on tab 15. EJ 00198. That's, you signed this form, isn't that correct?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me the date, according to this form, the date that she submitted her request for FMLA?
On this letter, the letter states on March 27th, we became aware of an event that may qualify under FMLA.
No, just to be clear, what was the day that she submitted her FMLA request? It says right there in the first sentence. This letter is being sent to inform you that we received your completed certification of health care provider for your own serious health condition on May 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. Is that
And so May 3rd, 2022 was the date of her request?
Can I get clarification? Are you referring to the document EJ 00198?
Correct. Under Dear Ernie, the very first sentence.
Correct. It was sent
She
on
submitted-
May 3rd, as the letter states, that we
And it was
received the certification.
Okay. And then her FMLA request wasn't approved until May 10th. Is that correct?
This letter states that we received the certification on May 3rd. The letter is dated May 10th.
Okay, I'm just not trying to split hairs here, but I don't know that you answered my question. The question is, did she submit her FMLA request on May 3rd? Or do you know?
We sent an invitation to Ms. Johnson on April 4th. We received certification back on May 3rd.
Okay, so you received her application, or whatever you want to call it, for FMLA on May 3rd. Am I saying it right? Am I using the terms wrong? What's the issue?
That's correct.
Okay, and then what day did you approve it?
This letter is dated to Ms. Johnson on May 10th.
Okay, so is it safe to assume that you approved the FMLA on May 10th?
The letter to inform her is dated May 10th, although, of course, in the letter also indicates that per the provider, the FMLA coverage started on 3/27 of 22.
I understand, but that's not my question. My question is, what was the date that she submitted her request, and what was the date that you approved it?
We sent the invitation to her based on her absences.
That's not my question. That's not my question. I just want you to answer my question. My question is, what date did she submit her application for FMLA, and what date was it approved?
Counsel, how would you like me to answer that based on the documentation? Okay, perfect. We do show May 3rd on the document and the letter being May 10th as the approval.
Okay, so it took you 7 days to complete and approve her FMLA request. Is that correct?
That's
Based on this letter, it took you 7 days.
That's, yes, what it appears.
Now, going back to one of her disciplinary actions that she received on tab 1, page 4, and it's in reference to an employee's application that was filed on 2/28. Do you see that? It's
No, I
the,
don't, I'm not to that tab yet.
again, it's page 4, tab 1, page 4, and there's 3 or 4 dark colored bullet points, and then like a hollow bullet point.
Did you want me to summarize that bullet point?
I just want you to answer the question about when was it received for that employee? What was the date that it was received?
This was received on February 28th of 23.
Okay. And what was the date that it was approved?
Let me see if there's an exhibit that states that.
And again, I'm going to ask Ms. Johnson. I know she knows this stuff more than anybody probably in the room, but Ms. Johnson, do you know what page that's referenced on, the date that that FMLA application was approved? Is that somewhere in the paperwork?
It was on page 197.
Back to you, Ms. Hoover, while she's looking for that. You don't know what date that employee's application was approved?
Was that a question directed towards me?
It was. You don't know what date that application was approved?
No, not without referring to the documentation.
Mr. Green? So it was
It's a-
approved on March the 6th, and it's page 66 of the Mohave County exhibits.
What tab are you under?
At 10, I think?
Unfortunately, my tabs are different than what Mohave County tabs are. I just know it's page 166.
Oh, 166. I'll be at 66. Sorry. Let's tab 14.
For clarification, did you say tab 10, page 66?
I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's tab 14, page 166.
Okay, the date that this letter is dated is March 6th of 23.
Okay, so to clarify, she submitted her application on February 28th, and it was approved on March 6th, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that that's 7 days, is that correct?
That's correct.
The same number of days that it took you to approve Ernestine's FMLA application, correct?
Correct.
And you were testifying earlier, and I didn't write down the number, but there was a testimony to, and anybody in the room is welcome to shout out the page number if you find it, but there was a discussion about a letter that was sent out to someone who had withdrawn their application for FMLA. You recall discussing that earlier?
We discussed a situation with an employee who did not utilize FMLA. They did not formally withdraw the request.
Okay. So did they initially submit an application for FMLA?
No, they did not.
So how did it come to HR's knowledge that this person was seeking or requesting or potentially or considering FMLA? How did HR find out about that?
The employee's department advised Human Resources that the employee had absences and alerted us that there may be an issue with FMLA that they may qualify for. At that time, we sent the invitation.
Okay. And then she sent a letter saying that we didn't, something to the effect of, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing here, something to the effect of, we didn't receive the documents related to your application, and therefore therefore any request for FMLA is not approved. Something along those lines, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there anything illegal about her sending that?
No. The only thing that was not correct was that it was non-compliance, because FMLA is an employee's right.
In order to apply for FMLA, don't you have to comply with the rules and submit the appropriate paperwork?
Correct. If they wish to utilize the FMLA, that is correct.
So if you wish to utilize FMLA, it requires some level of compliance with policies, procedures, certain forms.
Of course, yes.
And you would agree with me that that employee did not follow through with those steps necessary?
That is correct.
So was there anything inaccurate about that letter that she sent?
The inaccuracy, I believe, is still the non-compliance. It would be similar to me getting a write-up, I believe, for not voting.
I don't understand the analogy there, but we just testified that the employee did not complete the forms that are required to comply with a request for FMLA, right?
That's correct.
So these aren't trick questions. I'm just trying to wrap my head around why this was supposedly some awful thing that she did. And she submitted this letter. Did the letter violate any Mohave County policies or procedures that are in writing?
It's not our practice to send letters for denial for non-compliance.
The HR department doesn't send letters stating that the FMLA is denied because they did not comply with the policies? Y'all don't do that?
We do if they don't send the proper certification. This instance with the employee not invoking his right to utilize FMLA is different than compliance when a person does not submit their criteria or certification, or if they're not eligible.
And so you don't think it was appropriate to let this employee know that they weren't on FMLA because they didn't comply with the requirements to submit an FMLA application?
A letter could have been sent to the employee stating that at this time, with the lack of documents, that of course they were not covered by FMLA. But we would also invite them in the future if the case arose to utilize it at a future time.
I'm still kind of struggling to understand what she supposedly did wrong. You testified earlier that these types of letters are sent out routinely. It's common.
Different reasons, yes.
For different reasons. Okay. All right, I have no further questions, but I'd like to reserve the witness for my case in chief, and then also I'd like to turn it over to the commission to see if they have any questions for the witness.
I do for a point of clarification on the processing time for the FMLA. Is the 7-day window appropriate or inappropriate? Is there something in writing that says what it should be? Maybe I missed it earlier, but I'm just trying to clarify.
Sometimes we're unable to make a determination if the employee does not see their physician, or if the physician does not return a certification. Every case on FMLA is different because, again, there's cases where if we have everything to make a determination at that time, we should be able to make an immediate decision.
Okay, so to be clear, in the two cases that were cited by counsel, was one different than the other, or are they both in the same classification of processing time?
They're very different.
How so?
One, some of the examples that we've used today, the employee had a court document placing a child in their home. That was all that was needed, along with the request for FMLA. Determination could have been made that day. The other case where the 3 letters were sent and a denial, If the individual or the employee did not wish to pursue FMLA without their interaction with us, a simple letter from our department stating that at this time we recognize nothing has been turned in nor the request, and we could utilize, of course, future down the road, he could utilize those rights for FMLA.
Okay, so how would you classify Ms. Johnson's FMLA processing time being a week? Would that be appropriate or inappropriate?
Based on the circumstance, it's reasonable. But again, you have to take every case into situation or to consideration.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
I have a few questions for you. Are you supposed to send out FMLA paperwork even if you know that the person's going to be out for a while? Are you supposed to send out FMLA paperwork?
As long as they're eligible and meet the criteria, yes.
So in the first case, when you were saying that she was not out on FMLA, was there paperwork sent out?
For the invitation to utilize it, yes. The invitation does go out,
It did go out the very first time?
yes.
Okay. And do you have standard letters that you send out?
Yes, we do.
So you have a standard process of letters that you send out for each incident, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, I know by law, you're supposed to, you have so many days to respond to that. Do you know what that is?
15 days?
Okay. Some other questions that I have are regarding, if you'll go to tab 6. Page 21. Under quality of work, will you go down to the very last, where it says performs? Will you read that, please?
Sure. Performs all work according to the personnel policies and procedures, human resources procedures.
And how did you rate that employee?
A 4.
Okay, and can you go down further to job knowledge? The first one there,
Would you
will
like
you
me to
read that?
Sure,
And
of course. This is demonstrates a thorough knowledge of and understands, adheres to, applies the personnel policies and procedures, federal and state employment statutes, regulations, and guidelines, wage and hour, FLSA, FMLA, HIPAA, and GINA related to human resources compliance. That is rated as a 4.
And what does that 4 rating mean?
According to the evaluation, a 4 is a high contributor.
Okay. And let's see. Oh, I'd like to go to tab 3. Page 12. I'd like to visit the I-9. So on the 6/24/2022, where she's being disciplined for the I-9 process. Oh, what other employees were involved with that? How many?
I believe there were 2 others. There were technicians.
And will they be testifying today?
No, they will not be.
Okay. Were they disciplined?
No, they were not.
And why were they not disciplined?
Because I don't know, I was under the understanding that Ernie had taken the project on herself.
Okay, can you give me the whole, what you know of this?
So from what I understood, after I got the email that we indicated and referred to earlier, Ernie, and as well as 2 other technicians, were doing an I-9 audit. So through the audit, meaning pulling the active employees' documents out of the booklets to verify that based on the current employees, their forms were on file. I was under the assumption myself that the human resources manager had given them this task. So I asked what the process was. The human resources manager also was unaware. She'd received an email and they'd consulted with her. So again, the question, I think, especially on the reprimand, was following the chain of command and making sure that everybody was on the same page when a project this large is underway.
So all 3 individuals were engaged in this, but only one was disciplined, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one question. Did COVID affect when evaluations were done? Because there seems to be some time difference.
Let me refer back to the other evaluation here. I don't think that we have the other evaluation from the time period of 2020 to 21. I don't have the date that that was completed as far as our evidence pieces.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
To clarify, those evaluations are on our tab 3 at page 17 through 24, I believe. So that's 2020. And then 2021 is 25 on the next tab, 25 through 33. And then the one on 2022 is 34 through 41. I don't know if the commissioner's questions were answered with regard to that, or if she'd like to re-ask the question based on the fact that we have those evaluations.
Are you referring to me?
Yes, ma'am. I was just wondering if your question was answered. We do have those evaluations in those tabs, and so she may be able to answer the question or at least explain the discrepancy from the time that they were submitted, based on the fact that we have them.
Can you please go to your tab? Say what tab?
So the 2020 evaluation is on tab 3, and it's EJ00017. So page 17 of tab, so on tab 3. And then the 2021 evaluation begins on the next tab.
And yeah, I did refer to tab 6 at the very beginning regarding the evaluation that was in question. Because you're the one that gave that evaluation, correct, Ms.?
The 2022, that's correct.
So all these that I just asked you the question on regarding, that I had you read, you were the one that actually did that evaluation,
that's correct.
Okay. And one other question, how many people do you supervise?
Currently none.
So she's the only one that you supervised?
No, previously I had 3 technicians.
3 technicians?
Correct.
During that time?
That's correct.
And during that time, did any of the technicians ever report to anybody else regarding that they were going to be on a break?
I don't recall. Usually, again, we have the attendance board in our office. So if they are going to be out of the office, rather than telling somebody, unless they anticipated somebody coming to the office, they report on a board.
So could she have just gone to the board and put herself out and that would have been okay?
Yes, that would have been fine.
So because she went to the person and emailed them, that's where she got in trouble?
That's not the only instance, though.
But that's the only instance that you referred to, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Huber, one more question regarding evaluations. Sort of a general question. When an employee is hired, they go through a probationary period, I would guess. And earlier in your testimony, you stated you did not oversee Ms. Johnson during that period of her employment. It was somebody else overseeing her.
Correct.
Did you take the reins from that person directly, or was there someone else involved with her supervision after the initial person?
Yes, there was somebody in the interim after that previous supervisor left. It was our director, Mr. Cunningham.
Okay, and obviously she passed her probation, so whatever evaluation process occurred during that time was satisfactory to the county. And so we really don't have any record of that because it's not in any of the documents that we received, correct? of what her probationary period looked like or what things were, so I'm to assume that it's probably similar to what we've seen in the first full evaluation, maybe even the second. So what we're questioning here is the third one. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have any other questions, council?
Any redirect?
Yes, I do, please. Thank you. Ms. Huber, so going back to the gap in time periods when she received disciplines, do you recall what was the event that occurred in 2020 that impacted the office?
Aside from COVID?
No, that's what I was looking for. So did COVID impact your office?
Absolutely. There were times, we're an office of 9 usually. There were times that there were only 2 to 3 staff members present.
So you didn't have like direct oversight over her during that period of time for how long?
Well, it depended. If there was a quarantine that was necessary, it could be up to 10 days. We did allow employees to work remotely from home, but again, during that time frame in 2020, I was not a direct supervisor.
Okay, and gosh, I wish my notes made more sense. Regarding the finance issues with the early deadlines, just to clarify, you don't have that document and that's not included in any of the documents received from opposing counsel?
That's correct. What I have reviewed off of the table of contents, as well as both parties, it doesn't reference a document that states the timeline for payroll deadlines.
Okay, and going back to those job posting emails, let's turn to page 75. That would be under, Respondents tab 10. So actually, let's look again at 75, 74, and 73. And 72. What is the date at the top of the email on the date and timestamp on page 72?
The email is dated Monday, June 20th of 2022, 12:30 p.m.
And who is that from and to?
That's from the department liaison to Ms. Johnson, as well as another department member of Ms. Howard, Mr. Compton.
And just for clarification, can you read the range and step that they wanted?
The range requested is range 10, steps 1 through 4, starting at 1769 to 1933 per hour.
Okay, and in the email below that, could you tell us what the date and who it was from and to?
This email states that Ms. Johnson sent this to that department liaisons, Ms. Howard and Mr. Compton. It's dated Tuesday, June 14th, 2022, 8:19 a.m.
And could you tell us what the rate was that Ms. Johnson indicated on that email?
She's asking the department to confirm the job posting, range 19, steps 2 plus, starting at 1734 an hour.
Okay, and hold on a second. Can you flip over to page 75? Oh, wait. Oh, so it looks like 75, go ahead and read the bottom email, not the whole thing, but the to, from, and the date and time.
This is from Ms. Johnson on Thursday, June 9th, 2022, 11:45 a.m. to, again, the department liaisons.
And that was the first email, correct?
In this chain that's referenced, yes, I think the original one was sent on Monday, June 20th of 22 with the draft posting.
Okay, but if we flip back to 73, we have another email on June 9th.
That's correct.
Can you tell us what that states?
This is, sorry, just a moment, let me review them both in comparison. This is again sending it from Ms. Johnson on Thursday, June 9th of 22, 11:45 a.m. The draft posting for this position, range 19, step 2 plus, it's 1734.
Okay, so it looks like at one moment in time, she had it correct, and another moment in time, she had it incorrect. Is that right, looking at those two dates?
That's a possibility, yes.
So, Mr. Green indicated that this message was recalled. Can you explain your understanding of what a recalled message is?
Through an email, if you send to whatever recipients you have set, and prior to the recipient opening that email, you have the option to recall it. It allows you to make corrections or delete that message to compose a new message that's being sent when you recall, you perform that action.
Okay, so, but there's a possibility that email would have been received by the receiving party then?
Correct.
Okay. So, and that subsequently, as we can see through this chain of emails, did that cause confusion?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Let's move on to what's the reason that we want individuals in the office to follow the chain of command?
Well, of course, direct reports, rather direct supervision may know any projects or daily processes that their direct reports have as far as processes.
Okay, and if they don't give you the information firsthand, as we saw in the I-9 instance, what does that do in the department?
It causes confusion.
Okay. Let me see. Let's turn to page, I think. Let me see before I open my mouth. Okay, let's go back to the period of time when Ms. Johnson had some time off. I don't believe we went into detail on how that whole instance occurred from your perspective. Can you give us a narrative of what happened?
Well, one afternoon, Sunday afternoon, I received a phone call from Ms. Johnson, who was very distraught, and informed me and asked if she could have some time off. Following procedure as far as chain of command, reporting absences, that was usual protocol. I had no idea what the situation was. She wasn't able to speak, if this is the incident that you're referring to.
Yes.
After several days, I still knew nothing because unfortunately she was able to speak being distraught, and I understood that. I didn't understand what was going on. I tried to offer any assistance if she was in trouble, making sure that she was okay. I had sent several texts to also follow up to make sure that she was okay, but I didn't have a response back. The The following Sunday, when she did call, I referred her to the Director of Human Resources, and said if she was not comfortable speaking to me, to talk to him, in which she did. After that, Mr. Cunningham did reach out to me to let me know that the only details we had were that there was something tragic that happened, and she would be out for an extended period of time.
Okay. And are you aware of the time off? So are you, as a supervisor, able to approve time off?
I am.
Okay. And how much time off are you allowed to approve?
Well, again, our department is only 40 hours. Of course, any time off that was going to be extensive, I reviewed with our director. Above 40 hours, it needs to go to the county manager.
And do you know, did you or Mr. Cunningham reach out to the county manager?
Absolutely, Mr. Cunningham did reach out to the county manager because we didn't know, of course, initially the time off that would be required.
Okay. And when, how much additional time off did the county manager give her?
Initially, of course, until we had further information supporting what was happening, as much time as needed, but during that time frame in our office, of course, we're very busy. We did allow her as much time as she needed.
And you said you were very busy. Why were you busy during that period of time? Were you short-staffed or?
Yeah, we were short-staffed. We were also going through open enrollment,
Okay.
which is the time period during the year everybody makes elections on their insurance.
Okay. But I believe, appellant referred you to, I think it was 166 in, unless I wrote that down wrong. Oh, no, not 166, that must have been my page. FMLA, let's see. FMLA paperwork, tab, it would be 15, I'm sorry, in the appellant's documents. We have, so did you have the discussion with her at any time regarding applying for FMLA?
We did by text. We made sure that we sent the invitation to utilize FMLA.
And did you send that by mail to her house?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And on, do you recall when you sent the original letter to her?
Under tab 15, page EJ 00201, the letter that we sent is dated April 4th.
Okay, so you sent it to her on April 4th, and she took a month, I guess, about a month to apply, to turn in her paperwork?
I'm just going to object to this line of questioning. I don't see the relevance. This has nothing to do with her termination. They're not alleging that there's anything that she did wrong that, with regard to her FMLA request, that somehow resulted in her dismissal. So I don't see the point in this.
What I'm just doing here is to show that the department worked with Ms. Johnson. The rule does, she, having worked in HR, understands FMLA paperwork. She didn't turn it in for a month, which is completely understandable, but that the department did give her extended time to turn in the documentation, even though she had been on leave for quite a while.
I'm just going to say that this is probably part of the grieving era of Ms. Johnson, and I'm guessing there had some time delays may have had something to do with that. So
Yes,
I think it's understandable by all involved here why that may have happened.
yes.
So I think the point was made.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can you turn, this is going on to another topic, page 166 in the respondents exhibits? So we're going back to the employee who was sent a denial letter saying that they were denied FMLA. And I guess I just want to clarify, did that employee, are you aware, did they take excessive unpaid leave?
The document on page 166 is a different letter, but if
Oh,
you're
I'm
referring
sorry.
to,
Okay, then ignore the page that I'm looking at.
I was just confused about the question.
Okay, so going back to the employee who was denied FMLA coverage because they just didn't turn in their paperwork, because they didn't exercise their right, I believe is what you said.
Okay.
Did that employee take, was he on excessive unpaid leave?
Yes, that's why the department notified our department that there
Okay.
may be a case that he was eligible or they were eligible for FMLA.
Was this employee subsequently disciplined by the department?
No, but it could have led up to it if he did not return to work.
Okay, but, but it was his right to either continue to take unpaid leave and risk being fired or to turn in FMLA paperwork.
That's correct.
Okay.
On that, could you then clarify if this was a wrong, the way that she notified this individual? How were they to notify the individual that their FMLA had been denied for not turning in paperwork?
I think that the letter actually could have been composed differently as to, as of this date, we have not received your request for FMLA. Of course, if they chose to invoke their right to utilize FMLA, they could do that at a future time.
Do you not have canned letters?
We do, but we, of course, because every FMLA case is different, we are required to change some of the criteria of
But
the
you
body.
probably would have had a canned letter?
Yes, we do.
So this letter, you're saying she just did on her own?
No, it's very similar to the templates that we use.
So it is similar to the template that's used?
Correct.
Okay.
Just to clarify, why do you use that template?
If they are not eligible based on the criteria of what FMLA cases, if they've not worked for us for the 12 months, 1,250 hours, if it's for a family member that's not covered, or their circumstance does not make them eligible for FMLA.
Okay. And are you aware whether anyone else in the office has used the letter like Ms. Johnson has used it to let someone know they were denied when they just did not exercise their right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And we talked briefly, opposing counsel talked briefly about the period of time in a prior performance evaluation. And you indicated that in 2020 you were not her supervisor, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so is it possible that her former manager may have been more lenient?
Of course, that's possible.
And didn't her former manager give her 2 disciplines in 2020, as a matter of fact?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and also, one last question. Are you familiar with how many years in HR Ms. Johnson had experience?
Yes, I am.
Okay, when she started, about how long had she been working in HR elsewhere?
Just a moment. I believe when she had started with HR, is that what the question was?
Yes.
I think approximately 15 years,
And so when she left, how many years would that have been?
approximately 20.
So somebody who's had 20 years of experience in HR would be held to a higher standard.
That would be the expectation.
Okay. And you had indicated, oh, wait. I think in your performance review, you'd indicated that she had gone to Supervisors Academy, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated in your performance review that her behavior and actions was not consistent with what was learned in Supervisors Academy?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Appellate counsel, do you wish to recross?
What I would like to ask for, I'd like to make a verbal motion to be able to admit this document that my client, this is an aha gotcha moment. She just recently found it. It's this memo from December 13, 2021 that demonstrates that she did in fact submit payroll on time, and that this reference to not submitting and missing a payroll deadline is inaccurate. And I think it just goes to the credibility of the witness. It also can be used for impeachment purposes because she testified that she did in fact miss the deadline. And so I would like to admit that my client has a copy of it. I don't even have a copy of it. She just found it, I believe, within the last couple of days. So I would ask for the committee's approval to present that December 13th memo.
I would, of course, object because we had a deadline to turn in documentation, which was 10 days prior to the hearing date. So I haven't had a chance to review and discuss this with my client.
Would you entertain reviewing the document and then making a ruling on whether you want to see it in there or not after you've reviewed it? Or is that not something you want to entertain?
I would leave it to the commission to determine.
I would like to see you review that document before we make a final ruling on it. So if you could get a copy to the respondent and let them review, we can reevaluate this issue after they've had a chance to do that.
Thank you. And I think we could do it probably during a break, and then I could use it during her direct testimony on our case in chief. So we can do that. And that's assuming Ernestine, I gotta ask my client. I don't even know if she has it with her. Do you have a copy of that with you?
Do you have it, Ms. Johnson? Okay, we do have a copy, and we would need to make copies for both sides and for the commission as well if we decide to put it into the document package. If there is no recross on this directly right now, we will be breaking for lunch shortly and not putting any new witnesses on the stand until after. So
I would like to ask one thing, because we've given information here and because it wasn't discussed and it may be discussed later, I would like the opportunity, if need be, to ask her her side of the story, Ms. Hubbard. So if after everything has taken place, I'd like to hear what she has to say regarding the incident.
Can you clarify
up
that?
to the
Yeah, can you
commission.
clarify that? I'm not sure.
On the active shooter?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that the appellant's counsel is going to bring that up.
Okay, so then she'll be available for questioning on that then, correct?
Yes, she will,
Okay,
yes.
okay, thank you.
And one final point before we break for lunch, I'm a little concerned about the time. I know we're at 3 hours now with just one witness. And typically the way that we do these things is we keep a watch and we keep time so that there's an even amount of time between appellant and respondent. I didn't do that. I didn't make a request for it, but that's typically how it works. Does the committee have an opinion about how we make sure that we don't spend too much time on respondent's case before allowing appellant to present their case?
That's an interesting point. This seems to be a case that might take a while, and quite frankly, I'm not sure there is a maximum allotted time for a commission hearing like this. So, it is my expectation that both sides get full time to bring witnesses up for questioning. And if that takes us deep into the day, I don't see a problem with that. Is there any objection to this potentially going, 6 o'clock even, if that's what it takes? I don't have any reservations for that. So I think, council, you'll have plenty of time for your side as well.
Okay, thank you. And I have no objection to staying late and getting it done today if we can do that.
Okay, with that, after lunch break, we will have the respondents continue with their witness list, and then we will turn it over to appellate.
Thank you.
Chairman, is there a designated time frame for lunch break?
It's 12 to 1.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the time? We come back when we reconvene?
We will be reconvening at 1 o'clock.
Oh, 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the Merit Commission is reconvened, and we are ready to begin the session again. Is counsel for the appellant on Zoom?
Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Okay. We'll resume where we left off, which is respondents calling witnesses, and we'll get to the next witness that you're going to call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to call Leanne Lewis, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Leanne Lewis.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Lewis.
Hello.
Could you please state your name and occupation?
Leanne Lewis, HR Manager.
And what are your duties as HR manager?
I primarily administer the benefits. I'm second in command, take over if Ken's out of the office, provide coverage.
And when did you start at HR in Mohave County?
I've been there since January 2019.
Okay. And just for the record, do you recognize Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Could you tell me where she's seated, please?
To your left at the appellant table,
Okay. And how do you know her?
from working in the HR office.
Okay. When did you become a manager, Ms. Lewis?
That was January 2022.
Did you have perhaps some special duty before?
Yes, I did.
What did you do during that special duty?
That was primarily the year before. I was in somewhat of the manager role, covering for my predecessor while she was out on leave and covering additional duties.
Okay. Have you sat in on any disciplinary actions with employees?
Yes.
Do you usually go over the charges with the supervisor prior to giving any disciplines?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to observe Ms. Johnson while she's in the office,
Yes.
like her behavior?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe, knowing what you've seen in the office, that those disciplines were justified?
I do.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with Ms. Johnson when the disciplinary actions were given to her?
I primarily sat in, let her supervisor review them with her, but then always try to ask, do you understand what we're discussing, and kind of comments along those lines.
Okay. Do you recall any specific instances regarding those disciplines? Whether she asked any questions of you or?
Off the top of my head, no. The last two that I did sit with, I think she mostly kind of just flipped through and kind of just pushed the papers back. I know one of the times she's asked if she was done, we didn't get to really get through all the documents with her, but I don't recall much additional being asked on top of that.
Okay. And were you involved in all of the disciplinary actions that Ms. Huber gave to her? Let me clarify. We had a letter of expectations back in January.
That one, yes.
Were you there for the intent to dismiss letter?
Yes.
Were you also with Mr. Cunningham during the meeting after the intent to dismiss letter was given to her?
The pre-disciplinary, yes.
Thank you. And there was a written reprimand on July 11th, 2022. Do you recall that one?
I do not recall that one.
Okay, no problem. For the incidents where you said she just kind of flipped through the papers and pushed them to the side, do you recall which incidents those were for?
I believe that was both the letter of expectations and the intent to dismiss.
As manager and second in command, have you had any opportunity to talk with her outside of these disciplinary actions?
As in just in general in the office?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you ever had any conversations with her about her performance specifically?
I don't
Outside
believe
of the
her
discipline?
performance specifically.
Okay. Were you aware of the traumatic incident that she suffered in March of 2022?
Yes.
Could you tell us what your interactions with her were?
I guess after that, or during the time of, it's when she was back in the office, there wasn't a lot of interaction. She primarily was in her cubicle, a lot of time crying, kind of closed off, but we did try to kind of pull her out, and I tried to talk to her a couple times just to make sure that she was taking care of herself or that she was seeking help, just to know that she was taking care of herself.
When you found out about the incident, did your office do anything, or the managers do anything for her?
Yes.
What did you do?
We actually had pooled money together. Another one in the office went ahead and got groceries and took them over to her, did a cash gift. We just tried to reach out and let her know that we were there for her.
And were there any other instances where you tried to assist her in any way?
Things like that, it's mostly when we would, if we pulled her in the office, kind of talk to her about how she was doing, and that it was the reminder of that we have EAP through the county. There's some of the support groups or the churches, or if any of the libraries had any that type of assistance. Just like I said, trying to make sure that she was helping herself also, trying to
Okay.
find guidance.
Okay, and were those, do you know if she ever disclosed to you whether she had taken part in any of those?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. Were you involved in an incident? Well, not even an incident. Did you have a conversation with her in your office at any point?
I guess primarily if we pulled her to the side, that's what I try to do is in my office. That way if we need to be behind closed doors.
Okay. Okay. Can you turn to page 196 under tab 17?
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Could you tell us what it is?
Yes, this was just a memo drafted to Director Cunningham once Ms. Winters and myself met with Ernie, Ms. Johnson.
Okay. And could you just briefly explain what was the interaction that occurred?
Yes, it was, other members of the office kept coming to let me know that she was just sitting in her cubicle, kind of crying and shaking. So I asked Val just to meet with me and her to pull her in and just to kind of go over her well-being and discuss how she was doing, since she didn't seem like she was doing very well in the office. So
And when did this event occur?
this was dated January 13th, so this year.
Okay. Did you write the memo on the same date that you dated the memo,
Yes,
or that you met with her?
yes.
Okay. And then, as manager, shifting back here, are you aware of an incident that occurred regarding the I-9s and Ms. Johnson working on I-9s?
I vaguely remember most of that.
Okay. From what you recall, could you go ahead and explain what you do recall of that incident?
Actually, I believe I was walking by the vault where we keep files, and I know she was in there with some of those books. I just asked her what she had going on, and she said they were doing the audit of an I-9, and I just kind of said, okay.
And were you aware of an I-9 audit before that?
They had been done previously. I wasn't sure who's instructed or who said to do them, but they have been done before, yes.
Okay, and did you instruct them to do this?
No, I actually thought that someone else had instructed them to do this, so
Did you find out who did instruct them to do this?
no.
Okay. Did anybody instruct them to do this?
I am honestly unaware.
Okay. I already got that. And then just, if you could speak a little bit about FMLA. What is the importance of FMLA process and procedures in your office? It's job protection for someone who may have a qualifying event. So that way, if they're out, whether unpaid or not paid, that way they have that job protection still in place because they have authorization to be out. Okay, and why is that important to follow the policies and procedures of your office?
We can be held liable. There's times where if certain things are said or certain things aren't processed, where not only the county is liable, but that person who's assisting in that matter can be held personally responsible.
Okay, and were you made aware either through the disciplinary actions that you sat in on, were you aware of the errors in FMLA processing that Ms. Johnson did?
They had been brought up, yes.
Okay. And you stated earlier that you said you reviewed these disciplines with Ms. Huber before they were given to Ms. Johnson?
Correct.
Okay. So in your opinion, if this was an action, would you have taken the same action?
I would have. And I believe at that time I had been called and asked about something and there was nothing in a tracker, or there's paper missing that I had no backup to find out what was going on, so.
Okay. And you mentioned a tracker. What is this tracker you're talking about?
The tracker, we keep individual spreadsheets on the participants in our shared drive, so that way if someone goes out, we have not only the tracker to notate their time that they took off, but also the case notes that go with it. So that way we're aware of when letters are sent or the designations, just the aspects like that.
And why is that important to be updated?
Just kind of like what I just said, if someone calls, it's easier to pull that up. We're not clamoring to find a file or do any of that, but it's right there in front of anybody who needs to look at that in our office.
Okay. And in your opinion, based on the information contained in those disciplines that you sat in on, was the letter of intent to dismiss justified?
I would say yes.
What is that primarily based on?
That is going to be based on, I mean, we can have a history of performance that shows that we went through the discipline process, that there are specific reasons for. So in this case, that was justified.
Was there one thing that stood out in your mind that weighed heavier than others?
Part of it was there's 2 FMLA cases that were a concern, but also there was still the lack of attention to detail.
Okay. Okay, and I'm not going to go through each one individually with you because we did that with the prior, and you just sat in on those. So I have no further questions of this witness at the moment. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Appellate counsel, do you wish to cross?
I do, thank you. Counsel just said that she sat in on this. Did she sit in? Could she explain what she meant by that?
Yes, I was with Ms. Huber in those conversations with Ms.
Oh,
Johnson.
okay. I thought she was referring to the sitting in on this hearing. So I'll be brief. I just have a couple of questions. So this document referenced tab 17, number 196. You're saying you wrote this document?
Valerie actually drafted that. Ms. Winters did for me, and I reviewed it. So yes.
So did you type it on your computer or somebody else typed it on their computer?
No, it was typed on Valerie's.
Is this the complete document?
Yes, and I know by the closing statement on it.
Okay, so there's not a page 2, there's no signature or anything like that? Where is this document located?
As in, or like her personnel file, or which direction do you mean by that?
Yeah, what file is it maintained in?
We probably have it in her personnel file.
Okay, you're aware that it's a violation of the ADA to have confidential medical information in somebody's personnel file? Are you aware of that as an HR manager?
I am, but there isn't really anything that was medical in this.
Oh, nothing medical?
Related with?
The statement right here, and I can point you right there. It says, in the second paragraph, it says she disclosed that she had an appointment at the end of January with her doctor and was going to ask about having medication for her anxiety and depression increased. That's not medical?
Oh, that's my apologies. I missed that part. Yes, that is.
And you think it's appropriate as an HR manager to have this stored in her personnel file?
Given where we were at that point, yes. And that was just mostly, that was a memo to keep information that we did meet with her. It wasn't the.
When's the last time you had training on the ADA?
I'm sorry?
When is the last time you had training on the ADA? The Americans with Disabilities Act.
Oh, shoot. That's been a couple months, last year.
Okay, well, you need a refresher because this is a clear violation of the ADA.
Okay.
It couldn't be more clear. But you're saying you didn't write it, you just reviewed it.
Correct.
Valerie wrote it.
Correct.
But you agree with all of the content of this memo?
Yes.
Okay. You talked a minute ago about this I-9 review, whatever you want to call it. Who were all the employees that were involved in that?
I'll be honest, I honestly do not recall at that time. I know Ms. Johnson was, because that's who I saw first, but I don't recall if anybody was with her at that time.
You're not aware that there were other employees that were doing the exact same thing?
No, not at that time.
Are you aware that no other employees have been disciplined for their role in this
Wouldn't know,
process?
truth be told.
You wouldn't know?
No.
As the HR manager, isn't it your duty to find out, and investigate allegations of misconduct? Or,
If it's brought to my attention, yes, of course.
but you didn't investigate this at all?
No.
And you can't provide me with any explanation as to why you didn't investigate this?
No, sir.
Okay. You said that the discipline in your view was justified,
Yes.
correct? You feel like all of the discipline was justified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the disciplinary action, specifically, I can refer to the termination notice. In the termination notice, just to give you an example, it says that she missed a deadline on June 29th, is what it says, and I'm referencing MC3, it's page 3 of 211. And it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th bullet point down that starts with June 29th. I'm sorry, 7th bullet point down.
Which page again?
Page 3.
Page 3.
2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, where is it? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th bullet point down. It starts off with on June 29th.
Okay.
In the second sentence, it says, due to the July 4th holiday, our payroll deadline was Tuesday, June 28th at 3 p.m.
Okay.
That's what it says in this disciplinary notice. When was that payroll deadline?
Normally when it is holiday, it is the Tuesday before.
Normally?
On holiday.
I'm asking you specifically, do you know when that payroll deadline was?
Off the top of my head, no, sir. Not without notes in front of me.
Have you ever investigated it?
On that one, probably not. No, sir.
More broadly, have you investigated any of these allegations that are listed in this termination notice?
Most of these went to Director Cunningham.
Okay, so you didn't investigate any of this stuff.
No, sorry, you kind of froze right then. No, sir. Sir, we can't hear you.
You don't agree with this stuff, or you do agree with it?
One more time, I apologize.
Okay, you said earlier, you testified to the fact that you reviewed these disciplinary actions and that you feel that they're all justified, correct?
Yes.
That's what you testified to. But you personally have not investigated any of these allegations listed in this termination notice, have you?
Personally, no. I review the information as it's put in for once it's already been reviewed and investigated.
Okay. All right. So if I were to tell you that the payroll deadline was actually June 30th, pursuant to a notice, a memorandum that was issued by payroll, would that change your mind about whether or not discipline is warranted for supposedly missing a payroll deadline that she did not miss?
For that one piece,
For that one piece? Okay.
I mean, that's
Also, you indicated earlier as well that you sat in on the meetings where she was disciplined, and you make it sound like she just, she pushed back and she had no interest in objecting to any of the information that was listed within the intent to dismiss or the letter of expectation. Is that your testimony? Did I understand that right?
yes.
Are those two things, let me ask you this. Is an intent to dismiss, is that in and of itself a disciplinary action?
I guess yes. No.
You're the HR manager and you don't know the answer to that question?
Well, it's as part of this is because you had all your disciplines, so I don't know if you would necessarily say it's a discipline and that's why we do a pre-disciplinary after.
Okay. The letter of intent. So you don't even know whether or not the letter of intent is discipline. What about the letter of expectation? Is a letter of expectation considered disciplinary action?
It can involve disciplinary action.
Is it in and of itself disciplinary action? It's important to know the answer to that. Do you not know the answer to that?
With the way you're kind of coming across right now, I'm trying to explain that we don't consider it.
You don't consider it discipline, correct?
No,
Why are you looking over there? Don't look over there. Look at me. Do you consider it discipline or not?
no.
No. Right? Ernestine is going to testify here in a few minutes, sometime today. She can testify sometime today. Her testimony will be that she was told that she could not write a rebuttal to something that was not disciplined pursuant to the rules. Were you present when Miss Ernestine was told that she could not write a rebuttal to things that are not disciplinary action?
I don't believe that she was told that.
You don't think she was told that?
I don't.
Is it possible she was told that and you just don't recall?
It's possible, but I really don't believe that she was told that.
Is it in fact true that you cannot write a rebuttal to things that are not considered disciplinary actions?
I think we've had plenty of instances of things that are done like that. So yes, there wouldn't be a reason why she couldn't rebuttal to that.
There wouldn't be a reason why she couldn't. Do you know of anyone that has ever submitted a rebuttal to a letter of intent to dismiss?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you think of any example where anyone has ever submitted a rebuttal to a letter of expectation?
Again, not that I'm aware.
Okay. She also received a written reprimand on July 11th, 2022. Are you familiar with a written reprimand?
I understand that one was given, and then in this,
It's page 12 and it's tab 3.
okay.
Have you reviewed this before?
Looking at it, my apologies. I don't think this one I did review.
So you testified earlier that all of the discipline that was taken against her was justified, but you've never even reviewed this disciplinary action?
I might have seen it after this was done, but I don't believe I reviewed it at that time.
Were you present when this was issued to Ms. Johnson?
No, not at this one.
Why not?
I don't think I was available that day, or Director Cunningham was in with that one.
Do you know who issued this to her?
That would be Miss Felina Huber.
Do you know who was there when it was issued to her?
I do not know.
Do you know if a rebuttal was written in response to this disciplinary action?
I do not know.
I'll turn you to page, it's our exhibit. So if you flip in the back of the binder, page 190, which is going to be on tab 13, dated July 14th, 2022. Do you see that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever in your life reviewed this document before?
I may have. I'll be honest, sir, I don't remember.
You may have, but you don't remember.
I do not.
And again, anything in this written reprimand, have you ever personally, yourself, investigated any of these allegations?
Say personally, no.
Did you ever look into any of the information that is provided in these rebuttal statements?
There may have been pieces here and there, but overall, I would say no.
Have you ever recommended that Ms. Johnson be terminated?
I wouldn't say recommended, but with everything presented, I confirmed with it.
Did you sign any documents stating that you agreed with the termination?
I may have signed on the intent when I sat with her, and then also the dismissal itself. I may have, I don't recall which document I signed on that one.
Okay. Are you familiar with the merit system rules?
Yes.
What do the merit system rules state in regard to submitting rebuttals to things that are not considered disciplinary action?
Oh, I don't know those by heart, so I can't go for that one.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
The commission, the committee, if you guys would like to ask any guys, gals, if you would like to ask her any questions, you're more than welcome.
Commissioners, any questions? I have one question. Hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
Referring back to page 196, the letter, was that tab 17?
On the appellant or the respondent side, sir?
Yes, the memorandum.
Okay.
So after reading this memorandum, there looks to be a lot of empathy in this document based on Ms. Johnson's condition at the time. My question is, why was this memorandum written in such a formal way? Is there a policy or a reason why things like this, sort of a human emotion event, is put down in a memorandum rather than maybe a direct conversation with Mr. Cunningham or simply an email stating that you had met? This is such a formal way to document what doesn't look to be disciplinary or something you'd put in a memorandum. So I'm just curious as to why this was generated, and if you can answer that.
To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. A lot of things we do it just to make sure that it's known that the conversation was had or what was going on, just in case it needs to be brought up that we had this conversation before.
Is this something that is done routinely, or is this kind of a one-off situation of a memorandum such as this, in your opinion, or your experience?
But we process some like this, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we can move on to the next witness.
Could I do
Next
some
witness?
redirect, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, redirect and recross next, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lewis, are you aware whether Director Cunningham has files in his office that aren't accessible to other employees?
100% we do.
Okay, and what kinds of documents would be kept in his files in his office?
Most of them would be regarding the HR staffs themselves of anything that was a discipline or investigation, just things that needed to be kept under wraps for him only, that not everybody needed to be accessing.
So this document that we were talking about at page 196?
Objection. This is leading. You're leading the witness. I know you're trying to lead her, and this is clearly leading. She doesn't know. She already says about she doesn't know.
Can you restate without leading?
Do you know 100% for a fact that this document is in her employee file?
Yes, it would have been.
Okay.
My belief on that is yes, it would be.
Okay. So what is your current position again?
HR manager,
And what are you primarily responsible for?
benefits,
Okay. And when did you become supervisor?
during 2019, I think I had the front desk, and then transitioning duties, it's kind of, I guess, the analysts are under me in a way, just a direct through the chain of command, but
Okay. And when did you become HR manager?
January 2022,
So a year and 8 months or so?
I would say yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and have you been in HR before your positions here at Mohave County?
Yes, not this type of capacity because it was private, but yes.
Okay. And since you were recently in HR management, do you know everything there is to know?
Gosh, no.
Okay,
That
all
would be
right.
nice, but no.
No further questions?
Appellate counsel, do you wish to recross?
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, witness is dismissed. Respondent can call the next witness.
The next witness is Jordan Halfley.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Jordan Halfley.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Hello. Could you state your name and occupation, please, Ms. Halfley? Is everybody able to hear her? Do you need to move the mic closer?
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Jordan Halfley, and I'm a human resources analyst for Mohave County.
And what are your duties as human resources analyst?
I am currently assigned to the employee relations portion of the HR analyst position. I currently oversee all discipline investigations. I also handle compensation studies, anything for our budget, and then I also currently supervise all the HR technicians.
Okay. And do you recognize Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell me where she's seated here in the room today?
She is seated at the appellate table.
Okay. How do you know Ms. Johnson?
I know Ms. Johnson from working with her at Mohave County.
Okay. Have you had interaction with Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I have.
So when did you start in HR?
So I started with Mohave County in Human Resources in March of 2013. I then went to the county attorney's office for about 5 years, between July of 2013 and it was October of 2018. And then I returned back to Human Resources in October of 2018.
Okay. So you were, what was the position you held when you started?
When I came back to Human Resources, I was a Human Resources technician.
Okay. Was that the same position that Ms. Johnson held?
Yes, it was.
And she came after you?
Yes, I started in October of 2018, and I believe she started in May of 2019.
Okay. And as her peer, did you observe any performance issues with Ms. Johnson?
I had.
Could you explain what some of those may have been?
So as the HR technicians at the time, there were 4 of us. We used to review each other's actions that were done in Munis, any promotions, salary increases, terminations, and there were several times when we had to address errors that were made during those action times of reviewing.
Okay. When did you become supervisor in HR?
So I was promoted to Human Resources Generalist in September of 2021, and I started supervising our front desk staff in January of 2022.
Okay, and who do you supervise now?
I currently supervise the Human Resources technicians.
Okay, and when did that start?
That started, I want to say in May of 2023 when I took that over.
Okay. Is it common in your office to rotate?
Yes, it is, amongst the HR technicians, or excuse me, the HR analysts.
Okay. When did you go to Supervisor Academy?
So I attended the AGTS Supervisors Academy in January of 2022.
And was Ms. Johnson in your class?
Yes, she was.
What kinds of things did they cover at the Supervisors Academy?
So the Supervisors Academy goes over the basics of being a supervisor, about leadership, dealing with different personalities, in supervising employees, communication. We also went over the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. We had a whole section on that. We also went over discipline, different coachings, and speaking to employees about discipline, amongst some other miscellaneous supervisor tasks.
Okay. And how long was the academy?
It went from the beginning of January to March 24th, 2023 is when we graduated from the academy.
So how many weeks was that?
It was approximately 12 sessions. We did have a week off, I believe, in there.
Okay. Did you attend every class?
Yes, I did.
Did Ms. Johnson attend every class?
Yes, she did.
Did you both graduate from Supervisors Academy?
Yes, we both graduated on March 24th, 2023.
Okay. And what was your observation of Ms. Johnson in the supervisor's class regarding her participation?
She did not participate in most of the discussions that were going on in the Supervisors Academy. I believe it was either the first or second session. The instructor wanted us to go around the room, state our name, our occupation, I believe how long we had worked for the county. And when we got to Ms. Johnson, she put her head down, looked at her hands in her lap, and was speaking very softly that the instructor had to prompt her to restate what her name and her position was, so the rest of the class could hear.
And did she interact in the class at all after that?
No.
When you're in the Supervisors Academy, are you, what kinds of things would you be asked to participate in?
So just in the basic class discussion, as human resources professionals being in the room, the instructors did rely on us to state what are the county's policies, what does the county do in these types of situations, and she did not answer those questions, and it was relied upon me to answer those questions for the instructor.
Okay. And why is it important for you to participate in the Supervisors Academy class?
It is part of the class to acknowledge that we are receiving that information and being able to apply it to different scenarios.
Okay. Did you ever get an opportunity to act as Ms. Johnson's supervisor?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
That was in October of 2022 to approximately the last week of November of 2022.
Okay. So that was after you graduated the Supervisors Academy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And why were you,
No, that is not correct. I apologize. It was before, it would have had to have been before we attended the class.
I thought,
Did I say 2023 that we attended the class? It was 2022. I apologize.
yeah.
Yes, so I did it act as her supervisor after we
Okay, okay,
attended the class. I apologize.
that's okay. Were you promoted to the role of generalist before you became Miss Johnson's supervisor for that period of time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. When you supervised Miss Johnson, were you aware that there were some issues regarding her performance?
I was made aware of the issues so I could be aware of them while supervising her, yes.
Okay. And when you filled in for Miss Huber, did you notice any issues?
Yes, there were several issues that were brought to my attention.
Okay. Let's turn to tab 2, page 8. And can you look at the bullet that starts on or about the afternoon of October 21st?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident?
Yes, I do recall this incident.
Can you go ahead and give us a quick summary of what happened?
So this was an employee that had requested FMLA leave for bonding with their child. There was miscommunication between Ms. Johnson and the employee regarding what documentation was required of the employee in order to take FMLA leave.
And what was the miscommunication?
So for bonding with a child, we only require the employee to fill out an FMLA request form, which is a one-page form that the employee fills out with the dates and times that they're requesting to have off for leave in order to bond with that child that is new within a year of their being born or being placed with them for foster care. This employee was provided with a healthcare provider certification form for the employee's spouse to fill out from her physician.
And why was that inappropriate?
That was inappropriate because the employee was not taking time off to care for their spouse's medical needs, rather to bond with the child.
And were you able to correct this?
Yes, we were able to correct this. I did have conversations with the employee's supervisor at length to explain what bonding with a child under FMLA is, what we require, and what the employee's rights are at that point. Because the employee does have a full year from the time that child is born to bond with them. So they could take, let's say, a month off when the child is born, and then if the child gets close to crawling or talking, they could take off another week or two in order to be present for those life events. So that information also was not relayed to the employee.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now let's turn to page 10 in that same tab. If you could look at the first bullet point up there. Could you go ahead and, do you recall this incident?
I do recall this incident. This was not when I was supervising Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Can you tell us about this incident?
Yes, this incident, I had been walking past our front desk counter and we had an employee come in to drop off FMLA paperwork. They had stated that this was the third time that they were bringing the FMLA certification to our office and had been told twice prior that there were adjustments that needed to be made on the FMLA certification. So I reviewed the information with the employee while they were standing there. I verified that the information that the physician had put on the FMLA form was indeed correct, and the employee had expressed frustration that she had been in multiple times. And I told her at that point that we did have enough to certify the FMLA leave and that we would not need anything further from the physician.
And when the employee came in previously, was she dealing with Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. So that issue was corrected?
Yes, it was at that point. I had then also reviewed the case file and the FMLA tracker to see if any notes had been made of why the employee needed additional information, as I could not see on the certification why adjustments needed to be made. And there were no notes in the file or any clarification letters sent for what needed to be corrected.
Okay, so Ms. Johnson dealt with her 2 times prior,
Yes, that is correct.
and she didn't put any notes in the system?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to tab 14. Page 160.
Okay.
And do you recall this document?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain what this document is talking about?
This is a memo from myself to Mr. Cunningham and Ms. Huber regarding an FMLA event that had happened again after I was done supervising Ernie. And this was an event where an employee came in for FMLA information, and during Ernie's conversation with the employee, they stated that they also wanted to make a complaint about their department. So she came in, got me, I went into the room, we were speaking about the complaint, and as our conversation progressed, Ernie did pop in and give FMLA paperwork to me to give to the employee. And as I was speaking with the employee, they said that there was a child that was placed with them. So I advised her that all we needed in order to certify for a placement is again filling out the FMLA request form and needing a copy of the court order that states why the child was placed with this employee. The certification that was provided to me to give to the employee was the healthcare certification for the family member.
Okay, and so the healthcare certification was not the appropriate form for that instance of FMLA?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you able to correct that?
I was, and I told the employee after they filled out the form that when they left today, we had everything we needed to in order to approve their FMLA leave.
Okay, and now if you can turn to tab 15, page 168.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
So the subject of this form is a denial of FMLA.
And what is the purpose for denial in this case?
So in this case, it states that, sorry, I'm just reading over the form real quick. It was stating that we had sent 3 healthcare provider certifications to the employee and that they had not received the certification by March 8th, 2023. And that the FMLA leave could not be completed due to non-compliance with Mohave County Personnel Policies and Procedures.
And would you consider that non-compliance?
No,
What would you consider it?
I don't consider, as a general rule, our office does not consider non-compliance a reason for denial of FMLA because it is the employee's right to request FMLA, not something that we deny based on them not turning in forms.
All right. And why is it important in the office to properly process FMLA?
It is to protect the county as a whole. Well, the main part of FMLA is to protect the employees' rights and protect their job while they're away from work. But it also protects the county and us as individuals because we are liable if there is an error with FMLA.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appellate Counsel, Cross?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. I'll be really brief. On page 160, so 160, tab 14, 160. You wrote this narrative here.
Yes, I did write this.
What day did you write this?
I would say it doesn't have a date on it of when I wrote it, but I would have wrote it either the same day on February 27th or a day or two later.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Did you write it on your computer at work?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to write this letter or memorandum?
No.
What was the purpose of writing it?
The purpose of writing it was to document the issue that was presented.
Did somebody ask you to document issues with Ernestine?
No.
You just on your own accord thought that this was so worthy of an issue that you would document it?
Yes.
Did you document any other issues like this?
I have documented issues in the past with Ms. Johnson and other employees, yes.
Okay. Who did you give this to?
I gave this document to Mr. Cunningham.
Do you know what day you gave it to him?
I don't recall the specific day, but it would have been either the same day or 1 to 2 days later.
Before writing this, did you have a conversation with Ms. Johnson about what happened?
I did. I went to her desk after I received the paperwork from the employee, and I advised her that we had everything we needed to certify the employee's FMLA leave and to go ahead and send out the designation notice to the employee and to the department.
But you never asked her why she gave those forms to that employee?
No, I did not.
Okay. Were you present during the conversation with that employee, Ms. Johnson?
I was not. She had gone behind closed doors.
Just answer the question. You weren't present. Did you talk to the other employee about the conversation that you had with Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Are you aware that the other employee was asked specifically by Ms. Johnson if the FMLA leave was for themselves?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Are you aware that Ms. Johnson asked the employee in a very brief conversation whether or not the FMLA request was for themselves?
I believe she had made a comment about that after we had talked about this certification.
Okay. Just answer the question. And so does that change? If somebody said they were asking for FMLA leave for themselves, did Ernestine give them the correct forms?
I am not aware of the original forms that she gave the employee, but I know that she was returning with FMLA paperwork for a family member's serious health condition.
Okay. Are you aware that Ernestine did not have a good opportunity to speak with this employee because the employee was in your office?
The employee was not in my office.
The employee never went to your office?
No, the employee was not present in my office.
Where was the employee at?
Conference room.
I'm sorry?
This was in a conference room located next to my office.
Okay. So you were having a private conversation with this employee in a conference room?
Yes, she was making a complaint.
And who was the complaint about?
Her department.
Okay. There's kind of another version of this. Turn to page 197, please. And that's on tab 17.
You said 197, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm there.
Who wrote this document?
I did.
When did you write this document?
On March 22nd, 2023.
You testified earlier the document 160 you wrote either that day or within a few days after. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. but you wrote this one on March 22nd. Why did you write this document on March 22nd?
This document was in response to the rebuttal from the pre-disciplinary meeting.
So you yourself saw the rebuttal from the pre-disciplinary meeting.
Yes, I did. It was provided to me by Mr. Cunningham because I was addressed in the rebuttal.
And so this document was written specifically in response to what she put in the rebuttal.
Yes, that is correct.
Did Mr. Cunningham ask you to write a more thorough explanation as to what happened?
I don't recall if he had asked me specifically or if I felt the need to explain further. I don't recall that entire conversation.
When you wrote this document, were you reviewing the document that's at page 160?
I don't recall whether I reviewed that document. I would assume that I did as I was writing it, but I don't recall these specifics.
Okay, so according to this document on page 160, an employee contacted HR about FMLA, and Ernie told her to come to HR so they could discuss it, correct? That's what happened.
That is my understanding, yes.
That's your understanding, okay. And when the employee got there, the employee went directly into a conference room to meet with you, is that correct?
No, that is not correct. The employee met with Ernie first, and Ernie had left the conference room and came into my office to let me know that the employee would like to make a complaint.
Okay, but again, you weren't present during the conversation with the employee and Ernie.
No, I was not.
Okay. Was any harm caused by anything that Ernestine did with providing that paperwork to that employee?
No harm was initially caused because I was there to correct the error.
What do you mean by initially caused?
With not having the correct paperwork provided to the employee, if I had not been there to have the discussion with the employee, they would have left with the wrong paperwork and therefore could have potentially not been approved for FMLA leave as soon as they should have been.
On page 198, which is the second page of this more lengthy explanation that you wrote in response to her rebuttal, in the second paragraph, or the final paragraph, there was an allegation in the rebuttal that you and another employee were laughing about people that file EEOC charges. Do you recall that in the rebuttal?
Yes, I do.
And you don't, in this statement here, you don't deny that happened, is that correct?
I don't recall the specific situation that she was referring to. I do recall the conversation I had with the employee, but I do not recall laughing or making light of EEOC complaints.
But you didn't deny that it happened, so it could have happened?
It is possible, but I
It's
can't
possible?
say either way.
Hey, you think that's funny?
No, I do not find EEOC complaints funny.
Okay. I have no further questions on cross, but I would like to reserve the witness for my case in chief.
Respondent redirect.
In your role in HR, does your office typically, or I should say, you testified earlier to keeping notes such as that you testified to on page 160. Is that a common practice in the office?
It is common when we observe errors that other employees make, just to document the situation as it occurs.
Okay. have no further redirect. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? This is maybe a minor thing, but I'm just curious as to why this document here on page 160 and the other one that is more lengthy is not really a memorandum of any kind. It's simply a document on a blank page. Is there any type of policy that says that this type of thing is documented in a certain way, or is it just documented the way you decide to document it?
This was just there was no specific memo. I was just documenting the situation as it had occurred.
Okay.
I was not aware that it was going to be presented as evidence in a personnel commission. Otherwise, I would have presented it in a more formal manner.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Would we be able to take a short bio break, please?
Yes,
Bio
we'll
break.
take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe everybody is back from recess, so we can continue on with respondent witnesses.
My next witness is Ken Cunningham.
Okay?
Please state your name for the record.
Ken Cunningham.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and occupation?
My name is Ken Cunningham. I am the HR director for Mohave County.
And how long have you been director?
Be 10 years in November.
And how long have you been working in HR?
30 plus years, 33, 34, somewhere around there.
Okay. How long have you been with the county?
I was here for a year and a half as a HR analyst, left for 7 months and then came back. So total of about 11 and a half years.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Was she employed by your department?
Yes, she was.
When was she employed by your department?
I believe 2019 through March of 23.
And when you hired her, how many years of experience did she have in HR?
I think about 15, 16. She's like me, she moved around to different areas.
Okay. At the end of her time with Mohave County, how many years had she been working in HR?
Very close to 20 or right at 20.
Okay. What was she originally hired to do?
She was originally hired as a HR technician.
And when was she given the promotion to HR Tech Senior?
We reclassified the HR technician series to senior, I believe in August of 2020 during the new initiatives.
Okay.
I believe.
And if I could have you look at tab 3 of the main notebook, not my exhibits necessarily, but the ones right before that. Could you tell me what this document is?
You said tab 3, I'm sorry. This is the Human Resources Technician Senior job description.
Okay, and does this job description appear to be accurate regarding her duties and responsibilities?
Yes, it does.
And what are the main responsibilities of the HR technician senior?
The technician series role is to take care of their departments that they're assigned. Each technician is assigned a certain set of departments. They help with all the transactions, the new hires, transfers, terminations, benefits, transactions. They don't design the benefits, but they do the transactions for the benefits and do the FMLA trackers and give advice, general basic advice to the departments.
Okay. And what was the main reason for terminating Ms. Johnson?
Performance.
Okay. Was there anything that stood out about her performance?
Yeah, I mean, like says Ms. Johnson, I mean, she's gone up and down. When she's good, and when she has some problems, she has some problems. But I think the main issues near the end was the FMLA mistakes.
Okay. In 2020, what was her position? Do
It
you
depends
recall?
on, because she was reclassified from an HR technician to a senior in August of 2020, so.
Okay.
But basically, it was the same role, we just moved it from a range 10 to a 12.
Okay. And who was Ms. Johnson's supervisor in 2020?
I believe that was Jamie Bernier.
Okay. And after that supervisor left, who was her supervisor?
I think that was during our transition. So I believe I took over for a little bit because we had some analysts leave and some technicians leave. So I believe I took over the technicians and the rest of the department until we got stabilized again.
Okay. How long of a period of time was that? Do you recall?
I don't know if it was a few months or if it could be in up to a year. I don't think it was a full year.
Okay.
I think it was just a few months.
Do you recall when you transferred Ms. Johnson under the supervision of Ms. Huber?
When I went?
When you asked Ms. Huber to be the supervisor over Ms. Johnson?
It was in a process. We used to have 4 technicians, seniors, special detailed Ms. Huber for a year in the generalist role. And a generalist is basically learning to be an analyst, same type of duties, just different skill levels. So she became the generalist, special detailed, I believe right around August of 2020, I think. And then in 2021, when we reclassified her to the generalist during the budget cycle, in 2021, August of 2021, during the new initiative, she was made a generalist, and then then she became supervisors of the other technicians at that time.
Okay. Can you explain the chain of command in your department?
Basically, it's myself, and then we have the HR manager, and then we have the analysts, and then it goes down, and the analysts look over either the technicians or the front desk. So depending on if you're a front desk person, you report to one analyst. If you're a technician, you report to another analyst, and then the analysts report to the manager and myself. We don't have an analyst report directly to the manager. It's basically a dotted line between the both of us.
Okay. And can you explain the process to receive disciplinary actions?
Disciplinary action?
Yeah.
You want the general overall?
Yeah.
Discipline in Mohave County was changed in 2016. We added a couple steps to the discipline process. We put a coaching counseling in place, which coaching counseling in and of itself is not discipline. It's just basically more of an official warning here. You've got some improvements. You need to do some improvements. A verbal reprimand would be the next step. A verbal reprimand, even though it's called verbal, it is written, but it's the lowest level of the discipline process for minor offenses. And like attendance, or they had a coaching counseling and they needed a little next step, or some minor other issues. Then it goes from verbal to written, and then the written is either for repeated offenses, more serious offenses, and then from the written reprimand, it could either go to a suspension, demotion, and then from suspension to demotion, then it is termination.
Do you always use suspension or demotion?
No, we do not.
And is it required in the personnel policies and procedures that you utilize a progressive discipline policy?
No, it is not. It depends on the seriousness of the offense.
Okay. Could you explain what actions go into a personnel file?
A personnel file is, performance evaluations, training, the pay transactions, orientation, just basically the work history. That's whether it's a transfer, promotion, performance increase, that kind of stuff.
Do you keep any other files on employees?
Do I what?
Do you keep other files on employees?
Yes, I do. It's basically called a department file. Many departments have them. HR keeps the official Mohave County file on all employees, or I should say, non-Superior Court employees. The Superior Court keeps their own. So we have the official HR file. And then, like we have department files that, maybe we'll get an email on an employee with a kudos, or, there's a performance issue, or just something comes up. And then what I use mine for is it's a separate file, but then I use it when I do the performance evaluations because I can't remember the whole year just in a time. So I take the notes I get during that year and use them to write my performance evaluation, and then I basically get rid of the notes.
Okay, and where would disciplines be stored?
Well, disciplines are in the employee file. Actually, we have the disciplines go in the employee file, and then we track all disciplines in the county. We have a disciplines file that we track all disciplines, and we track to make sure that issues are dealt relatively the same across the county.
Okay. And so we'll just address this one right now. Can you turn to page 196, tab 17?
Okay.
What is this document?
This is from Leanne Lewis and Valerie Winters with it's just information about a meeting with Ernie Johnson.
And do you recall where this file is stored?
This would have been in my department file.
Okay.
Could you clarify the tab?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Tab 17.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, the department file and the HR personnel files are kept in my office. The personnel files are not kept in with the rest of the county's files because it's to keep my staff from viewing each other's files. So that they're kept in a file cabinet in my office.
Is that a locked file cabinet?
My door is locked. I do not always lock the file cabinet.
Okay. Let's go into tab 1, page 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us what it is again?
It is a intent to dismiss letter.
And were you aware of this document before it was given?
Yes, I was.
And note at the bottom of the page, we have instances regarding 2020, and we go on to the next page, page 2, that also contains instances that occurred in 2020? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me why those instances were included in this intent to dismiss?
It's just to show a pattern and that this employee was aware of performance. Everything that's mentioned here was given to her prior to this, so it's just referring back to issues that she was made aware of in the past.
Okay, and was this the reason that you fired her?
No. Like I says, this was just used as a reference that the performance, like I says, has been up and down since, 2020.
Okay. So let's start with the bullet at the bottom. Starting with July 23rd. Can you summarize what's going on in this bullet?
This is back in 2020. It says that a benefit action was done outside the pay cycle, which basically, if a benefit transaction is done out of the pay cycle, it could mean double premiums on the next paycheck. So an employee, instead of getting, let's just reference $40 out of their paycheck to pay for their benefits, it could have been $80 the next pay period.
So that would have been an impact on the employee?
Yes, it would have been. But right here, without looking at the incidents, I can't tell you exactly what that incident was. And I don't do the day-to-day transactions,
Okay.
but that's what the benefits outside with the negative financial impact, that's what could happen.
Okay. And so I guess just for clarification, why I'm going through this with you is, was the manager who gave this, gave the 2020 disciplines to Ms. Johnson, is she still employed by your office?
No, she's with the county, but she's no longer with the office.
Okay. And so as the director, are you aware of disciplines that are given out by your supervisors?
In my department, yes, I am made aware of the disciplines.
Okay. Let's go to the top of page 2. What is the bullet regarding on 722?
It is a job posting that basically says the job was put up on our job board. We use NeoGov, so you can go out there and look. And basically it says that there's a button you push that you can apply to. If you don't click the button, applicants can't apply. The apply button does not show up on our web page. The web page shows up all the jobs that lists what the job does, and then there's an apply button. If you don't click that button, it means you cannot apply for the job. You can see what it is, you just can't apply.
And so what, do you recall anything about this incident?
It looks like it's with community services. Basically, they're Bullhead City. Community services, has ups and downs with staffing levels. So I don't remember this one specifically.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Let's go to page 5, tab 5, page 17. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what it is?
It is a coaching counseling notice.
Okay, so can you tell us, those instances that you just testified to on the letter of intent to dismiss, are those contained within this document?
On the intent to dismiss? I believe they are. Like
Yeah.
it says, back in 2020, these, I'm sorry, I'm
okay.
talking loud and not, yes, that these are, just like it says, reference to show that there's been issues from the past.
Okay. And, oh, I apologize. Let me go back to page 1.
Page 1.
Yeah. I forgot to ask you.
Is it tab 1, page 1?
Tab 1, page 1, yes. Thank you. In the first bullet point regarding the benefits action, what is the violation?
Here it says neglect of duty, but just as, you know, if you go back and look at the coaching counseling, I don't believe the coaching counseling had the disciplines or the violations on them, but this one says, you know, basically when they put it down, what the violation would have been.
Okay. And on the second bullet on page 2, could you tell us what the violation is there?
It says here neglect of duty or failure to take reasonable or required action.
Okay. And let's jump back to tab 5 again. Page 17. What does the very last paragraph say in that document?
The very last paragraph, you want me to read that?
You could read it or summarize it.
Basically, it just says that you need to, from this point forward, improve your performance. You know, do your performance immediately and consistently.
Okay, and can you elaborate on that at the very end?
Basically, when you give a notice, you know, of coaching, counseling, or discipline, you basically need to say what the consequences are if there's, you know, if they don't improve or don't do what's being asked, you need to state what the consequences are. And basically, this says if you do not comply, you shall be subject to disciplinary action up to and including dismissal from your employment.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to tab 1, page 2. And can you look at, we're going to talk about the first bullet point underneath August 17th, 2020. Actually, what does that paragraph say that starts with August 17th, 2020?
It's basically stating that a verbal reprimand was given basically to inefficiency and lack of attention to detail.
Okay, and go on down to the first bullet, 7/22/20. What is this situation?
Well, it looks like, to be honest with you, it looks like there's an error because it's in the coaching counseling, and then it looks like the same issue was put on the reprimand.
Okay, so that shouldn't have occurred?
It should not have occurred twice, no.
Okay. On the second bullet, 7/28/20,
Yes.
could you tell us what happened there?
This is a notice that she gave a FMLA designation notice to the employee's correct email address, but the wrong name was put on the to the letter or to the email. So you send it to one email, but you address it to another person.
Okay. And what violation of the policies and procedures is listed here?
It listed as confidentiality.
Okay. And we're going to group the next ones together, 8.3, 8.4, and 8.4. Can you look at those and tell us what went on here?
Basically, each of the departments, the county attorney's office, the legal advocate, the legal defenders, they have their own attorney job postings. And basically what happened here is one department's got the other department's applicants and vice versa. So it looks like it happened 3 separate times, like the county attorney's office got the legal defender's applicants. And, you know, sometimes attorneys want to be prosecutors and not, you know, defenders. But the other issue is applicant information is confidential. We don't discuss applicants. Applicants who apply for county jobs is not public record. Only those people that are selected for interviews can become public record.
Okay. And for just to clarify, how many offices, how many attorneys' offices do we have in the county?
Legal advocate, legal defender, county attorney, public defender, so 4.
Okay. And in that grouping there from 8.3 to 8.4, and then the third one to 8.4, what are the policy and procedure violations?
We have neglect of duty, a couple times.
And the last
Oh,
one?
then the last one has, because this action was tied to another event, when you were asked to correct the reviewers and remove non-county attorney reviewers, it wasn't completed. So there was more to it than, an SME reviewer is those people who get to review the applicants. That's what an SME reviewer is. It's subject matter expert.
Okay. And can you explain the bullet point on 8/13/2020?
It says that a draft posting with the wrong pay rates and the wrong currency formatting was sent, and that the position was posted live as an unclassified position. And in the listing, it's a classified position. The difference, what it makes is an unclassified position is an at-will employee. A classified position has more rights. Classified employee can do the appeal process. An unclassified employee cannot. So it makes a big difference when you're applying for a job, what you know that you're either protected by the merit system or you're not.
Okay. And what is this a violation of?
Failure to take reasonable action.
Okay. Can you turn to tab 4, page 15?
Okay.
What is this document?
This is a verbal reprimand.
Okay. Does this list the instances that you just discussed on the other page?
Yes, it looks like that, yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so just to clarify, the first bullet point on here, 7/22/20 should not have been included in this?
I believe it should not have, no.
Okay. And then, regarding the next point that we talked about, regarding the FMLA designation. Do you see that on here?
On page 15?
Yes, on page 15.
Yes, on the verbal reprimand, yes.
Yes, okay. So let's flip over to page 16. And we have a list on the back there of violations. Can you tell us what violations, what this instance would be a violation of, according to this document?
You're asking about the 728? I mean, the 728.
Correct, 728, correct.
Yeah, those would be the same. The Code of Ethics, I mean, the titles will be conceiving, it says that you are willing and able to complete your tasks. That's what the Code of Ethics says. And then it would be that the confidentiality that's listed here is the complete policy, and then down below is the violation in the section 4.51 lists all the violations. So the confidentiality, job performance, violating the policies and procedures manual, and so the FMLA could be all of them.
Okay, and can you turn to tab 9, page 50?
Tab 9 what?
Page 50?
50.
Can you tell me what this is?
This is one of the emails that the email looks like it was sent to the wrong well, it was sent to the correct email address, but it has someone else's name. And just, this is one that was referenced.
Okay, and how can you tell that?
Just by looking at it, the only way you can tell is, you know, where the 2 is the beginning of the, you know, if this was a county email address or not, and then the name other than everything else is redacted.
Right, okay, thank you. And let's go back to tab 4, page 15. Oh, and I'm sorry, I think I missed one in the letter of intent to dismiss, 8/1/20. Can you tell us what this one is about?
It's like the one previous. Designation was sent to the correct email, but the wrong employee's name. So the one on 728 and 8/1 is basically the same type of mistake.
Okay. And then going down to 8/3, and the 2 instances on 8/4. Go ahead and just summarize those again.
Those are where the wrong applicants were sent to the wrong departments.
Okay. And if you flip to page 16, what do you think these were violations of in this document, according to that manager?
It could be the confidentiality policy, because applicant information's confidential unless it's going to the business need to the person. Job performance doesn't meet expectations.
Can you turn to tab 9? And look at the documents from page 51 to 56.
51 to 56. This is the backup documentation to that to the departments getting the wrong applicants.
Okay. And let's go back to tab 4, page 15. The last instance on this page is 8/13/20.
That's the reference we did on the intent where the wrong pay was put in on the job posting, and then it was marked as an unclassified versus a classified employee.
Okay, and then can you turn to page 9, tab 9, page 57? And can you tell me what this might be?
This is the backup documentation from Jamie to Ernie, do you mind me calling you Ernie, or you want to be called Miss Johnson? I'm so used to calling you Ernie, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. It's just the backup documentation that Jamie sent to Ernie.
Okay. And what does it show in here?
It just basically shows that it was a classified position.
Okay. So just to reiterate, these two disciplines that we just discussed that were issued in 2020, could you tell us again the purpose of including these two documents?
It just shows that there, that Ernie was notified of FMLA discrepancies and attention to detail performance issues. This wasn't the beginning. The 2022-23 wasn't the beginning. This has been an ongoing pattern.
Okay. And so it wasn't corrected by the time 2022 and 2023 came around?
Well, there was some improvement because I don't see anything from 2020 to 2022. But then again, like he says, I think people testified earlier that there was COVID and everything else. So, but no, nothing was in between.
Okay.
Except for I think the performance evaluations that were mentioned, but no disciplines.
Okay. Are you familiar with the written reprimand that was given to Ms. Johnson on July 11th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Let's go ahead and turn to that now. I think that is, going backwards, tab 3. And that would be page 12. Can you tell me what the first bullet for the first date says?
This is about an interaction that happened with a elected official that basically the elected official was highly upset about. I wasn't present for the exact conversation. I came in on the tail end and went down and talked with the elected official.
And what was the issue?
The elected official thought that Ernie talked to her inappropriately in a rude fashion, was basically demeaning to her.
Okay. Can you turn to tab 11, page 108?
Okay.
And what is this document?
This is basically an email from that elected official to myself requesting that Ernie not be her HR technician for her and her department.
Okay. And when was this sent to you?
I'm sorry, could you give me the tab?
I'm so sorry. Tab 11, page 108.
Okay, so I must be under the wrong tab then, or what?
Uh-oh.
It's in the front one here, it should be right here.
Because that's what I have for,
Go 108, page 108.
okay. Got it, thank you.
Thank you. When was this sent to you?
Looks like it says August 2nd.
Okay, and when was the interaction that you had with the elected official after the incident?
I think it was 7/28 is what the document says. Basically, after the incident, I walked down with Lena. We went down and talked to this elected official. And then at the end of it, I mean, she was pretty distraught and busy and stuff. So I just said, when you get the chance, can you please send me that request in writing? And it just took her a while to get it to me.
Okay, and was her department subsequently reassigned to you, or to someone else?
Yes, it was.
Who?
It was one of the other technicians. I don't know which one has it, to be honest
Okay.
with you.
During that period of time when you were Ms. Johnson's supervisor, what was her performance like?
It was, you know, talked to Ernie a few times and, you know, it's ups and downs. When she's good, she's good. I mean, and then like says, there's some bad times and, I mean, I did her performance evaluation during that time, so it wasn't a bad review. There was some attention to detail and confidence issues, but other than that, Ernie was doing her job, at least as far as I could tell.
Okay. Despite the 2 disciplines that were given to her back in 2020, did you give her opportunities to advance?
Yes, I did. We've had some turnover in our analyst position. When we lost our HR manager, Leanne moved up to the HR manager. We had Leanne's old analyst position. Ernie was the most senior technician in the office at the time. I asked her if she would like to, you know, try or apply for the generalist position. Because normally without that type of experience, we underfill it as a generalist until they get the skill set, then we bring them up to an analyst. So I asked her if she was going to apply for the generalist position.
And did she?
No, she did not.
Do you ever recall giving her a salary increase at any time?
Well, salary increases just started recently, but with the reclassification, she was moved from a range 10 to a 12. And then when we were short-staffed, I had her special detailed, I think, a 5%, 3 or 5%. And then from there, then the county got the dollar raises and then the on-step adjustments. So I think the special detail, the increases, those were the only ones that were available at the time.
Okay.
And the special detail ended when the other changes came about. So it's for a defined period. I don't know, but it was for a few months because we were short-staffed.
Okay. And can you go ahead and turn to tab 10?
I wonder if we could get an indication from the respondent as to how long they suspect that they'll continue going. Again, I'm going to kind of reiterate my concerns that we're going to be here all night. if they don't wrap this up soon, we should all be given equal time. I know there's not a time limit, but if we were to use equal time at this point, we're already drifting into 8, 9 o'clock at night. So if we get an indication from respondent, and if not, we need to, I think, consider resetting this for a day 2.
Okay, I'll make it quick. Page 65.
Well, I'm kind of asking, can you give me an indication as to when you think you might be finished?
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that should be fine. But
Okay, all right. Mr. Cunningham, what is page 65?
65 is a welcome letter to the Supervisors Academy.
Okay, and how does one get this welcome letter?
Basically, what happened, what we offered here is the current supervisors in the office, or people who had a desire to move up into the department or wanted to just learn supervisory roles. Like it says, Ernie was one of the senior technicians. I think the manager and an analyst went first, and then the next analyst and Ernie were in the second class.
Okay, and was she forced to go?
No, this is strictly voluntary.
Okay, did you receive any feedback from the instructors at the Supervisors Academy?
I was asked to come over and speak to one of the instructors. Well, I believe it was Dallas. Dallas is the head of the AGTS, and just asked, let me know that Ernie wasn't participating in the class, and that, you know, the participation is a part of this class.
Okay. And then let's transition here to your awareness of the traumatic event that Ms. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain from your perspective what happened there?
Basically, what found out is from Ernie, is that her son passed away.
And what did you do as director in that office? How did you help Ernie deal with it?
Well, basically when Ernie, basically she called me and was very distraught and couldn't speak too well. And I was trying to understand. She says, well, my son passed away. And then I told her, just stop. We don't need to go on any farther. Take the time off, take what you need, and we'll help as much as we can.
And were you able to give her leave?
I gave her some leave, and then I requested additional time from the county manager, because as a director, department head, I can only authorize 40 hours of unpaid time. After that, it has to be approved by the county manager. So I sent well, I don't think I sent an email because I didn't want to put it in writing. I just wanted to let the county manager know, and he authorized some additional leave for Ernie.
Okay, and when she was in the office, what did you have any interactions with her after she came back?
Just to say hello and stuff. I mean, she went into her cubicle and did her work.
Okay. Did she ever ask you for any assistance with anything?
No.
Okay. All right, I have
Wrap
nothing.
it up. Wrap it up.
Yep,
please?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Appellate counsel, you can cross.
Yeah, I'll waive cross and instead call Mr. Cunningham as my first witness in my case in chief if the respondent has rested.
Yes, I rest. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I appreciate your time today.
Okay, so I'm still on?
Is he staying on as your first witness, or are you crossing from the respondent side?
No, he's staying on as my first witness. So they don't have a recross. I mean, they can do cross after I'm done doing direct.
In other words, there's a little bit of efficiency here. That's fine. I don't believe we need to re-swear the witness in, correct? Okay. All right, you may proceed.
You understand, Mr. Cunningham, that you're still under oath, correct? Did you answer the question?
Yes, I did. I said yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. So I want to look at a couple things here real quick. You previously, at one point, you were Ernestine's direct supervisor?
For a short duration, basically when there was a bunch of transitioning going on in the office.
Okay.
I-
Let's just answer the question so we can speed this up. I don't want a long drawn out answer, okay? Did you supervise Ms. Johnson?
Did I supervise her? Yes.
What dates?
I don't have exact dates. It's pretty much when, like says the transactions are when we had turnover, I filled in as a supervisor.
I don't need all that stuff. I just am trying to
ask.
narrow down the dates, okay? What were the dates approximately that you supervised Ms. Johnson?
Okay, Jay left. Maybe for like 4 or 5 months, maybe from June, July 2020, but I'm not positive.
So 4 or 5 months from June, July. So 4 or 5 months from that would be November, December,
Somewhere
2020.
Somewhere around there, yes.
Okay. And at one point you wrote a performance evaluation for Ms. Johnson. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to direct you to our exhibits. It's tab number 4, identified as EJ 00025.
Okay.
Can you confirm that you wrote this performance evaluation?
I signed it as, let me see if I signed on the back. Yes.
Is everything in this performance evaluation true and accurate at that time?
As far as I remember, yes.
And I would assume that if this is an accurate representation of her job performance for that year of performance or that year of work.
Yes.
And that's your signature there on page EJ 00033, where you signed it, dated 4/21/2021.
Yes.
Her overall rating was listed as a 3.69. Can you tell me what that means?
It's based off of the numbers, an average of the numbers in the sections. 3.69 comes out to a satisfactory contributor.
Well, it looks to me that it's between satisfactory and high contributor, right?
It says 3.0 to 3.6. High contributor is 3.7.
Okay, so she would have needed a 0.01 to be a high contributor?
She needed a little bit higher, yes, sir.
A little bit higher, okay. In most of these boxes, or it looks to me like most, just at a quick cursory review, she was listed as a high contributor for almost, for most of the job duties. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
And in one in particular, she's listed as a 5. What is a 5?
In her education and training, yes.
She's listed as a 5 in taking initiative and pursuing education and training and HR.
Yes, she took all the IPMA classes, the Fred Pryor classes, that kind of stuff.
How was she rated for customer service?
Customer service, she got 3s and 4s.
In her evaluation, I don't see a single instance of her being less than a 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in every single column, she was rated as satisfactory, contributor, or higher.
Yes.
On page 0032, there are a couple of comments that are on that page. Under employee strength, can you read that for me?
Under what one?
Employee strength?
Customer service skills are outstanding, strong desire to learn, take numerous trainings this year, earned her black belt in NeoGov. She's one of 2 people at that time that had the black belt certification.
Okay. Do you recall, and is this the only evaluation that you wrote for her?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, and you signed the other one, but you didn't write it, correct?
That's correct. I just reviewed them.
Who wrote the evaluation for the year of, the one that's dated June 17th, 2022? Who wrote that one?
Preparer says Lena.
Okay, and you just signed off on it, correct?
I reviewed it, yes, sir.
Did you make any comments on this evaluation?
At this time, I don't know if I added any comments or not.
Okay. And you heard Jordan testify earlier, and you testified to it as well. Jordan testified earlier that there was this training class that she attended. And when was that training class that she attended? Forgot what it was called.
Oh, the AGTS Supervisors Academy?
Yeah, when did she attend that training course?
I'll have to go back and look. I think it was the winter term, so that would have been like January through March. Was that 2022?
January through March of 2022?
I think that's when she went. I think that's what the letter said. I'll have to go back and find it.
And the issue that the department had with her during that training was her behavior. Is that correct?
Participation, yes.
Participation. Okay. So if you go back to the termination notice, that's actually cited in the termination notice, is it not? And I'll point you to it. It's on MC3 of 211. At the very top, there's county issues or events. And the first bullet point talks about engagement during trainings. Can you read that for me, please?
I don't know what tab do
It's the first bullet point on page 3.
Okay, we must be on a different page. Are you talking about your tab? Or?
No, sir. I'm talking about MC3, the termination notice, MC3. I'll be more specific next time. I apologize.
MC3. Okay, I'm still missing it here. Okay. Okay, I see that.
Okay, can you read that first bullet point for me?
It says direction regarding your engagement during trainings that HR has provided to you is mandatory.
You can continue through the end of the bullet point.
Say it again.
Can you read the whole bullet point? Just that one bullet point, the whole thing.
You completed the Supervisors Academy, received several reports that during your classes you lacked participation. Your lack of engagement was in violation, personnel policies 4.5123, insubordination and willful disobedience.
Okay, what do you know about Ernestine Johnson's, you referred to her as Ernie earlier, so I'll call her Ernie as well. What do you refer to Ernie, or what do you know about Ernie's medical conditions?
All I know is that she has a FMLA paperwork. I don't know of any other, she has FMLA paperwork to be taken off. That's all I know.
You can't cite one single disability that Ernie has been diagnosed with?
She's never given me disability paperwork.
Okay, but you sat through this hearing. You sat through the whole thing today, right? You sat through this entire hearing today, correct?
Well, except for a couple times I had to leave, yeah. FMLA paperwork, I can't tell you what all the FMLA paperwork says. I know that she has FMLA paperwork that says she could take time off.
Okay, well, one of your witnesses from the department testified earlier about a memorandum. It was a memorandum that was located in her personnel file, specifically placed in her personnel file. And in that memorandum, it cites depression and anxiety, does it not?
Depression and anxiety. Can you refer to that so I can take a look at it, please?
You don't recall, hang on, give me 1 second, I can point you to the right direction, but you don't recall?
I know the testimony earlier about they took her in the room because she was distraught in her cubicle and crying.
Go to, if you could, 196, which is, let me verify whose that is. I think it's the county's. 196, on page 196 of the county's exhibits.
196.
Do you remember Leanne Lewis
Okay.
talking about this memorandum?
Let's see here. It says here that she crying and shaking while in her cubicle.
No, I'm just asking a question. Do you remember us talking about this memorandum, or were you in the room at the time? You might have left. I don't know. I can't see.
I was not.
You were not in the room during Leanne Lewis's testimony?
I was in the room, but I wasn't in the room during this time. Basically what this says here, it says, okay, remind you, we were asking, okay.
About halfway down in the second paragraph.
Their doctor asked having the medication for her anxiety and depression. We have never received anything that says that she has anxiety and depression.
So you've never seen this document before? It's written to you. It's got your name on there at the top. You've never seen this memorandum before?
I'm telling you that we didn't have any documentation that she had anxiety and depression.
So even on her FMLA paperwork, it doesn't mention anything about anxiety or depression?
FMLA tells her that she can have time off if she's based on what the information is. So what are you asking me? I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
Are you aware that she has been diagnosed with anxiety and depression?
I knew that she was having issues with the loss of her son. Did I know that she had an official diagnosis of anxiety and depression? The answer is no.
Okay, so what did you think she took FMLA for? For vacation?
Because of the loss of her son.
Okay. All right. So are you aware that individuals with anxiety and depression, specifically anxiety, are not super excited about public speaking and being interactive with people they don't know in these types of environments? Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm aware of anxiety, yes.
You are aware of anxiety?
Not of her anxiety, but I am aware what anxiety is, yes.
Okay, are you aware that anxiety can cause people to not want to participate or to be shy in these types of settings?
Yes.
Yes. And don't you think that her conduct during the course of this training session was consistent with her medical condition?
We had no notification of her anxiety during her training class.
Have you ever asked her?
Why would I ask someone about their medical condition?
Well, because if you're going to write them up for lack of participation in the conduct during the course of this training session, it seems you would ask a couple of questions.
Employees are not required to tell me about their medical condition. And if you're asking me if it was before, the training was prior to her son's death.
Okay, so you're saying that she could not have been diagnosed with anxiety prior to her son passing away?
What I'm telling you is I don't have a record of that.
Okay. Let's talk about files real quick. Have you ever received any training, any formal training at all regarding the Americans with Disabilities Act?
Have I had Americans with Disabilities? I've been to webinars and stuff, yes. I have that.
You've been to webinars. When's the last time you went to any kind of formal training regarding the ADA?
Well, since I work with DES on a regular basis, I had one of the ADA people in my office here. So I haven't had an official training, but I have correspondence and working with a New Horizons representative that handles disabled workers. So yes, I do know about the ADA.
What is your understanding of the law, specifically the ADA, the law's requirements with regard to medical information and how to store that stuff?
Medical information is to be kept separate from personnel files. It is kept in a separate file. Our ADA information, I mean, we have a benefits file that it goes in, which is kept separate from the personnel file, which has, our medical file has FMLA documentation, their benefits enrollment, their life insurance, that kind of stuff. So we do have two separate files.
Well, it sounds to me that somebody testified earlier that there are 3 separate files. How many separate files are there?
In relation to what?
In relation to employee personnel records.
A personnel file, there is a personnel file. Departments keep a departmental file, like this is what I keep one for, so I can do performance evaluations and that kind of stuff. And then those are the true 2 personnel files. Then we keep a discipline file separate for information that we work on for the disciplines. You know, it's not just my department. We track all the disciplines in the county.
So are you aware that any form or document that contains any information regarding an individual's medical condition must be maintained in a separate medical file and cannot be commingled with other files? Are you aware of that?
Right, and that's what I just told you. We keep a separate medical file for FMLA and that kind of stuff for all employees. We keep the medical file separate from the personnel file. We have 2 separate files.
And you also have a department file. Does the department file in your office, does it contain confidential medical information?
No, they do not.
Okay, so so if we were to pull the department file, there would be no information in that file, in Ernestine's file, that references any medical conditions that she has.
No, her FMLA information is in her medical file.
Okay. And you heard Leanne Lewis. Leanne Lewis testified earlier as to this document that we just referenced, MC 196, that memorandum that we just looked at. And she testified that she was sure, I don't remember the exact words, whether or not she said sure, certain, or what the exact words were, but she said that this document is contained in Ernestine Johnson's personnel file. Did you hear her say that?
I heard her say that, but I couldn't interrupt at that time because I wasn't on thing. This is not in her personnel file.
Okay, where is it?
It should be in her benefits file.
It should be in her benefits file, but you don't know.
This document is, what, 7 months old? No, I cannot tell you 100% where this is at right at this moment.
Oh, so you can't tell me with 100% certainty that this is not in her personnel file?
I don't put memorandums in the personnel file.
Well, your human resources manager just testified earlier that that's where it is.
Well, the personnel
She was
files
certain
are
that-
in my office, they're not in the manager's office.
Okay, well, I'm going to be sending a preservation notice today.
You don't-
I'm going to be sending a preservation notice today that advises you, instructs you to keep and preserve all evidence as it is currently stored, okay? Today. Ms. Laura will receive it today. I'll just put you on notice of that. All right, so let's talk about confidentiality for a second. In this termination notice, it is cited that she violated confidentiality because she put someone's name in an email. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I remember what you're referring to.
Do you know where that is in the termination notice?
Do I know where it's in this file?
I'll direct you to it. So it's on page 3 of the county's exhibits. Not my exhibits, the county's exhibits. Tab 1, page 3. And about halfway down, starting with on 6/30, it says, on 6/30, you sent an email to the park administrator requesting an FMLA timesheet. The greeting of the email listed the name of an employee from a different department. Your actions are in violation of EP&P section 4.5116, violation of the county confidentiality policy. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay. Is her putting the first name of someone in that email, did that in fact violate the county confidentiality policy?
If it's related and telling someone else that they have FMLA or something, the answer is yes.
Have you reviewed the email?
Someone else's FMLA information.
It's a simple question. Does the email that's referenced in here, does that violate that confidentiality policy?
What we have written down here, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Okay. So are you aware of the exhibits that were sent to my office? The exhibits that were mailed out to my office? Who was in charge of sending those? I can't hear.
Documentation for the intent to dismiss is what you're talking about. Yes.
I'm talking about this binder. This binder right here?
That's
Full of stuff?
That's the backup documentation. That is correct.
Who was in charge of sending this to my office?
It was compiled with our attorney, our manager, and then the analyst mailed you that binder.
Are you aware that numerous documents within this binder were sent to me that were not redacted? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was.
And is it your position that that also violated county confidentiality policy?
No, I am not.
Oh, and why is that?
The information that was sent to you was the information that was provided to Ernie. That information that was provided to Ernie was to let her have a defense against the intent to dismiss. So she already had that information. She already had knowledge of that information. We were just giving her the information so, like I said, when the intent to dismiss letter went out, so she would have a chance to come back to the pre-disciplinary meeting and defend against all the issues that we had written down. So that is backup documentation for her information.
You sent it to my office. It was sent to me.
Her representative,
This is a record that is now, it's not confidential anymore. I could take it and put it on Facebook if I want to. Is that correct?
then you would be responsible for the confidentiality, yes. You could.
I'd be charged with violate. You gonna fire me for violating county confidentiality policy?
I'm not gonna do
Yeah. Okay. Then the county asked the commission to redact certain portions of these documents prior to the hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, because this is a public hearing.
Yeah. Who was involved in doing that
Who's involved in doing what?
and requesting those redactions?
My department, our attorney's office, so I'm not understanding. Who asked us to redact it? We didn't want to make it public to the people who are watching this hearing. We didn't want to tell other county employees, other counties' employees' medical information. So yes, we did request a
You
redact.
realize it's already public because I own it now. This is my property. You realize that, right?
Okay,
You provided it to Ernestine, who is a private citizen. Are you aware of that?
we did provide it to Ernie.
Yeah, you sure did. Okay. And even at the beginning of this hearing, at the very beginning of this hearing, y'all noticed that there were still several pages of documents that had not been redacted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I want to know, was anybody disciplined for that?
Objection, that was something I admitted was my mistake, and I've notified my supervisor when I discovered it on Sunday, and he will deal with me when we're done with this hearing.
You get that, counsel, and I agree with her. The mistake was discovered just today, so I don't know if it had a chance to address it yet.
I understand, but my point is that they also violated the same. If this was a violation of the confidentiality policy, the county violated the confidentiality policy today and the day that they mailed this out to us. When is the last time, to your recollection, that Ms. Johnson received any kind of a merit increase, performance increase, or step increase?
I think it was when the county gave we had the $2 raises, one in October, one in January, I think. I think those are the times. And then the on-step adjustment. So I believe that happened last August.
Last August.
Those were the step increases that the whole county received.
Are some employees not entitled to a step increase?
Every employee was entitled to those two $1 increases, an on-step adjustment. Every employee was entitled to those.
Is every employee entitled to a merit increase?
We don't have merit increases, we have performance increases. And employees on their annual evaluation, when they have their performance reviews, it's the annual from the date and position, they are eligible to get a step increase if their performance evaluation is a 3.0 or above.
Okay, are you aware that she received a performance increase on February 9th of 2022?
Performance.
I can't hear you.
I'm thinking I don't remember if she got one or not, to be honest with you.
All right. And we talked earlier about this situation involving Miss Johnson's son and how he was killed and how she saw it and those things. Subsequent to that, Ernie overheard a comment made by Miss Hoover. And then she reported that comment to you. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is that on or about June 9th of 2022, she went to you to report a comment that was made by Ms. Hoover. Is that correct?
That is correct. I don't know the date, but yes, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right, okay. Can you describe to me what that complaint was?
Can I go into an active EEOC complaint? We have, it says in your backup, tab 7, page EJ 00047, we have the statement that says it is the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph down, that Ms. Huber was talking to another
Okay,
employee.
listen, I don't want you to read from a position statement that was written by your attorney. I want to hear from you specifically what your firsthand knowledge of what that complaint was. She made the complaint to you, right? I don't want you to read from the position statement. I'll direct you to it if I want you to, but I don't want you to read from it. I can't hear you.
That's because you were talking over me. Ernie made a comment that Lena said that made an insensitive comment about the shooting in her office. She made a comment about the active shooter training that she went to the day before, where Lena was shot by a Nerf gun, because the active shooter training is interactive. And so she was talking with the trainer. They were in the very first class. So she was talking to the trainer about that class.
Ms. Hoover was talking to the trainer about the active shooter class. And again, I'm not asking what your investigation revealed. I'm asking specifically, what did Ernie tell you when she went to your office to complain about Ms. Hoover?
She said that Lena made a inappropriate comment.
Did she tell you what the inappropriate comment was?
About getting shot in the leg or something like that, yes.
You don't recall any other details about what was said?
No, the comment was that Lena made an inappropriate comment about getting shot in the leg.
After she made this complaint to you on June 9th, what did you do?
I went down there and asked about it.
Went down where?
I went down and talked with Lena to tell me what was going on.
On that same day?
I believe it was the same day or very close to it, yes.
And what did Lena tell you?
She was explaining the class with the instructor. They were going over what was happening in that class, and that during that training, Lena was shot with a Nerf dart, I believe in the leg.
When Ernie complained to you, did she tell you that Ms. Hoover was making some kind of a joke?
No, there was no, she was talking to the trainer that she was talking, and Ernie walked in. Ernie wasn't part of the conversation. She walked in while they were discussing the training.
But you don't recall specifically what the comment was that Ernie said she heard?
The only thing I remember about the comment was that she was shot in the leg with the gun. That's the comment that I remember.
And where did you get that from? You got that from Lena, or did you get that from Ernie?
Ernie said it. How would I have known to go talk to Lena if I didn't know that, there was...
No, I'm talking about the specific comment about being shot in the leg.
And I'm telling you, that's all I remember, is that the comment was made, an insensitive comment about being shot.
Okay. And then did you ask for Ernie to write any kind of a statement regarding what was said?
No. No statement was written.
No statement. You didn't ask Ernie to write. Did you ask Laney to write a statement?
No, I didn't, at the time, I didn't feel that it was, it rose to that level of an investigation.
Did you write down anything anywhere memorializing either conversation that you had, the one with Ernie or the one with Ms. Hooper?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did you talk to anyone else to find out more information about what was said?
Did I talk with the instructor? The answer is no.
Did you talk to anyone else?
It was just the three of them. There was nobody else to talk to.
After you got the story from Ms. Hoover, did you take any other action with regard to this statement that was, reported to you?
No, I asked Lena what this was about. She didn't realize that it affected her. She says that she went and apologized, that there was no malintent, that she said she apologized, and I didn't feel there was anything else for me to do.
Okay. Prior to that complaint, and again, made on June 9, 2022, prior to that complaint, had Ernie been subjected to any form of written disciplinary action at all from August of 2020 through June 9th of 2022?
Disciplines, no. Performance, just up and down. We talk about all employees' performance if they're making mistakes and stuff. So, no, there was no written formal discipline.
No written formal discipline. And then she received her evaluation, and it was Lena that wrote the next evaluation, correct?
That is correct.
And the date of that evaluation was June 17th, 2022. Is that right?
I would have to look at the evaluation.
I can refer to it. It's our exhibits, EJ 00034.
00034. Okay.
So this is 8 days after she made the complaint to you about Lena's comment, correct? June 17, 2022.
6/17/22, yeah.
And I believe you stated earlier that this evaluation was written by Ms. Hoover, correct?
I didn't hear you.
That this evaluation was written by Ms. Hoover. You testified to that earlier, right?
Right.
And is this the lowest evaluation that Ernie has ever received during her time working for Mohave County?
According to the three that are here, yes, that's all I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any other evaluations, or do you know of any other evaluations?
No.
So I'm going to go through some of the specific stuff in the termination notice. But before I do that, a couple of questions for you, which is kind of some basic questions. Just hear what your thoughts on it are. Is an intent to dismiss a disciplinary action?
No, it is not.
Are employees permitted to submit rebuttals and responses to an intent to dismiss?
At the pre-disciplinary meeting, they can either give it in writing, orally present evidence, witnesses. That's what the purpose of the pre-disciplinary meeting is.
As it relates to the letter of expectation, is a letter of expectation pursuant to the policies considered disciplinary action?
No, it's more of a coaching counseling.
Are employees permitted to submit written rebuttals and responses to a letter of expectation?
employees can write rebuttals to anything they want. Is it required? The answer is no. Is it common? Not normally, but I have seen some from other departments.
Okay. Just briefly before we go into those, are you aware that Ernestine Johnson filed a charge of discrimination with the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, also known as the EEOC?
Yes, I am.
When did you first learn that she had filed a charge of discrimination with the EEOC?
I don't know the exact date we were notified. We were notified by email. Okay, the EEOC complaint is dated,
And I can reference the committee. It's our exhibits. So the EJ exhibits 00042 through 00043 is the EEOC charge of discrimination that was filed.
it says that Ernie filed it on 7/21, so we probably got it the next day or thereabouts.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate representation of the EEOC charge that was filed on that date by Ernestine Johnson?
I believe, yes, this is the charge that was filed.
In the charge of discrimination, it states that she received a performance evaluation on June 17th of the evaluation we just discussed. And the allegation is that the score was the lowest she had received since she began employment. Do you see where that's on page 43?
Yes.
Okay. After receiving this charge, did you conduct an investigation regarding the merits of this charge?
I contacted our attorney and we went through with the attorney.
Well, I don't want to hear any
Did I do
specific,
an
like, privileged
investigation?
conversation.
No, I didn't do an investigation. That was turned over to the attorney's office.
Okay. After this charge of discrimination was received, did Ms. Huber remain Ernie's immediate supervisor?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd
The
like to
first
take a short recess. I know it's in the middle, but we have a couple of people who need to use the restroom, so,
Oh, no, that's fine. I could use it too.
okay.
I need some caffeine or something. Y'all got any caffeine over there? Need a pot of coffee or?
Yeah. We do here, yes. All right, 10 minutes. Thank you. It appears as if everybody has returned, so we'll reconvene.
Yeah, is the court reporter in there? We have a court reporter, right?
Actually, I'm not a court reporter, but I am the clerk. I'm the county clerk, so
I just want to see if somebody could read back my last question.
Oh, that's a little difficult because our meetings are recorded, so we don't necessarily take them all as you're saying them. Not quite the same as being in a courtroom.
Oh, it's just record, like audio recorded?
So technically, during all of our meetings, we don't, it's not the same as being in court because somebody records it and then minutes are typed later. So I'm not
Okay.
repeating every single one of your questions at the time.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just move on. I'll see if I can figure out where I left off. I kind of know about where I was, so. All right, Mr. Cunningham, welcome back. Just remind you, since you left, still under oath, and I assume you're aware of that.
Yes.
With regard to rebuttals to these disciplinary actions that were written, are you aware? Well, and I'll tell you what Ernie's going to testify to. She's going to testify to the fact that you told her that she couldn't write a rebuttal, and that rebuttals were only allowed for disciplinary actions. What is your response to that?
Not write a rebuttal for what?
For a letter of intent and or a letter of expectation.
The letter of intent, we had a pre-disciplinary meeting and she gave us a 16-page rebuttal. So what do you mean I told her I didn't? No, I didn't never tell her that she did not. Personnel policy.
Okay, the letter of expectation.
Letter of expectations. I didn't talk to Ernie about the letter of expectations. I've seen them, but that was given by Lena. So no, I never told her that she couldn't write a rebuttal.
Was any of this disciplinary action that's been taken, and whether or not it's called discipline or not, just the written reprimand, the letter of expectation, the intent to dismiss, did you write those documents? Any of those documents?
No, I did not write. I wrote the performance evaluation, but I did not write the discipline intent. No, I did not write those.
To be clear, you wrote the performance evaluation from 2021, not the one from 2022, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But you didn't write the written reprimand, you didn't write the letter of expectation, and you didn't write the letter of intent to dismiss.
No, I was involved, but I did not write them.
And who wrote those documents?
I believe Lena may have, maybe some help with one of the other analysts, but so I can't give you, I know Lena was the one working on it, so that's about as much as I can tell you.
What leads you to think that another analyst may have worked on any of these documents?
I don't know if I said she may have worked with one of them to finalize it.
Which one of them do you believe she may have worked with?
Maybe Jordan. I can't be positive. Jordan does disciplines throughout the county, so she's the one that may have helped her, but I can't testify that she did.
The first disciplinary action is the written reprimand that was issued on July 11th, 2022, right? That's the first disciplinary action that she had received since August of 2020. So about 2 years, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In this discipline, there are several incidents referenced. So I'm just going to kind of go line by line through them and just ask you some questions. And again, if I cut you off, I'm just trying to keep this thing short because I don't want the committee mad at me because we stayed here till midnight. So I'm just going to try to get through it as quick as we can, okay? July 8th, 2002 is the first thing referenced on the written reprimand. Were you present at the time that there was this supposed verbal blow up between the elected official and Ernie. Were you present?
No, I was told about it, I believe, from a witness, and then I went down and talked with the elected official. But I was not there when it
Okay. Who
happened.
was the witness that you talked to about it?
I don't know exactly who told me. It was, hey, there's something going on at the front desk, and by the time I got there, it was over with.
What did the witness tell you? Just that's it? That there was something going on?
Right, and so that's when I went down and talked with the elected official.
Okay. And what did the elected official, what did they say happened?
That Ernie was demeaning, condescending to them, that the issue that they were dealing with, I think the issue was about an I-9 that went down to Lake Havasu to get it, and then Ernie told her, oh, it's still wrong, along those lines.
Okay. And this interaction, this verbal interaction, at least according to the written reprimand, occurred on July 8th of 2022, right?
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I'm glad you let me know. This dust up happened on July 8th of 2022, right?
Around there, yes, yeah.
Okay. Prior to that, this elected official had asked to be assigned to a different HR representative. Is that correct?
Yes. After the confrontation in the office, she asked for Ernie to be removed from her workload.
Okay, let's turn to page 108 of the county's exhibits, and that's on tab 11, page 108.
11. 108.
108.
Okay.
This document is written by Christy Blair. Is Christy Blair the elected official that had the issue?
That is correct.
Okay. And then here it says, this is to follow up on my request from July 1st. The request we be assigned to a different HR representative. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did she make a request on July 1st to have a different HR representative?
It was during, when we went down and checked on the confrontation that happened, that's when she requested to, so it was the same day. She wrote the wrong day. I mean, she did it almost a month later, so she wrote the wrong day. But there was nothing prior to that with this elected official that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you're certain that this was the first time that this elected official had ever requested to be assigned to somebody different?
That's my belief, yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Ernestine about what happened?
Me and Lena, after we went down and talked, we asked Ernie about it, and she says that she wasn't rude or demeaning.
And aside from the elected official and Ernie, or well, I'll just say aside from the elected official, did anyone else say or confirm or suggest that Ernie was rude to that elected official during this discussion?
Not that I'm aware of.
And Ernie, prior to this, had never been written up due to any kind of rude or confrontational behavior with anyone, correct?
Never been written up, no.
Has you ever had any complaints about her being confrontational or rude prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of, not directly to me.
Okay, so it's fair to say that this complaint here from this elected official is inconsistent with the way she typically behaves and acts at work?
Could be said that, yeah.
Okay. Did Ernestine make you aware that the elected official had previously talked to Ms. Hoover? And that she did not know about this prior discussion that had taken place. Did she tell you anything about that?
Prior discussion that Lena had with Ernie about a discussion with the elected official prior to this?
Right. So this I-9 issue, and again, she's going to have to testify to it. I know she hadn't yet, but she's going to testify to the fact that prior to this dust up on July 8th, Ms. Huber had a conversation with this elected official and provided information to the elected official about what to do. Did you hear anything about that at all? And it's fine if you didn't. I realize this is quite some time ago.
No, I don't remember. I don't think so.
A rebuttal was sent to you regarding this written reprimand on July 14th, 2022. Does that sound correct?
I did.
And I'll refer you to it. It's on tab 13. It's the first page on tab 13, EJ 190.
Yes.
Have you read this before?
I read it when it came in.
Okay, and so you just testified that you didn't recall that she had told you that Ms. Huber had spoken to this elected official before. But on number 1, if you could look at number 1 and read that last sentence.
I did not know that Lena had spoken with advisor with different information prior to me speaking on that day. It must have been about the I-9. But no, I don't remember that.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go to the next thing on the written reprimand. Dated June 24th. June 24th. There's this discussion about the I-9s, and I think we talked about it. You've heard everybody else talk about it. What is your understanding of what happened?
That they were supposedly going through some of the I-9s. And I think there was a lot of confusion about calling it an audit when it really wasn't an audit. They were looking for, I don't know all the details around it, that they were just looking through the I-9s. I don't know if they were just making sure that they were there, or if they were putting them over in the terms file. I think that's what it says here, that they were making sure that they were in the binders.
Okay, and with regard to this I-9 audit, there were multiple employees involved in this, correct?
Well, it says here that Crystal and Amanda is no longer with the department.
And you heard Ms. Huber testify earlier today that neither one of those employees were disciplined at all for this, correct?
Well, like this is the one employee was being asked to go down a position, so there was no discipline, but we asked her to move down. I don't know over this incident, but that person, my belief was that she was supposed to go down to the front desk person and she resigned instead. I'm trying to remember all, but I don't know all the scenarios right off the top of my head.
I understand, it's been a long time. What was that employee's name?
Amanda.
And so she was offered a demotion, she declined it and resigned?
Yeah.
The other employee that was involved in this wasn't disciplined at all?
Crystal, not that I'm aware of, no.
And you're not for sure that demotion or any of that stuff had anything to do with this I-9 situation? You can't say for certainty that that's related, correct?
I know it was about functions of the duties, but I don't know if it's just this I-9, but it was performance-based.
Okay. So I'm going to skip to the next page, and that's MC 13. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Were you still talking?
I said she was not disciplined, she was just asked to go down because it wasn't a good fit.
I understand, okay. All right, so I'm going to skip to the next page, which is MC 13. And I would like to ask council if she has had an opportunity to review that form, the memo dated December 13, 2021.
The one that you gave to us earlier today?
I didn't give it to you, Ernie gave it to you.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, I did review. I don't have any legitimate objections.
Okay, so I would like to admit that, does the board have or does the committee have copies of it?
Yes, the commission has a copy of it. It is not inserted in the binder. It's loose.
Okay, I would just like to make sure that that's admitted as an exhibit. And if I could direct the committee to that loose document there, and I've got to pull it up on my phone because I think she texted it to me. But do you have a copy of it as well, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on that what is that document?
It looks like just it says early timesheet deadlines. It basically says because of the holidays, we turn in the time cards early.
Okay, and so when does it show the due date is for payroll at that time? Does it show that the payroll deadline was Tuesday, June 28, 2022 at 3 p.m.?
This doesn't show payroll deadlines. It shows when time cards are due. There's a difference. Because
Can you explain the difference?
the subject says early timesheet deadlines for 2022. Those are time cards. Time cards are processed early. Those are not payroll deadlines.
So you're saying that's not when the deadline was?
No, this is for time cards. I think earlier we were talking about payroll transactions. This is talking about time cards, two different things.
Okay, can you state with certainty that the payroll deadline was in fact Tuesday, June 28, 2022 at 3 p.m.?
I don't do the daily transaction, so I couldn't confirm or deny one way or the other. But what I'm saying is this is not a payroll deadline. This is a time card deadlines.
Okay, and I can have her explain the difference. I know she deals with that stuff dealt with that stuff all the time. All right, so I'm going to go to the next. Gonna skip down because some of this stuff is kind of. I want to talk about the situation going on the break. She was in this write-up. It references the fact that Ernie told Jordan, who is now a supervisor, that she was going on a break because Ms. Hoover was not available. Is it department policy, to your knowledge, is it department policy that employees are required to report to the chain of command when they are going on a break?
We need to identify if someone's not in the office. Yes. Do we have a written policy on it? The answer is no. And I think, like Lena said before, there is a checkout board, an in and out board. So I don't know all the details around this, because I don't know if this was before the expectations, keeping her supervisor informed. I don't honestly remember that.
Are you aware that it was customary?
I don't remember the timelines, but is there a policy that you must check out? There's a practice that you must identify that you're leaving the office so we know where you're at. But do you?
And she did notify somebody that she was leaving the office, correct?
Correct.
And that somebody notified Ms. Hoover that she left the office, correct?
She notified Jordan, and then Jordan notified Ms. Huber, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that that was customary and that she had never been written up for this at any time prior to this date?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You're not aware that it was routine?
No, I'm not aware that she was written up before or anything. It is routine that people check out going out of the office, yes. But like I said, we use the board most of the time. So I don't know what the whole situation around the, I think it was just part of, like I says, I don't know if it was before or after the letter of expectations, whether or not to keep the supervisor informed. So I can't, that's about as much as I know about that topic.
Okay. In your view, was this a big deal? This is a terminable offense?
In and of itself, no.
Just want to go back to something real quick. The demotion that you mentioned earlier, Amanda?
Yeah, I'm just reading off of this rebuttal.
Okay. Her demotion, from what I can find, wasn't until October. And so this incident with the I-9s occurred in June, but she wasn't demoted until October. Do you know if that's true or not?
I don't know the exact date and time. I know there was performance issues.
Okay.
And she was never officially demoted. She resigned.
Let's skip forward to the letter of intent. I think a lot of it's the same. I'm just looking through it real quick just to make sure that I haven't missed anything. Hopefully we can move on here pretty quick. With regard to this other stuff, I'm just going to say other stuff. The other stuff in the termination letter, if you look at the termination letter, did you have any firsthand knowledge of this stuff, or is this all information that you got directly from Ms. Hoover? And specifically, I'm referring to the incident on June 20th that references the class schedule stuff, the educational course on FMLA, review of cases for FMLA, the 228 information about filling out paperwork or something, the FMLA forms. Did you have any firsthand knowledge of any of that stuff? Or was it all information you got from Ms. Hoover?
It was given to me, and like I says, I seen the backup. The one I-9 issue that I was involved in was the one where the employee was getting her a child placed with her, and that she came in and applied for FMLA, and I was talking with the department head because it was an attendance issue and they were going to discipline that person. Do I know all the details about all the FMLA office? The answer is no. But I try to keep up on who's on at which departments, and I recognize the name because there was other issues. And so when the manager says, I'm going to discipline this person for attendance, I says, hold it now, wait. I believe there's an FMLA in there. And then that's how I got involved in that one, because when we had the approval, this was a week later, and that manager was about ready to discipline the employee. And I says, you can't discipline that employee, because a lot of the department heads will contact myself on disciplinary matters, and I make sure that, is it appropriate? Is it not appropriate? Is it, do we have documentation? That kind of stuff.
To be specific, you're referring to the person that requested FMLA, and then it was approved 7 days later.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one. The other ones, were I directly involved in all the FMLA? The answer is no.
You heard Jordan testify earlier as well about this FMLA issue regarding an employee that came in to request FMLA paperwork to apply for FMLA, and then she went and met with Jordan in a conference room. Do you recall her testifying to that?
Yes, I do remember that, yes.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge of that incident?
No, that was information that I received from Jordan, Lena, and those, but no, I was not there when that happened. Or I may have been in the office, but I wasn't in the meeting with them.
Okay. Did you guys ever ask Ernie to explain what happened?
Did I ask Ernie? No, I
Correct.
don't. I mean, the supervisors, I mean, I don't, interact with, I interact with all the staff, but when there's issues, do I get involved in every issue in the office? The answer is no.
I don't believe I have any additional questions at this time.
Respondent, you can cross.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, just for clarifications, has Ms. Johnson actively been involved in the interactive ADA process?
No, I've had nothing.
Okay. And just another point of clarification, the evaluation that was given by Ms. Huber, that covers a period of a year, correct?
Correct. A year and a little bit longer because it was delayed a little bit because of some time off.
Okay. Just regarding the I-9 issue again, how many years of experience again did Ernie have around this time?
He says, I believe she had 15, 16 before she came to HR, and then she started with us in 2019, so, close to 20 by year end, or by...
And the other two individuals noted in that letter, did they also have 20 years of experience?
Amanda was, like a probationary employee, brand new employee to HR. Crystal, I believe, has been in HR, as a technician. She started as a front desk person, then she became an HR technician. I believe she's been a technician for about a year and a half.
Okay, so are individuals that have less experience and time in HR, are they held to the same standard as someone who's had multiple years of experience in HR?
It depends on the circumstances. If someone's on the probationary period in the 6 months, they're given a little bit, they're given some leeway. If they're major mistakes, we take care of that and decide whether or not we end the probationary period or not. But the probationary employee with no HR experience gets a little bit more hands-on coaching, counseling, that kind of stuff. Someone's been there, 1 to 2 years. The standards should be going up, but they're not expected to know the same as, someone like myself who's been in that department for 10 years.
Okay, no further questions.
Appellate counsel, do you need any follow-up?
And I'm going to be very, very quick. Just real quick, if I could. So if somebody violates policy, regardless of whether or not they are probationary or have 2 years of experience or have 50 years of experience, if somebody violates policy, should they be told that they violated policy, and should they face some disciplinary action for violating that policy?
Should they be told that they violated policy? Yes. And depending on the policy and the seriousness of it, would they be disciplined? Yes. I mean, like it says, we have coaching counseling, depends how many times. I mean, it's not a one size fits all. It depends on their history. Were they told about it? Were they trained about it? But if they've been trained on it and if they've been repeated making the mistakes, then the answer is yes, they should get disciplined.
Okay, and were either of those individuals disciplined at all, written up, coached, verbally or otherwise, regarding this, their conduct with regard to these I-9s?
Well, like I says, I don't know about each one. All I know is that we were dealing with another performance issue. So, but like I says, if it's June to October, I don't know. I mean, if
Okay,
we were,
that's all. I don't have any further questions.
Respondent, you can recross.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Commission members, any follow-up?
I just have a few. Mr. Cunningham, in your 10 years as the HR director, has any other employee ever sent out FMLA paperwork besides Ernie with a wrong name?
not that that's the only one I'm aware of. I can't remember being notified. I mean, could have possibly been, but I don't remember, and I don't remember being notified about it. But I can't say that it's a definite no that someone has not done that. I mean, we've had a lot of people in and out of the office over the years.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question when you were talking about the files that you had, 3 or 4 or 5 files, and the home medical portion of that. Now, so the regular file that's out in the office somewhere, and then what files are in your office then?
Well, we have, well, we call it the vault. It's the big file room. It has personnel files of every county employee excluding Superior Court. They have their own.
Right.
Then in that, we have a confidentiality file where, you know, when the background check is done, when they're hired, we keep that separate because we don't disclose that. And then we have a medical file where we put FMLA information. They bring in a doctor's note because they missed 3 days. That's in a separate file. And the medical file, like for my department, is for all our employees is there. I do not keep the personnel files for the HR staff so everybody in the office can go see it. I keep them in my office in a file cabinet. But then, like I says, as a department head, if I'm doing evaluations or if I get kudos or if I get a negative thing, I keep those in what we call just a department file. So when I do an evaluation, I can take those out and use them when I write the evaluation. They're not an official file, it's just
working.
Just a working file to keep notes in, but that they don't end up into the personnel file.
Okay.
So can I follow up with that? So where are the medical files kept for your employees?
In what we call the vault.
So they are in the vault, correct?
Yes, they are in the vault.
And who all has access to that vault?
Every one of our employees have access to that vault. Because we do filing. I mean, when filing gets back to everybody in the department.
So
files.
I just want to be clear, the medical files are in the vault in the HR department, and everyone has access to that works in the HR department, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Cunningham, I have a couple questions regarding the discipline policy, sort of general questions. The first one is, earlier you had mentioned the 5 steps that are in the process: coaching, verbal reprimand, written reprimand, suspension, and demotion, and then termination, and that none of those steps have to be followed in chronological order, correct?
Correct. It's
Because
based on
there's
seriousness.
discretion,
Right.
okay? So in the first set of disciplinary actions taken against Ms. Johnson in 2020, and there's a number of them. I think we all have read through them multiple times. There's 5 to 10, just from memory. Every single one was a verbal. There was no difference between any of them. And then there's a period of discipline dormancy, as you suggest, your performance was improving after the first year, and no discipline was administered. So you have almost a 2-year period there where things were seemingly in good order. And then a new set of disciplinary issues arose, of which, from what I'm reading here, all of them were written reprimands. There was no coaching.
Well, there's
verbal.
only one written.
Was there one?
Only one written. Back in 2020, there was a coaching, counseling, and a verbal.
Okay.
The other stuff is the backup documentation to those.
Okay.
And then in 2022, there was a written reprimand, then a letter of expectations, then an intent to dismiss.
Okay, so maybe I looked at that wrong. The other part of this question comes in that 2-year period where looks like initial supervisor was Jamie Bernier, and then yourself, and eventually Ms. Huber. Is there anything in the policy that says that the initial reprimands, the verbals and coaching and counseling, wash away, or they become dormant themselves and they do not apply to these new issues? Or was the written reprimands a piggyback off of the verbals?
No, the normal practice is 12 to 18 months in there. You can't build, or we recommend you don't build on top of them.
Okay.
The only reason they're there is you're using for reference that she was aware of previous. It shows a pattern, but after about 12 to 18 months, you don't build on. I mean, we tell them, okay, if you had a verbal and they're doing the exact same thing, give another verbal. But like I says, they're only in there is to show a pattern and of knowledge. They're not built. And then I think the written reprimand on this one is based on the seriousness of the issues, not built on the verbal.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. I think that will dismiss the witness. Appellant counsel can call the next witness.
Thank you. Next witness we'll call is Ms. Huber.
Okay, witness is on the stand, and we are still under oath, so we can start the questioning.
Hi, Ms. Hoover. I've got just a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you before, but Ms. Flora wouldn't let me do it because she's mean. No, I'm just teasing. It's late in the day. But I just want to ask you a little bit about this situation that resulted in this complaint that was made against you. So, can you describe when did you go to an active shooting course? When was that class that was held?
I don't recall the exact date right now. I could refer to documents if that's okay.
You're absolutely welcome to refer to any documents. I don't know where it is in the documents. It might be in the respondent's position statement, which is attached to one of our exhibits. I can look.
Okay.
I have no objection if there's anybody else in the room that knows where that would be located.
The active shooter class was on June the 3rd.
Thank you.
Do you have any reason to dispute what your counsel just said, that the active shooter class was on June 3rd? Do you have any reason to dispute that? I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
I wasn't sure if you could hear me, but do you have any reason to dispute that the active shooter class was on June 3rd of 2022?
No, I don't.
Okay. There was, at some point, you were having a discussion with the trainer of the class, I believe, that was overheard by Miss Johnson, by Ernie. Can you describe what that conversation was about?
Absolutely. So the afternoon after our class, our training class, it was a Friday, I can tell you that. The class was first thing in the morning. And the trainer as well as another technician were in my office, and we were talking about the training that we had participated in that day.
Do you know specifically what you were talking about when Ernie walked in?
I don't recall exactly the words that I was saying. I do know that we were probably going through the events that had happened.
And were you complaining about some pain that you had, or what? Do you remember anything about that?
I do. During the course of the training class, there was a simulated portion of course, the active shooter, where we ran, hid, and fought. And I was hit with a Nerf gun or projectile from the simulated gun.
Okay, and where did it hit you?
I believe the leg.
Okay. And were you talking to this instructor about being hit in the leg with a Nerf gun?
I believe I was.
And were you like, and again, I'm not trying to make any judgment here about this, but were you joking about it, laughing about it, or like kind of, what was the tone of that conversation?
Well, during the course of the training, I was one of the employees that ran out of the building and around the building. So I took it very seriously. And yes, I did participated in that. And I did get shot with a projectile. So it was only talking about the training, where it was funny that, yes, even though I ran around the block, I did end up getting shot by the training course.
Okay. And at some point, Ernie came to you and complained about what you said. Is that true? Did she come to you directly?
She did, the day after.
The day after? Well, you said this was the 3rd, was a Friday.
Correct, that would be the next Monday, I believe.
You believe it was around, we'll say approximately, it could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just in that range? Okay. So let's just say it was the 6th through the 8th, somewhere in that neighborhood, right? What did she say to you? What was her complaint to you that you can recall, specifically what she said?
I recall that she stated that my comments that she overheard regarding the training were similar to, I think, an event that happened in her situation, and that it hurt her feelings.
Okay. And how did you respond to that?
I told her that I was very sorry. It was not intended to hurt her feelings. And of course, the conversation did not include her. She walked into a conversation, but I would never say anything to hurt her feelings directly.
Okay. And you're aware about how her son passed away, right?
I was not aware of the details until today.
You didn't know that her son was shot in the leg by police officers?
I did not know where he was shot. I just knew that he was, that there was, the ultimate way that he passed was a gunshot. I had no idea where he was shot.
Okay. And then at some point, Ernestine went to complain to, I just drew a blank, Mr. Cunningham. Are you aware that she went to complain to Mr. Cunningham about your comment?
Yes, I was aware.
And how did you become aware that she complained to Mr. Cunningham?
Our director Cunningham advised me of such.
Do you recall specifically what he told you?
I don't exactly remember the exact words, but I do recall that he advised me that she thought the comment was insensitive.
Could you refresh my memory on what your current job title is?
My current job title is a human resources analyst.
Has your job title changed recently?
No,
Has it changed in the last 12 months?
no,
Has it changed in the last 24 months?
no. I've been in this position since August of 21.
Okay. So you previously supervised employees, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How come you no longer supervise any employees?
Because with the large amount of vacancies in Mohave County, our focus need to be more on recruitment and training.
Was this any kind of a demotion, the fact that you don't supervise employees? Okay.
No.
Have you faced any disciplinary action in your time with the Mohave County?
Can you state that question?
Have you ever received any disciplinary action during your time with Mohave County?
No, I have not.
You've never received a written reprimand, counseling? Have you ever received anything that would be considered non-disciplinary, but perhaps doesn't look great? Like, for example, a letter of explanation or whatever that other letter was called.
No, I have not.
You wrote her performance evaluation just not, a few days after. So she complained to you the 4th, 5th, 6th, and then you submitted her performance evaluation and met with her about that, 10 to 14 days later-ish. Is that about right?
I had actually started on her evaluation about a week prior to that. So with workload and caseload and duties that I also had on my caseload or my plate, shall you say, I did that in, of course, my spare time, making sure that the rest of my tasks got done. But I did not immediately do it right before it was due.
Did you maintain separate versions of the document?
I may have, I don't believe so. I may have just revised the original and, of course, prepared the final evaluation.
I don't believe I have any other questions. I just want clarification on some of that stuff, but I'll turn it over to the committee to see if they have any questions. Or actually, if Ms. Laurel wants to ask her questions, and then the committee.
Respondent, do you have any cross or re-examine?
No, not at this time, thank you.
Any follow-up from the commission? Okay, the witness is dismissed. You can call the next witness. Appellate counsel.
Yeah, we'll call our final witness, Ernestine Johnson.
Okay, Ernestine, you need to come up and get sworn in, please.
So I apologize, just for clarification, the other two witnesses don't need to stay any longer, is that correct, Mr. Green?
That's correct. All the witnesses, I'm happy to excuse all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Ernestine Johnson?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Okay, the witness is seated. You can begin, appellate counsel.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna start with some of the hard stuff first, at least hard for Ernie to talk about. And then we'll kind of get past that, and then we'll move into more of the substantive stuff. And if we have trouble, just let me know. I can stop asking questions, okay? Can you tell me a little bit about what happened to your son?
On March 27th, my son was shot. At the time he was shot, I was being told by the police that he was only shot in the leg and he was fine. I didn't get a chance to rush to the hospital because I thought it was not that serious since they were saying it was only in the leg. By the time my boyfriend, his father, got there, I was advised my son had actually passed away.
And for clarification, this was in March of 2022, right?
March 27th of 22, yes.
And were you present when this happened?
Yes.
And why were you present, or how did you know to be there?
Because my son was having a mental breakdown, and I kept trying to talk to him, telling him he didn't need to do anything stupid. I couldn't talk him down, so I called 911.
And after that, did you take some time off work?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you heard some other folks today testify to that you did take some time off work. I guess it was like a month or so. Can you describe what type of leave you took at the beginning?
At the beginning, I was requesting my PTO. I was also given 3 days of bereavement leave. And then around April the 4th-ish, I received the FMLA. I could not get into my doctor until May the 17th. I had requested more time into April. I was advised by Lena on April the 21st that she could only extend my leave until April the 29th. And if I did not return, they would have to move forward on my position. And I couldn't afford to lose my job at the same time. So I returned back to work.
Is it the department's policy to terminate individuals if their FMLA has run out?
After the 12 weeks have been exhausted under FMLA, yes, an employee can be separated from the county.
When did you ultimately return back to work?
April the 29th.
April 29th. And after returning, let's start with prior to returning. Prior to returning, had you been diagnosed with any type of disabling medical conditions?
A couple years prior, I was diagnosed with anxiety.
Okay. And then since your son passed away, have you been diagnosed with anything else, or has it just worsened, or how would you characterize? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anxiety and depression.
Okay. And you take medication for anxiety and depression?
Yes.
Okay. Was it hard to return to work?
Yes.
Were there times that you broke down crying while at work?
Many times.
Are there times you break down crying to this day?
Yes.
Prior to going back to work, you went back in April at the end of April of 2022. Prior to returning to work, when was the last time that you had received any sort of disciplinary action?
August of 2020.
And we talked about that a lot today, and I think you heard other people testify to what happened in August of 2020. Those issues that are addressed in that write-up from August of 2020, how did you respond to that write-up?
I'm sorry, what was the
Like,
question?
how did you respond to that write-up? Did you work to try to correct those issues? Did you assume that you did nothing wrong? Like, how did you handle it when you got written up?
The July 11th of 2022?
No, the August of 2020. After you got it, like, how did you respond to it? What did you do?
I knew I had made mistakes. I was more disappointed in myself than I was getting the verbal written man.
Okay. And did you take action to make sure that you didn't repeat those mistakes?
Yes, I worked very hard to make sure.
Okay. And would you characterize yourself as a perfect employee?
No,
Are you the best, or were you the best employee in Mohave County?
no.
Were you a good employee?
I tried my best to be a good employee, yes.
Okay. Can you explain this conversation, and you just heard Ms. Huber talking about it, but can you explain the conversation or what you overheard when you walked in? Just kind of explain what exactly you heard and why you were offended by it.
On June the 3rd, I had gone to Ken's office around 10:30 to ask about using a PTO hours for the week prior. And Ken had at that time addressed me and told me that because of my situation, that I would not have to do the active shooters class and that he would advise Lena. Later on, probably around 2-ish, there was a job posting that had a finance employee on the exam plan that shouldn't have been there. And we were trying to figure out why, so I had gone to Lena's office. Lena was facing her computer. Jordan was on her right-hand side. I was behind her by the window, and Matt was standing over here. At that time, I hear Lena say, "My leg hurts," as she's rubbing her left leg. I must have been shot in the leg. After she said,
And at that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
After she said that, I ran out of her office for a couple minutes, trying to keep from breaking down.
Did you even know what she was talking about at that time?
Yes, because she had gone to that active shooters class, but prior to the active shooters class, when I had returned, there was a couple of times I was breaking down really bad, and I had conversations with Lena. And I had told Lena in prior conversations that my son had been shot in the legs, and that he had been, we found out later he was shot in the chest and had passed away. So she was aware of what had happened to him before the June 3rd active shooting class.
Okay, so you ultimately chose to go talk to her about it. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
At some point, you decided to go talk to Ms. Huber about what you heard. Is that right?
Yes, I was gonna talk to her on Monday, June the 6th, but I just couldn't do it. I ended up leaving early on that day. So I went and talked to her on June the 7th, and I explained to her how much that hurt and how that just messed me up so much mentally. And she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, but what am I supposed to say? Tell other people they can't talk about the active shooter class? And by the way, you need to be more present in the office. You need to start answering the phones. You need to help out at the front. so on. And I explained to her, I said, I've been helping out on the front, I've been helping out on the phones, but like you said previous, the only thing I wasn't doing was the NEO presentation. And then she had told me that she would be putting me back on the NEO presentation as of June the 20th.
Okay, and so that was on June 7th, is that right? Of 2022. And then at some point after that, you decided to go talk to Mr. Cunningham. Is that right?
Correct. I ended up calling off FMLA on June the 8th because of, again, all that comment and all the situation. So I felt that Dana didn't take it serious. I went to Ken on June the 9th, and I explained to Ken the comment that she made, and I even made the same exact motion that she had about being shot in the leg. And Ken states that she wasn't trying to be mean about it, but what are, again, pretty much re-emphasized almost everything that Lena had told me back on June the 7th. About being present in the office, about answering the phones, and about tending NEO.
Okay. After you made this complaint, did you feel like there was a change in the way that you were being treated at work?
Yes.
And you might have to pull that mic down to you just a little bit. Sometimes I do hear you, sometimes I don't. Can you describe like how you felt things were changing a little bit while you were in the office?
I felt like nobody was talking to me anymore. Nobody would even pretty much look at me. And then on June 17th, I received the lowest evaluation I've ever received working for Mohave County.
Why do you think that you received that low evaluation?
It was because I had tried to talk to her on June the 7th, and because that didn't feel like I got it situated, I went to Ken on June the 9th.
Okay. Did you feel like you making that report against her tarnished your relationship with her?
Yes.
And why do you feel that way?
Because after the eval, then I got the written reprimand in July, and next thing I know, every time I asked to do anything or ask questions, as you can see on my disciplines, I was being written up for it.
Okay. Did you feel like she looked at you differently, talked to you differently, or acted different around you when you were around?
100%.
Okay. All right. So when following this evaluation, which you said was the lowest evaluation you'd ever received, following that, when is the next time you face some sort of disciplinary action?
July 11th, when I received a written reprimand.
And with regard to that written reprimand, I think I'll just go through it. And it's on it's their exhibit, tab 3, page 12, or 12 of 211. And so I'm just going to kind of go down through this. My first question is, did you submit a rebuttal to this written reprimand? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you go to page 190, just real quick, hold your spot there at page 12, but if you flip to page 190, on tab 17, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. It's our exhibit, page 190. So the EJ exhibits, and I'll tell you in just a second what tab that is. Which is tab 13. Yeah, tab 13. So tab 13 on appellant's exhibits, EJ00190. Is that the rebuttal that you wrote in response to this written reprimand that you received on June 11th or July 11th? Yes, okay. All right, so the first thing mentioned here is this incident that happened with an elected official on July 8th. What I would like for you to do is describe to the committee exactly what happened.
So prior to July 8th, I had sent out an email in regards to an I-9. The department elected official had came down to HR, and I was looking over the I-9. And on the I-9, page 1, there was whiteout under the email address. I explained that unfortunately on the I-9s, they can't have whiteout. And she had told me, she didn't explain what her and Lena's conversation prior had been, but she had said that that's not what Lena told her. I said, well, unfortunately, we have to change it. And then I was about to explain that she could do it virtually, so she could have the employee in Lake Havasu complete it and then just in her house mail it. But before I had that chance, she walked out the door. After that, I went to Leanne and I told Leanne, hey, this elected official was upset as I was trying to talk to her about an I-9 and left the office. After that, she got up and she went to Ken's office. Then after she went to Ken's office, Ken and Lena took off down to the elected official's office.
And did you hear Ken testify earlier that there was some witness that came to him and told him about some altercation that took place? Was there any witness to this supposed altercation that you're aware of?
The only person I can think of was Hayden, who was the front desk at the time. After the elected official walked out the door, Hayden looked at me and said, oh, she was mad, and left. But Hayden never left her desk.
Okay. She was mad. Did you ever appear mad?
No,
Were you rude to her at all?
no,
Have you ever been rude to any customers that have come into HR?
no,
Have you ever been written up or disciplined for being rude?
never.
Okay. Why do you think she got so mad?
From what after Ken and Lena came back from the elected official's office, they said one of the reasons why she was upset is because that they were doing the elections and that they were getting all kinds of, I should say, vicious phone calls. So she was already upset because of having to deal with phone calls that she's getting from people in regards to elections. But that could be the only other reason I know that she would be upset.
Okay. The information that you provided to her about, what was wrong with it and the whiteout, were you correct in what you told her?
In my prior years of HR and private sector, we were doing training classes where no matter what, if the employee does not put the full month, full day, full year, or if they white out, it voids the FMLA.
It voids the FMLA?
Sorry, the I-9.
The I-9. Okay. All right. And you've been previously trained by individuals in that office that you couldn't submit any I-9s with whiteout on it. Is that correct?
In this office with Mohave County, no.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move down to the next situation. There, it's dated June 24th, 2022, on page 12. Do you know what this is about?
Yes, so I misused the word, and I had explained that to Ken and Lena. Misused the word audit. What happened was, based off of my eval and prior conversation with Lena on June the 7th, I get told that I'm not helping out in the office and I need to help out more. So, and I had gotten told I was no longer allowed to do any more training classes. So I had asked Crystal if she had anything that she needed help with or any assistance, and she said that she was going through the I-9s and making sure that the I-9s had all the active employees in it and all the terms were being pulled out. I had asked Crystal if she wouldn't mind me helping. She said no, not at all. So I took half of the alphabet. She took half of the alphabet. So then I started looking through and we were pulling. In my process of doing it, I noticed that there was a couple of I-9s that were actually active employees that were missing. By that time, it was end of the day. So the next day, Amanda had came to me and Crystal and wanted to know if we had anything to do. So I had Crystal if she wanted to let Amanda help, and she said yes. So Amanda was helping out. So between June 24th and June 29th, 30th, I have it written down. There was multiple emails that I had sent to Ken, Lena, Leanne in regards to looking over these I-9s that I had found that some of these I-9s were missing. At one point in time, Lena sent me an email and that they're not all in this folder. She said that, because one of them was a court employee, she says you would have to get a hold of the court department, Superior Court, to see if they have the I-9. So between June 24th and June 30th, Ken, Lena, and Leanne were copied on all email transactions regarding this I-9 review.
At what point did somebody come to you and say that you were doing something wrong with regard to these I-9s?
Not at all.
Never?
So I got this on my write-up.
So when you received this on the write-up, that's the first time that anyone had ever indicated to you that something was wrong with what you were doing?
Correct.
And who was it that presented this to you?
Lena was the one that issued me the written reprimand.
Was anybody else in the room at that time?
I want to say Ken was in the room at the time because it was not Leanne.
Okay. Did Lena say anything to you, or Ms. Hoover, did she say anything to you about, like, did she explain to you why what you did was supposedly wrong?
Because I don't know how to complete an I-9 audit. And I explained, I misworded it. It wasn't an audit. We were just making sure the terms were out of the actives and the actives were in the file.
Okay. To your knowledge, were either of the other two employees involved in this, Amanda or Crystal, disciplined in any way with regard to this review?
Not to my knowledge at all.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go down to the next one. The next issue is dated June 30th, 2022. Did you send an email requesting an FMLA? The greeting was for another employee of a different department. This shows lack of attention to detail. Is that a mistake that you made?
It said, dear so-and-so, but it should have been a different person. I did make that mistake.
Okay. And when did it first come to your attention that you had made this error?
When this was issued to me on this written reprimand.
Did the greeting, did it have the person's full name on it?
So the email that they're referencing is page 85 of Mohave County Policies.
That's correct.
The two in the subject line should have been the one that should have been in the good morning greeting line.
Okay, but did it have anybody's full name on it?
No,
Okay, it was just a first name, good morning and a first name.
yeah,
Okay, does it say what department that they worked in?
no,
Does it say, anything else that would give any indication as to who that person was?
no.
Okay, but it was an error, right? You said it was an error, it was a mistake?
Yes.
Did it ever happen again?
I made sure not to make, that it didn't happen again.
June 29th. There's been a lot of discussion about this too. Ms. Huber, it sounded like she couldn't testify with certainty as to what the date was. Can you explain to me what the payroll deadline was on that date?
My understanding, the payroll deadline was I thought it was June 29th at 2 p.m. I submitted the munis action, which is on page 83. I submitted the action on the 29th at 1:15 p.m. When we have a payroll closing, it doesn't matter if it's a holiday or if it's a non-holiday. Munis actions, which is payroll, that kind of stuff, is 1 day. Then the next day we have is the deadline for benefit actions.
Okay. And you had submitted a document. It's the loose leaf document that was admitted late, and it was a memorandum dated December 13th, 2021. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Correct.
Can you explain to me what that is?
That, to my understanding, was when our payroll deadline would have been, which would have been June the 30th at noon. 4th of July.
And did you hear Mr. Cunningham testify about what it was and how it was something different?
That it was timesheets.
I'm sorry?
He's testified that it was payroll timesheets.
Well, do you know which is it? Do you know?
To the best of my knowledge, I would have said it was munis benefit actions.
All right. June 20th is the next thing down. And this is where I think there was discussion earlier about a recalled email and the pay being incorrect. Do you recall us discussing that with different witnesses?
Correct.
Can you explain to me what happened?
So we'll start with page 72. My apologies. We'll start with page 73. On page 73, I sent an email to the department with a rough draft with the prior pay salary at June the 9th at 11:45 a.m. I realized that it was incorrect. So on page 75, I tried to recall that one, page 73, that email, because that said range 19. The correct range for that salary is a range 10. I tried to recall it with the correct range. Then I responded back to the department, still on page 75, on June 14th, the 22nd at 8:19, and it still says range 10, asking if they have any updates. Sometimes when you send to a recall, the department or whoever is involved in the email has the option of keeping that email from being resended. So that email was kept from being resended, the one on page 72, 73. Then if you go to 74, on June 17th, we had a meeting with Lena about making sure going forward, me, Lena, Crystal, and Joseph, or was it Amanda? It was June. Lena says Matt. It was Matt, Crystal, and myself. We had a meeting on June the 17th to be making sure that we're putting in the new pay salaries in our emails so the department can determine what they want it to be. So prior to page 74, June 17th, the department, in order to recruit for people, was using range 10, step 2 plus. So it was a little bit of a higher pay rate to get more applicants to apply. So then on June the 17th, I sent the email, again, here, doing another follow-up. Here is a draft of the pay schedule set for July the 1st. At that time, on June the 20th at 12:32 p.m., the department advised me, which I do with all of my departments, I let them tell me what steps they want their job postings at. She advised me she wants it at a step 1 through 4 based off of the new pay schedule.
Okay, and then how did you end up posting it?
I did.
Do you know when you posted it?
Once it was approved, so it would have been around June 20th.
So did you ever post it with the inaccurate pay or inaccurate salary?
NeoGov, no.
Okay. And how long does it normally take, like this process of getting a position posted? Does it normally take a week or two, or?
What happens
Sorry,
is,
I couldn't hear you.
it kind of depends. So what happens is I usually try to keep up when my departments have a separation on a spreadsheet that I had created that even the other techs had started using to keep track of all the different openings, position numbers, etc. And so usually what I'll do is I'll email the department, hey, you lost this position. Do you want to open a job posting? And they'll tell me yes or no. So then if they say yes, what I do is I go into NeoGov, I create the job posting, then I take that job posting and I refer it against the job descriptions that we have in our G drive to make sure that there's any corrections, wording, all that stuff. Then after that, I will put a fake date and I'll put what I estimate the department would want. So sometimes I'll just put the range and then their full steps. But I know in the previous job postings for this particular department, they were using the 2 plus. So I send it to the department, say, hey, please review, tell me if you want any corrections, tell me what pay rate you want, and then I will get it open once you approve it. If they don't respond in a couple of days, I respond back to them with another follow-up, and I continue that until they give me when they wanted it open, what steps they want it at, if they want any corrections, and then I send the job posting live in NeoGov.
Okay. Did somebody complain about what happened? Like how? I mean, I see Ms. Huber is copied on these emails, and so she would have seen them all. But did anybody from this department complain to you or anybody else about you messing up some kind of a post or email or anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right, so I'll skip down to the next thing listed on this written reprimand. That's dated June 20th, 2022. And it talks about communication as in your annual evaluation. And again, this is on page 13. Sorry, I'm slurring my words a little bit, getting kind of late. but it says on there, in your annual evaluation, communication was an area, yada, yada, yada. Can you just explain to the committee what that whole write-up is about?
So when we find out that a department wants to hire somebody, we type up it's a packet. In the very first page of the packet, it has when the employee is going to come to new employee orientation, which is the ESS portion, and they're supposed to report here at 8 a.m. And then the bottom half has when they're going to be doing defensive driving and what date and time they're going to report on that. We advise the employees, because we have the full schedule of the NEO presentation for the full day. When we call them up and we say, hey, the department selected you, we say, okay, you need to bring this, this, and this. You're going to be here at 8 a.m. So from 8 to 8:15, we're going to go over all the paperwork. From 8:15 to 9:30, we're going to go over codes of ethics, substance abuse, etc. Then from 9:30 to 11:30, we're going to go over benefits. Then you're going to go to lunch from 11 to 12. Then you're going to come back, and then we're going to go, our risk department is going to go over defensive risk, is going to go over bloodborne pathogens, hazardous communications, etc. And then at 3 p.m., you'll be released back to your department. So everybody, based off of the sheet that we read off, everybody knows that ESS starts at 8 a.m. and benefits start at 9:30. Normally, we get finished with ESS usually about 9 o'clock. So we let all the employees go take breaks, and then they usually come back in between 9:20, 9:25-ish. And then we don't start the benefit section until 9:30, because if Superior Court has employees, we're waiting on those employees to come over for the benefit section, because they do the ESS section over there at Superior Court, and we do the benefit section with the Superior Court employees. So we wait for them to come at 9:30, and then once they come in, we start the benefit portion of NEO. On June the 20th, I came back into the office about 9:20. Jordan and Lena were standing at Jordan's desk and talking. I did not want to interrupt, so I did walk past them. Then Lena came to me a couple minutes later and asked what time I advised the employees to get back from break, and I advised them that they would need to be back between 9:20 and 9:25.
All right. And so the last thing that's mentioned on this write-up is this issue with you going on a break. And to me, it seems kind of silly. I don't know if the committee or commission agrees with me, but can you kind of just explain to me what happened and, you know, why you did what you did? And again, I'm referencing page 13, and that's dated June 30th, where it talks about you going to you told Jordan you were going on a break.
So since I started with Mohave County in May of 2019, I'm a smoker. Based off the Mohave County policies, we are allowed to take a 15-hour lunch and a 15. I usually will run out for a quick 5 minutes, puff, puff, I run back in. Since I had been there, the only thing that we have been advised is that if you leave the office on the board, to make sure that you mark yourself out. But as a courtesy, I have always told anybody, my immediate supervisor, if my immediate supervisor wasn't available, I would tell one of the technicians that had a desk right next to me. I would tell somebody verbally, hey, I'm gonna go run and take a break, because if something comes up as an emergency, I don't want them to have to go searching the board or possible emails. So as a courtesy, I've always told other people, I'm gonna go and take a break. On that day in particular, I was gonna go take my break. Lena was not at her desk. So because Lena and Jordan's desk are right next to each other, I went over to Jordan and told her I was just gonna run for a quick 5-minute break. She said, okay, out the door I went. I finished off my 5-minute break, came back in, nothing was said, no issues, until I received that on my written reprimand.
Okay, did you mark yourself out on the board that day?
I did,
You did?
yes.
Okay, has anybody alleged that you didn't?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay,
I only got in
So you
trouble
marked-
because I told Jordan.
because you told Jordan, because you didn't tell somebody else in the chain of command that you went out on a 5-minute smoke break.
Correct.
Okay. In the whole time that you were there, was that customary that you would, like you just said, you would tell manager if they were available? If not, then you would tell somebody next to you.
Yes, since May of 2019.
And have you ever been told that that was wrong?
No,
Have you ever been told or written up or disciplined for that ever at any point ever?
never.
This is the first time in this written reprimand, the first time that's ever been made out to be an issue.
Correct.
And let me say this too. If they tell you that from now on you use your chain of command and you report it, and if that's the rule, from now on, would you report it however they want you to?
Correct. After I was told that on my written reprimand, I would tell Lena. If Lena wasn't available, I would go and tell Leanne.
Okay. All right. So now I'm going to fast forward to the letter of expectation that you received on January 30th. It's tab 2, it's page 6 on tab 2.
Letter of expectations, I'm sorry. What?
So letter of expectation, it's on tab 2 and it's page 6. Okay. My first question was regarding this. When you received this letter of expectation, did you write a rebuttal?
I was advised I was not allowed to because it was not discipline.
Who told you that you couldn't write a rebuttal?
It was Lena and Leanne at the time it was being issued to me. Again, I had spoke with Ken and Lena. It was probably early February. I asked to speak with Ken and Lena in Ken's office. At that time, I was talking to Ken that I'm trying my hardest to improve. I explained to Ken that my doctor had upped my anxiety and depression medication, the milligrams, and that I was actually also given medication for sleeping, but that I wanted to talk to them in regards to my letter of expectations. I had explained that on July the 18th, which is page 7, the third bullet point, I had explained to Ken and Lena that I did not run that background on the 18th, that I do have proof that it was ran on the 15th, and that I would like to write a letter of rebuttal on some of this. And at that time, I was told, again, no, I cannot write a rebuttal because it's not disciplinary.
And did Ken tell you that, Mr. Cunningham?
Correct.
Kim told you that? Ms. Hoover told you that?
Yes.
And who was the third person that you said?
And Leanne.
Oh, Leanne. Okay.
Because if I was allowed to, I would have written a rebuttal just like I did on my written reprimand.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through this kind of step by step, just like we did the other one. The first instance here mentioned starts with on June 29, 2022, or 6/29/22. Can you explain to what this is all about?
So prior to June the 29th, we had gone to, at least I had emailed all of my departments prior to June 29th with the new draft pay schedule and was getting all the departments requests for what steps that they wanted their job postings, new and current, to be at. So this way, effective before 5 p.m. on the June 30th, we could send those job postings live so everybody as of July 1st could see the job postings with the new pay salary. On June 29th, we had a huddle, and after the huddle, Lena had made a comment, and unfortunately I don't remember what the comment was, but as me and Crystal were walking back to our desk, we seemed a little confused, and so I decided to, as I've been told by Lena and all of them, if I have questions, ask questions. So I asked a question, just to get clarification, if we're still sending the job postings, with the information of the new pay salary live before 5 p.m. on June the 30th.
All right. So the next incident here mentioned starts on June 21, 2022. Can you explain what that incident is all about?
So on June 21st, if we reference page 80, and page 81, I am not sure I understand what that write-up was for. So if you start with page 81, and there's multiple email chains between me and the employee and me and the department, which are not included in here as part of the exhibits. So to what I remember was I had been communicating with this employee, and the employee had been in one part of Arizona previously and was trying to get FMLA completed by her doctor at that point. Then at another, later on, she was transferred to a different part of Arizona and trying to get her doctor to complete that. So she was having a hard time. I had explained to the employee all the different leaves that Mohave County offers. I explained that Mohave County offers FMLA, which is 12 weeks of unpaid leave job protection that the FMLA would cover her for. I explained that PTO is used in conjunction with FMLA. I also explained that short-term disability kicks in 30 days from the initial date of illness, and it lasts up to 180 days. And it does get used in conjunction with the FMLA, the PTO. I also then explained that after the 180 days, if the employee is still out of work due to a medical condition, they can apply for long-term disability, which pays up to 60% of their wage. Then I explained that Mohave County does also offer unpaid leave. The department can approve up to 40 hours. Anything beyond 40 hours can be approved by the county manager.
Okay. So what are they saying that you did wrong?
That I don't understand, because if you look on page 81, the employee sent the email on June 21st at 6:14 p.m. We leave the office at 5 p.m. And it does state that she told me that she would like to take 30 days of unpaid leave, and that she would need to get, she's assuming that she would need to get approval from the department. On June 26th at 7:45 a.m., the department responded back to the employee. As Ernie had explained, short-term disability does have a 30-day waiting period, and no, it's not acceptable for us to take this time as an unpaid leave. That's what your PTO is for. Then above that, the department responded back I did speak with Ernie on Monday afternoon, and Ernie indicated to me that she had told the employee that she needed to use PTO, and I was just making sure we're all on the same page. Then on page 80, I responded back to the department again on June 22nd. I said, yes, you are correct. The employee was advised regarding PTO being used in conjunction with FMLA and regarding the 30-day unpaid waiting period in regards to short-term disability.
All right, so now I'm going to move to the next bullet. I think you explained that. The next bullet, we've kind of gone through it a little bit. I think my understanding is Ms. Hoover essentially conceded that this is wrong. That was my understanding of her testimony. She agreed with me that you had to have ordered it on June 15th or July 15th. Otherwise, the other ones wouldn't say July 15th. That's my understanding, but I want you to explain it. Can you explain how you ordered it, what this package is, and how all that stuff works?
Correct. I received an email request from the department to request a background. So what we do is we go into Global HR, we put in the employee's name, social security number, date of birth, and address. Then at the bottom, we go down and we select the already pre-made packages. The one package could be for regular employees, which consist of I want to say about 5 different backgrounds, national sex offenders, so on. Volunteer is usually only a 3 package background run. So you run it, you pick the package, you hit submit, and it starts running it. So I picked the package for volunteer on the 15th. That's why on the page, it came back as date ordered on the 15th, approved on the 15th, and the same as the other one, and these are on page
97.
97. And the second one also again showed date ordered and date completed of the 15th. If I wouldn't have submitted it on that date, those would also have had the date of the 18th. Sometimes it depends on when Global HR runs those backgrounds. They are a couple of hours difference than us. So that's probably why the one that says the 18th wasn't ran until that Monday.
Okay. But to be clear, you purchased, and as it reflected on page 97, you purchased a single package that included both of them. Or all 3. I think there were 3, right?
Correct, because you can't pick it individually. It's already a pre-made package.
Yeah. All right. So now I'll go to the next point, bullet point that starts with August 2, 2022. And again, we're back on page 7, August 2022. Can you explain to me what this is about, or explain to the committee what this is about?
So on August the 2nd, I did receive a separation for an employee that was effective on the previous pay period of July the 25th. I received it about 15 minutes before my lunch break. I didn't want to get in trouble for going to lunch late. Lena wasn't at her desk, and I didn't want to get in trouble for asking another technician or somebody else for help. So I waited because July 30th had started a new pay period. So I waited to finish it up when I got back from lunch at 1 o'clock. But during that time frame, the finance department did email the department, HR department, asking about the separation. So Lena had gone to Crystal and asked her to finalize the separation.
With you coming back and doing it, when would you have finished it by? About what time?
I would have said no later than 1:30.
And if you had finished it by 1:30, would that have impacted whether or not it was processed in time?
No, because we were already in a new pay cycle. So they had already missed the previous pay cycle by the department setting it to us 8 days after the separation.
So in reality, was there any reason to drop everything that you're doing? Drop lunch, skip lunch, bypass other stuff. Was there any reason why this would have been a huge priority?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, so now the next bullet point, which is dated September 2nd, 2022. Can you explain to me what that's about?
So I had become aware by the department that this employee was going to be separating. So I went and I grabbed the file, the medical, the personnel file, and the confidential file. And I started writing what we normally do on there, which is termed and the date that they were going to term, because my understanding this employee was going to resign on a certain effective date. To my knowledge, let me go to, that was September. So page 109. To my knowledge, she wasn't going to be, she was going to be separating in a couple of days. There's no email correspondence attached. I think later on, there was an email from the department as to now some confusion if the employee was going to go ahead and resign or was going to be separated by the department. I figured since Jordan was already in conversation with that department, I IM'd her and asked her for the separation. Later on, I found out that the employee, I think, was still going to resign on the date that it originally was. But because I had pulled files prior to the separation arriving in HR, I got written up by Lena for already pre-pulling the files.
So in your view, what you did, is there anything wrong with what you did?
No, because I have done it with many other employees in the past.
Now, I'm going to skip the rest of that stuff that's on this letter of expectation. And the reason for that is just in the interest of time, and also because, really the county didn't go into those details anyway. And so I'm going to skip ahead to the intent to terminate or intent to dismiss, which is page 1. Now, some of this stuff we've already discussed. And so I'll be able to skip through some of it. But again, we're on tab 1, page 1, which is the intent to dismiss. And I'm going to skip through all the 2020 stuff. And the reason for that is because, again, we've already talked about it. And you've indicated that you corrected those issues. So I'm going to go down to June 2nd, 17th, 2022. And that first bullet point talks about including mandatory areas of improvement. First of all, can you talk a little bit about this first bullet point?
So this,
which is on page 3. I'm sorry, the very top of page 3.
So the Supervisor Academy was from January of 2022 to March of 2022. I get anxiety being in front of people. I'm more of I sit back, and that's how I learn, and that's how I absorb is by learning and watching. There was times throughout the classes, yes, I did, when we broke into smaller groups, I did interact in the classes. But when it became, you had to stand in front of everybody, yes, I tend to stay back. And then next thing I know, on my letter of intent to this, a letter of,
Yeah, the intent
My-
to dismiss.
yes, that me not interacting in the class was an issue.
At any point prior to receiving this letter of intent to dismiss, did anyone talk to you, whether like a coaching, counseling, or even just asking questions, talk to you about your alleged lack of participation, lack of engagement in this training program?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did anybody tell you that what you did was insubordination or willful disobedience?
Definitely not.
And if they had told you that, or asked you questions about why you didn't participate, what would you have told them?
I would have explained the same thing. I'm better at working in small groups. I don't get anxiety. I don't have a hard time talking. It's just when I have to be in front of a huge amount of people, I have bad anxiety and I tend to shut down more.
The next bullet point talks about coverage and answering phone calls. What's your response to that allegation?
Like I told Lena on June the 9th, that I was helping and I was answering phones and I was assisting in the office. And I did try to help, but when I did ask to help based off of them telling me that I'm not helping within the office, that's when I got my written reprimand with the I-9s on it.
And prior to this intent to dismiss notice, were you ever coached, disciplined, reprimand, either verbal or in writing, for not answering phone calls and assisting in the office with coverage?
Never.
Okay. All right, so down to the next bullet point. This goes into the written reprimand. I feel like we've already covered that. We went through that in detail, so I don't think we need to talk about this entire section. We'll skip forward to the next section, which talks about, and it's on page 4, so since your written reprimand notice, your performance standards have not improved. And the first bullet point there says something about an educational refresher course on FMLA law. So it's the second bullet point on the page, but the first bullet point under that paragraph that starts with since your written notice or written reprimand notice. Can you explain what the issue was there, or what happened?
So that is... Just bear with me, I'm just trying to find that particular one. Because on the letter of expectations, on page... So it's going to be page 7, bullet point number 1. Towards the last of that paragraph, it says, if you have not taken training courses offered by our training resources, you are instructed to take several refreshers. In June, I was taking a bunch of training classes. I think at that time I had taken about 7 or 8 training classes. Then on June the 17th, I received my evaluation that says that I was no longer allowed to take training classes.
Okay, so that instruction in the guidance, and what page was that on again? That says if?
On page 7, the first paragraph that doesn't have a bullet point, which is part of the bullet point on page 6, June 21st. It does say, if you have not taken training courses offered.
And again, that's in the letter of expectation, which they cite. In the reprimand, does it mention that you need to take refresher courses?
No.
So just to clarify, this paragraph says that in the written reprimand notice, let me make sure I understand this right. Oh no, it says letter of expectation. Okay, so in the letter of expectation, you were directed to make correction, blah, 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 and you were instructed to take educational refresher courses. And so on that page, it says, if you have not. So you didn't take one because you had completed those courses, is that correct?
Well, in June, I was taking courses, but at that time, I was instructed not to take courses. So I was afraid if I took courses, because like I said, the verbiage said if, I was afraid that if I took courses, I would get in trouble for insubordination, because in June, I was told not to take any more training classes.
Okay. All right, so then there's the next bullet point that talks about and when we discussed it, you mentioned track logs and stuff, but just for the ease of reference and so the committee understands it better, well, just, explain it in the best way that we would all understand it. It was a little confusing to me.
So when an employee contacts me in regards to FMLA, once I've typed up all their paperwork, submitted their paperwork, I then create what we call a FMLA tracking log. In there, I put any and all the notes that I have at that time. So if we reference page 135 through 159, and I won't go through every single one of them.
Can you repeat that page number again, please?
135 through 159.
Okay.
These are the 14 FMLA track logs that they said I did not update on my intent to dismiss. So if you look on page 135, employee number 1, from November of 2022 all the way down to page 136 of March 6, 2023, there's all kinds of notes in this employee. Then on March the 10th, Jordan approved their FMLA. So I don't see where there was no updated notes on this person. Page 137 through 138 is actually the same exact employee as employee number 9, which is going to be page 151 through 153. The only difference between employee number 2 on 137, employee number 9 on 151 is that employee number 2 on 137 doesn't have page 151. But if you look on page 152 and page 153, all of this verbiage again is the same exact information that is on page 137 and page 138.
Okay, so is it fair to say, as they allege that you didn't update your tracking logs? Is that true?
No, because if you look on page 138, it states on February the 8th, towards the bottom of page 138, the employee was approved from February the 1st to February the 6th with no restrictions returning back to work. On employee 3, page 141, February 28th, I put in there, and as again, you can see all the updated notes on employee 3. On February the 28th, I put in there that we were going to be receiving an email and separation from the department on that employee. On page 142, employee number 4, the employee on page 142 for June 27th, the employee was approved for continuous leave from June 20th to July 25th with intermittent FMLA from June 25th of 22 to July 25th of 2023. I dated, on July the 18th, I advised that the employee did return back to work. So technically the employee still has FMLA from July 25th of 2022 to July 25th of 2023. So unless the employee contacts me and specifies that a medical condition changed, or instead of just having intermittent needs to go back on a continuous leave, the only thing I'm going to keep updating on their track log is their FMLA timesheets, which you can see on page 143.
All right, so now we'll go to the next, I think you explained that well, and so I'm going to go to the next bullet point, and we'll go to the I guess the hollow bullet point, or whatever you want to call it, the white one, or clear one. That's where it starts with, you fail to timely act on an FMLA application. Can you explain to me what happened?
So in my previous years as FMLA, I give FMLA certification. So in this instance, on this employee, on February the 27th, the employee called me earlier that day stating that she needed FMLA for her medical condition, or it was understood that it was for her medical condition. I advised the employee that I will get all the paperwork typed up that she'll need, and to come down to HR and see me, and I will give her all the paperwork and I'll go over it with her. Later that day, the employee did come down to see me. We did go into the conference room located between Jordan's office and Lena's office. As we sat down, the employee then at that time explained to me that she had doctor's notes for a child. I said, so the medical condition is going to be for a child? And she said, yes. I said, okay, well, that changes the paperwork that will need to be generated. At that time, she did advise me that she also wanted to talk to somebody about some issues that she's having within the department. I said, okay, well, you're going to speak with Jordan in regards to that. I said, what I'll do is I'll have Jordan come in and speak with you. While she's speaking with you, I'll go type up the FMLA for a family member's medical condition. And then when you and Jordan are done talking, I'll come back in and we'll talk some more. At that time, I had finished typing up, so Jordan went in there, shut the door. At that time, I had finished typing up the FMLA paperwork for a family member's medical condition. I went and knocked on the door. Jordan did crack open the door just far enough to grab the actual FMLA paperwork and shut the door. Next thing I know, Jordan comes over to me with the FMLA request for leave. As you can see on page, it was on page 162. Jordan handed me that and the court statement. She did advise me that she did give the FMLA certification to the employee, that if she wants to submit it to the child's doctor. I said, well, I wanted to speak with her more and get some more information. And she said that she had already gone. She didn't know that she wanted me, that I wanted to talk to her some more. I didn't hear anything else after that until on March the 6th, when Ken, and that's on page 163, when Ken sent that email regarding the FMLA. I then walked over to Ken. He was standing right by the vault. And I explained to Ken that I was waiting on the FMLA certification in regards to the child. And at that time, I was told that it wasn't for a child's medical condition, that it was due to court paperwork, and that I need to approve it. I then, at that time, went back to my desk and approved the FMLA on March the 6th.
So how many days did it take you to approve this from beginning to end?
The employee came in on March the 7th, or February the 27th. I approved it on March the 6th, so 7 to 8 days if you count February 27th.
Well, the allegation is it was February 28th. Was it the 28th or 27th?
Lena
Like, if you look at-
saying February 28th, but the paperwork that is submitted on page 160 through 166 all says February 27th.
Okay. And you yourself at one point applied for FMLA. How many days did it take them to approve your request for FMLA?
I gave Lena my FMLA paperwork on May the 3rd. I did not receive any approval from Lena, which was the FMLA approval letter, until May the 10th.
Okay. Was the employee harmed at all as a result of anything that you did with regard to any of this stuff?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And again, you gave the forms when she was in the conference room with Jordan. You gave the forms to her, but you weren't finished talking to her?
No, because I wanted to find out more information so I could update the FMLA track log, as you saw on employees 1 through 14.
And had you gathered that additional information, would you have made sure that they got the correct forms?
Correct.
All right, so the next bullet point is about this FMLA denial letter. Can you explain that, please?
So, when our old HR manager was here, which was, I'm drawing a blank on her, Jade. What I do is when an employee applies for FMLA, I send them their first initial FMLA approval letter or FMLA certification letter that says, hey, I became aware of a medical condition on this date. You'll have 15 days to return this paperwork, so you have until this date to return it. After that date is exhausted, I will then send another FMLA certification. And I'll say, okay, well, I gave you from this date to this date to turn in the paperwork. I've not received it, so I'm going to go ahead and extend you again another additional 15 days. So you have until this date now to go ahead and turn in the FMLA certification. By that second date, if they still haven't turned it in, I then go and do a third letter of certification. Says I'm going to go ahead and give you another 15 days. So by the time it's said and done, it's about 45 days to get me the FMLA paperwork to turn in the FMLA certification. Jade Hunga had helped create that FMLA denial letter. And I have sent it to at least 4 other employees in the past, which during my pre-disciplinary hearing on March the 22nd, I did give Ken and Leanne a name of an actual employee that had been sent that same letter previously. I don't know if they researched it or anything. So I sent the denial, and so if you go to page page 167. You can see there on the FMLA track log, Lena sent the original FMLA certification on the 12th. I sent another one on January 26th, February 21st, and then the denial on March the 9th. Page 168 does say that the FMLA for this time frame has been denied because I still, after the 3rd attempt, hadn't received the recertification. But if you do look right above my signature, it does say, if you should need to request FMLA again or have any questions, please contact me. Then page 69 through 70 is all the email correspondence I had sent to the email or to the employee during this entire time frame of January the 12th to March the 8th. I never heard from the employee, not once, not a phone call, not an email, nothing. And if you look on page 169, which is the email that says the denial of the FMLA, again, it does say right above my signature, if you decide to choose your right to exercise FMLA, please contact me. So I wasn't completely shutting out the employee. I've had employees where I've sent this letter to before. They've contacted me. I've given them FMLA, and whatever is on the actual FMLA paperwork is what I approve them for. So if this employee would have came to me on March the 9th with the FMLA paperwork, and the doctor put on there January the 12th is when the medical condition commenced, I would approve that FMLA starting January the 12th. Mr.
Lost communication with you.
I'm sorry, I muted myself because I was coughing. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay.
But, you know, in looking at this stuff, it looks to me like you did your due diligence. You did the right thing. You're supposed to send the denial letter when FMLA is ultimately denied. I don't see anything wrong with what you did, and I look at this stuff all the time. Did you hear Jordan's explanation for this? Why she felt like this was somehow wrong? Oh, now I can't hear you.
Because they're saying I'm completely denying the employee their FMLA rights.
Which is nonsense. Well, let me think of a nicer way to say it, which isn't true, correct?
Because also employees that do apply for FMLA, if I follow the same process. I send them the first certification, second certification, third certification, and then the denial. Anytime between the first certification, before the denial, if the employee lets me know, hey, I no longer want FMLA, I then have the employee send me an email that says they're declining FMLA at this time. Then I respond back to the employee, thank you for letting me know, but please keep in mind, again, at any point in time, if you wish to exercise your right to FMLA, please contact me.
Did anybody complain about this letter that you sent?
Not until my intent to dismiss.
But did the employee you sent it to, did that employee complain about it?
No,
Did it have any impact at all on his right to apply for FMLA in the future?
never. He could have called me up that same day and applied for FMLA, and we would have just started the process all over again.
All right, I don't think I have any more questions. Is there anything that you feel like I did not ask you that you feel is relevant? And at the same time, I would also invite the committee, if you guys have any questions, guys, gals, have any questions at all, feel free to ask or anything.
Not that I can think of any at this point.
I think we'll wait for the cross-examination before we have anything to follow up with. Before we head to the cross, I would like to offer a break to anyone that needs it, or we can head into the cross-examination now. Okay, we'll take 3 minutes.
Okay, I didn't know if anybody else, I can't see the room, so.
Okay.
I don't need a break, so I don't know if anybody else in the room needs a break.
Okay, I think everybody has returned. Witnesses is back on the stand. Counsel for the appellant, are you back?
Yes, sure. I was about to say, Your Honor. Yes, sir, I'm back.
Okay. Respondents can cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson, regarding the gap between the disciplinary actions and the performance evaluation from 2020 to 2022, COVID occurred during that time, correct?
Correct.
And how often was everybody in the office? Were you fully staffed during that whole time?
No.
Okay, so were you under constant supervision during the period of time for COVID?
Yes.
And so how was that accomplished?
Please explain.
So if you weren't in the office all the time and the supervisors weren't in the office all the time, how was your work supervised?
Because again, we would copy, Leanne on, anything pertaining to benefits, FMLA, Lena on, pretty much everything else, or Ken.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me get to a page here and see if I know what I'm talking about with my broken notes. Regarding the FMLA, the instance that was confused, where you went back and forth with a manager and an employee, how much back and forth was there between you and the manager before it was resolved?
There was no issue to resolve. What would happen is the employee would email me, and I would email the employee with information. Then sometimes she would email the department with sometimes contradicting information. So then I would forward or respond to the department saying, no, this is what it was said, this is what was said.
And just out of curiosity, in any of these disciplines that you received, did you ever get in trouble for coming back late for lunch?
No.
Okay, so when you left the pay that needed to be processed, were you really afraid that there was going to be a ramification, that you would be punished for coming back late for lunch if you finished your work?
I was afraid if I went to lunch late without getting permission first, that yes, I would get in trouble. Because on some of my stuff, my written and my intent, sometimes just asking questions I was getting written up for.
And regarding that incident with the pay period being processed after the pay period, were you aware that it was a last minute rush?
For the separation?
Yes.
I didn't think it was a rush because the pay period that he should have been termed in had already ended, and we were already in a new pay cycle.
So Did you testify earlier that you always told people that you could never white out the I-9 documents?
Correct, based off of I-9, whiteout is not acceptable on I-9 documents.
But you never asked if you could white out a mistake on an I-9 that you had termed earlier than should have been termed?
Not to my memory. It might have, but I can't say I remember.
And regarding your training, so you did have the instruction regarding the training in the performance evaluation to slow down on your training, basically. But then you had the instruction at a later date, 6 months later, that you needed to take a refresher. So are supervisors not allowed to change their direction?
My understanding on the letter of expectations, it said if you have not taken any training classes, which in June I was in the process of taking training classes on my downtime, but on my evaluation of June 17th, I was being told I could no longer take training classes. So it was my understanding I was not directed, it was if I hadn't.
Could you turn to page 25 of tab 6 in Mohave County's exhibits, please? Can you go ahead and read that paragraph underneath certification renews 12/31/22?
It says your current classes and webinars that you're taking with Fred Pryor need to be taken at the appropriate time. If you're lacking recertification hours and credits, you may take additional webinars as long as your tech duties are first priority. If you have all your recertification credits, be sure not to waste your time with classes when you'll be focusing on tech duties.
So does that say that you're not allowed to take classes?
That is saying that because I have all of my certification, that I don't need to be taking any more training classes. So at that point in June, I stopped taking training classes.
And the first sentence again says, you just said that they need to be taken at the appropriate time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you consider getting a written instruction from your supervisor to be the appropriate time to take a refresher class?
If Lena would have told me that she was directing me to do it, I would have done it ASAP. I would have done it right then and there.
The letter of expectation is not a direction?
In my understanding, under it, it said if you haven't been taking any training classes. Also, on page 24 of my evaluation, it says your Fred Pryor trainings need to be considered extracurricular activities.
And you got the instruction from Ms. Huber.
Council, he's explained this to you several times. It's not going to change the fact that the word if is in that sentence. And so I would suggest that given this late hour, you move on.
For the individual that was not processed FMLA the day that she was in your office with the proper paperwork, were you aware that Mr. Cunningham had received notification that the employee would be disciplined?
No. I thought it was just a normal employee coming down to apply for FMLA.
And did you hear testimony earlier that HR didn't find any of the denial letters you cited regarding the FMLA denial that you alleged were written by another manager?
I said I don't know if they looked for any of the other FMLA denial letters that I had sent. I did advise Ken at the pre-disciplinary hearing on March the 22nd that I had sent at least 4 other identical letters to employees, and I had given him a name of the one that I could think of at that moment, which was the most recent before this one of March the 9th.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Appellate counsel, we can redirect.
I have no questions for my client. I'd like to open the floor for the council to ask any questions that they may have.
Okay, we have a question.
So you talked earlier about writing on the board when you were going for a break, that you wrote on the board as well as telling Jordan.
Correct.
Okay. And also, the next one is about writing a rebuttal on your letter of expectation. Who was it that told you that?
When I was given the letter of expectations with Leanne and Lena, I had asked if I could do a rebuttal. I was advised no, because it was not disciplinary. Then in early February, I had talked to Ken and Lena in his office in regards to some of the stuff that they had put on there, which I felt was incorrect, like the July 18th volunteer background. At that time, I had asked Ken if I could do a rebuttal, and again, I was advised no, because it was not disciplinary.
But did you write up anything, not a rebuttal, but answers to whatever the issues were for yourself?
No, not until
At
my
that time.
pre-disciplinary hearing.
Okay. And the supervisor training, it seems that that turned out to be at a terrible time. And I was wondering, do you think that if you had been able to take that class over again, would it be helpful for you to get back on track?
I think 100%, because it had ended on March the 24th, which was 3 days prior.
Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further questions, so we can head into closing statements. Is the respondent and appellant both ready to make a closing statement? If not, we'll give you time to prepare.
I don't need time to repair, thank you.
Oh, you need time?
No, he said.
I don't need time to
Oh,
repair.
okay, okay.
So, okay, we can head directly into closing statements. Respondent will begin.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, the county respectfully requests that the commission uphold the dismissal of Ms. Ernestine Johnson. These disciplinary actions are the result of a number of violations that have been repeated numerous times. The case comes down to whether or not Ms. Johnson complied with the personnel policies and procedures, and if she violated them, which we feel we proved she did, whether dismissal was the appropriate action. Again, the standard is by preponderance of the evidence, and we feel we have met that burden. Did she make mistakes? Yes. Were they the same type of mistakes over and over and over again? Yes. Do they take time away from other people and their regular duties to fix these mistakes? Also, yes. The evidence did prove that Ms. Johnson violated numerous policies and procedures. She did not pay attention to details. You heard much testimony in that regard. She failed to communicate with her supervisor and failed to follow the chain of command. She exhibited poor customer service skills and failed to cooperate with the team. And she made some major mistakes in regards to other people's FMLA, which included things like giving out wrong information to people applying for FMLA, which caused delays, confusion, frustration, and almost disciplinary actions. She made employees produce documentation that wasn't needed, and she violated long-standing policy, office policy. And the worst error was failing to notify the employees and the supervisors that the FMLA was approved, which almost caused the employee to sustain a disciplinary action. HR did give her chances. She had chances since 2020. She had a couple of disciplines in 2020, and we had COVID. So there was limited office coverage, and the management team we had limited office coverage. However, we also heard today conflicting testimony. We had testimony of 4 different managers from HR and the testimony of one individual. The management testimony has been consistent, but they do conflict. And so I respectfully request that the commission, in accordance with policies and procedure 44.97A2, affirm the disciplinary order as the action was not taken in an arbitrary and capricious manner. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the appellant closing statement.
Thank you. I'll be brief if I can. I just want to first off thank everybody for being here. I know that this took a lot of time out of people's day, and these things aren't always fun. I recognize that you all have a challenging decision to make that could impact people's lives. And so, again, just thank you for your time. I personally enjoyed seeing the fact that you were engaged in asking questions. That's not always the case in these types of hearings. So, that said, I just want to refresh your. I just want to advise you all that the burden in this matter, the burden is with the county. The county has the burden of proving by the preponderance of the evidence that this termination was warranted, that what she did required, justified her dismissal. This termination, she's been through a lot. She talked about how her son was killed by police right in front of her eyes. And then she returned to work shortly thereafter, the very next month, and how she fought through tears at her desk to try to come to work. She has been a solid employee. Granted, as the evaluations show, she didn't have 5s, or 4s even, but she met the standards, and she, by all accounts, was a good employee. She didn't have any issues at all. Well, outside, there was some issues in 2020. She corrected those issues. After she corrected those issues, she didn't have any trouble at all at work from August of 2020 up until the date that she complained about her immediate supervisor. She made a complaint that she felt was reasonable because she felt like the supervisor made some insensitive remarks. Remarks that I think anybody would find insensitive as a result of what she's been through. And again, this can't change what you've been through. She's been through a lot. And this termination is just one more thing that has really upended her life. And I feel like the commission, you guys and gals, men and women, have an opportunity here to right this wrong. You got 3 options. One is you could accept and uphold the decision of the county and uphold her termination and keep her unemployed. Option 2 is you can deny it, grant her immediate reinstatement with all back pay. And then the third option is you have the option of modifying. You could modify the disciplinary action. If you felt like this was an overreach, if you felt like that perhaps some disciplinary action was appropriate, then you can take some disciplinary action and reduce it from perhaps termination to suspension if you feel necessary, suspensions without pay, those types of things. We would submit to the committee that they did not follow much of a progressive disciplinary policy. There are a lot of things that they could have done to fix whatever alleged performance deficiencies they saw. They could have been more consistent with the way that they issued disciplinary action. They didn't do that. She had one disciplinary action against her, which was recently. She had one disciplinary action against her, which was a written reprimand. There's no other disciplinary action that was taken against her after that, up until she got this intent to dismiss. And I think we pointed out several problems with the allegations that are in this letter. There are several things. For one, the person that wrote this stuff, the person behind this termination, Ms. Hoover, conceded on the record that it wasn't true that she didn't submit this background check in time. She did it the very next business day, which she testified was appropriate. There's also some debate about when this payroll had to be run. The person behind it, the person that wrote the disciplinary action, couldn't testify with any level of certainty about when that payroll deadline was. They didn't produce any written documentation to show that that was the specific payroll deadline. The issues that they pointed to are relatively minor. They claim that she didn't go to lunch and she didn't tell the right people before she went to lunch. They testified that you needed to write it on a board. She wrote it on the board. Not one person from the county testified that she didn't write it on the board. She testified that she did write it on the board, and on top of that, she told the one person in her office, Jordan. And then Jordan notified her supervisor. So they knew where she was. It didn't cause any harm whatsoever. The other allegation with regard to the FMLA, where they're saying that she didn't provide the right forms to somebody. This was a brief conversation that she had before that person went and talked to Jordan. And she was waiting to talk to that employee and would have provided the correct forms. She would have provided the correct forms. But she wasn't given an opportunity to do that because Jordan got the forms after talking to the employee, after this employee had made this complaint to Jordan. No harm to anyone was caused by that. Nothing. Nothing happened to anyone. The person got the right forms. They were able to submit their application for FMLA. Also, it seems to me that there is no justifiable reason as to why she should have been terminated. Again, the allegations, the things that they claim that she did wrong are relatively petty. She did admit to some mistake. For example, she admitted that she put the wrong first name, not full name, not department information, nothing like that. She put the wrong first name in an email. One time. She put the wrong first name in an email, and they write her up claiming that this is a violation of the county confidentiality policy. While at the same time, the same county that's trying to keep her terminated violated that very confidentiality policy by sending that information to me, by sending it to the committee. They aren't supposed to do that. That should have been properly redacted. It was a mistake that they made, and they even had to address it, not once, but twice. Once before the hearing started, and then once this morning. They had raised the same issue all over again because they failed to redact something. Who is going to be fired for that? Hopefully, nobody. It was a simple mistake. We would submit that the mistake that she made was also a simple mistake. Could she be disciplined for it? Sure. Should she be unemployed because of it? Absolutely not. And so, with the totality of the circumstances, everything that she's been through, I would ask that this committee do what I think, in my opinion, is the only right thing to do, and that is to reinstate her with back pay so that she can go back to work. In the event there are any questions about her willingness to work with those folks, I know that I can be somewhat aggressive and confrontational, and I tried to tone that down, but this is kind of built in me. But she will do what she needs to do. If she returns, she will learn from her mistakes. She will do all the right things. She will be an exemplary employee. You won't see her in here ever again. And, so I just want to make sure that that's clear, that there should be no concern on behalf of this committee that she would be disruptive or causing problems, because she won't be. She will be thrilled to go back. She will put her head down and she will do her work, just like she's always done. Is she going to be the most excited person, running around, giving speeches, shaking hands, being the best outspoken person in a supervisory training? She has a disability. Maybe not. People with anxiety aren't usually, or they're kind of introverts. And I think she's kind of that way. But I think she presented well today. So all that said, I would, again, just to reiterate, the burden is on the county. I would submit that they have not met their burden and that she should be reinstated. And again, thank you for your time. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're speaking.
I just said it concludes the hearing
thank you.
portion. Can you hear me? No? Yeah.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I muted myself.
Okay. Moving on here, I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I motion that we go into executive session.
Do I have a second?
You have a second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Okay, this Merit Commission will go into executive session for an undisclosed amount of time, and we'll come out when we're finished and give you the findings.
Thank you.
That's out. The Merit Commission is reconvened from executive session. Do we have all parties present? Looks like we do.
I'm here. Yep.
Okay, the Merit Commission will now entertain a motion to render a verdict. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion in accordance with Mohave County Personnel Policies and Procedures 497A 2B. The Personnel Commission hereby modifies the disciplinary order. Ernestine Johnson is reinstated a Human Resources Technician with 75 days back pay.
Do I have a second? Okay, motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you.